Chapter 19. Murong and Zhang Lier's wedding. This was not just the union of two cultivators, but also the alliance of two great sects. The Heavenly Wolf sect and the Golden Crow sect were both top-notch sects in the 100,000 Mountains. What was the purpose of the alliance between the two top-notch sects? Therefore, after the Heavenly Wolf sect sent out the wedding invitation, all the major sects in the 100,000 Mountains heard the news and came to watch the ceremony to find out what was going on. Those who were weak had arrived at the Heavenly Wolf sect early, while those who were strong naturally had their own cards to play, so they arrived late. Therefore, when Wang Ku and his group carried the bridal sedan into the Heavenly Wolf sect, they were seen by many guests. All of them pointed at Zhang Xinxiu and memorized his appearance. At the same time, they were secretly surprised. This person really had guts to commit murder here. Which sect sent him? Of course, there were also some disciples from the immortal sects who looked at each other as if asking, "Did you send that person?" Everyone waited patiently in a strange atmosphere. As time passed, the experts from the 100,000 Mountains arrived one after another. Some rode demonic beasts, while some rode on flying beasts. All of them were extremely ostentatious, showing that they attached great importance to this wedding. Noon was about to arrive. The Heavenly Wolf sect was extraordinarily lively, and the entrance of the East Wolf Palace was filled with guests. Eldest senior brother Murong, who was dressed in a groom's robe, saw that most of the guests had arrived. His eyes flashed, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. He greeted the experts from the various immortal sects with ease. "Congratulations, Senior Brother Murong. Senior Brother Murong and Zhang Lier are a perfect match, a perfect match. Congratulations. Ha ha ha, thank you, thank you." After a round of pleasantries, it was almost time. Murong gave Sun Song, who was not far away, a look. Sun Song immediately understood and went to make the arrangements. Soon, Sun Song shouted, "The bride is here!" With a loud shout, all the guests quieted down. They watched as the bridal procession carried the bridal sedan chair over. Wang Ku's face was ugly as he stood in the procession. It's been more than 4 hours. What is Zhang Jindao doing? Why hasn't he sounded the alarm yet? Doesn't he know how to run away? This old thing might really do it. He doesn't even want his manhood? If he wants to run away, is he going to roast me on the fire? There are countless experts from the 100,000 Mountains gathered here, and there are even quite a number of Golden Core experts. Damn it, do we have to play so big today? Wang Ke looked anxiously at the countless experts who filled the seats. "Get off the sedan," Moon Song shouted. He saw the bridal sedan stop, and a servant girl helped Princess Yu out of the bridal sedan. Princess Yu didn't say a word, because she had promised Wang Ku that she wouldn't speak. She didn't want to let it slip, lest Wang could get into trouble. She glanced at Wang Ku through the red veil and thought to herself, "You're unlucky this time. It's not my fault. I didn't trick you." Wang Ku cursed Zhang Jindao to death in his heart. However, things had come to a head. He could only hold on and not expose himself. As soon as the bride came out, the Chong Sam set off her figure, which immediately attracted everyone's surprised eyes. Although she was covered with a red veil, it was difficult to hide the increase in charm brought by this novel dress. Many female practitioners' eyes instantly lit up, and they wanted to go back and try it themselves. Murong was also stunned by this Chong Sam wedding dress. He didn't expect Zhang Lier to have such a beautiful face and such a good figure. Although he heard that her temper wasn't very good, it didn't matter. He could slowly train her in the future. Murong was very satisfied at this moment. He looked at the guests around him. After today, not only did he get a beauty, he also killed a group of demons, took the merit for himself, and even became famous in the 100,000 Mountains. Half of the guests were listed as evil demons. At this moment, the demons had arrived. He could immediately take action and enjoy these days of planning. It's almost time. Close the mountain guarding formation. The wedding begins. Murong shouted. The disciples of the Skywolf sect were about to do it. Wait! A voice suddenly interrupted Murong instructions. Everyone looked over and saw Wong next to the bride. Who was this person? He actually dared to interrupt Murong. Wonka had to interrupt. Princess Serene Moon was about to lift the red veil and question Murong. Once the red veil was lifted, he would be exposed. Now that the Sky Wolf sect master was not here, he would be in big trouble. Senior sister, don't lift the red veil and don't speak. I'll ask for you. Wong immediately shouted to the bride. Princess Serene Moon hesitated for a moment and finally stopped, lifting the veil. However, this scene made everyone puzzled. The wedding ceremony was imminent. What was the bride doing? This is... Murong frowned. You don't need to know who I am. I'm representing senior sister. Before the wedding, I have a few things to ask you. Please make it clear in front of all the guests. Wonka suddenly said, Oh! Murong frowned. What was Jean Lear doing? Didn't they agree? She would use the wedding to eliminate all the evil Alpha Capricorni among the invited guests. Why did she still have to ask? In an instant, a thought flashed through Murong mind. He had guessed it. Murong plan was to bow to heaven and earth and make the wedding a reality. And Jean Lear's idea must be to start slaying the demons before the wedding ceremony. After the slaying of the demons, there would be no need to bow to heaven and earth. You've already entered my Sky Wolf sect. You still want to earn merit without the wedding ceremony? Dream on. Murong thought. Senior brother, is the mountain gate still closed? Sun Song asked anxiously. No hurry. If the bride has something to ask, then I'll wait for her to ask. If there's anything, wait until she's done asking. I'll wait for her. Murong said in a deep voice. You want to play? I'll play with you. If you don't agree to the wedding ceremony, I'll stop slaying the demons. If you don't listen to me, don't think about slaying the demons and obtaining merit. Now that so many people are watching, you definitely won't dare to say our purpose. It depends on when you bow your head. But Sun Song was depressed. I said, let the bride ask. Murong said in a deep voice. The guests also noticed the abnormal atmosphere. However, not all the guests here were evil demons, so no one stopped them. Murong, my senior sister asked me to ask you, what is your relationship with Princess Serene Moon? Wonka asked, stalling for time. Princess Serene Moon? The people around were stunned, because many people had heard that Murong had once gone to the corpse ghost dynasty outside the innumerable huge mountains to pursue Princess Serene Moon, but failed. Now the wedding was imminent, and the bride was asking about the relationship between the groom and another woman. Was she jealous? Was she angry at the wedding? The bride seemed to clench her fists, waiting for Murong answer. Murong was also relieved. He thought that Jean Lear would ask something. It turned out that she was really jealous. Haha, it seems that my calculation was superfluous. My charm has conquered Jean Lear. Lear, you worry too much. How can I have a relationship with Princess Serene Moon? Murong comforted her. The bride clenched her fists even tighter. I heard that you went to the corpse ghost dynasty to pursue Princess Serene Moon. Murong, how can you say that you have nothing to do with her? Wonka did not give up. Murong looked at Wonku. Who is this guy? Is he so annoying? What's the meaning of always exposing my past? Lear, don't worry. I have never liked Princess Serene Moon. I joined the corpse ghost dynasty in the past just to gain experience. It was not me who pursued Princess Serene Moon. It was her who pursued me shamelessly. In the end, I couldn't stand it anymore and left the corpse ghost dynasty. In the end, she still refused to let me go and slandered me, saying that I pursued her. How is that possible? Lear, even if you don't believe in my character, you should believe in my taste. Would I, Murong Guang, fall for her ugly appearance? Only you, Zhang Lier, moved my heart the first time I saw you, Murong Guang coaxed. Ugly? The bride gritted her teeth and made a distorted sound. Of course, in my eyes, Princess Serene Moon is useless. The only thing that can add charm to her is her status. But now, her corpse ghost dynasty has been destroyed, and Princess Serene Moon is no better than a chicken. You see, at this wedding, your Golden Crow sect put a bounty on Serene Moon. But I didn't care about her life or death. How could I like her? I only like you, Ler, Murong Guang comforted. These words might sound like sweet words to Zhang Lier, but to Princess Serene Moon, it was complete sarcasm. Brother Murong, how can you be so shameless? I pursued you shamelessly. When my mother was here, did you dare to say that? And you said that I was ugly? I was useless. You knew that the Golden Crow sect was trying to capture me everywhere. But you didn't care about my life or death. 2 drops of tears rolled down her cheeks. Lear, are you touched? Don't worry, I, Murong Guang, promise that I will only like you in the future. What princess, Serene Moon? When I see her, I will. Murong Guang was still coaxing the bride. Wang Ke had already opened his eyes wide. This Murong Guang was really a warrior. You're dead. Zhang Jingdao said that Princess Serene Moon had other backers. You're digging your own grave. Girls hate it the most when people call them ugly. Why do you keep saying it? You want to step on Princess Serene Moon to lift up Zhang Lier? Princess Serene Moon probably wants to strangle you right now. Sure enough, after the bride trembled, she seemed to want to throw herself at Murong Guang. At this moment, all the expectations and love in her heart collapsed. The man she had a crush on in the past had become the man she hated today. The bride wanted to tear his mouth apart. Did I say something wrong? Murong Guang was at a loss. No, the bride was so excited that she even wanted to throw herself at me. She must have been touched by my words just now and couldn't help but want to throw herself into my arms. Am I so charming now? Murong Guang was happy in his heart. However, Wang Ke grabbed the bride's hand and said, Senior sister, please be patient at this time and place. Murong Guang also nodded and thought, yes, you have to be patient. We haven't killed the devil yet. After killing the devil, we will consummate our marriage. I know I'm charming, but you have to be patient. Also, that brat, where are you grabbing? Let go of Lier. While Murong Guang was staring at Wang Ke. However, the bride suddenly started to sob. While crying, she threw herself into Wang Ke's arms, hugged Wang Ke and wailed. At the wedding, the bride suddenly threw herself into another man's arms and cried, The groom is still next to you. Aren't you too unscrupulous? Wang Ke. Murong Guang. Sun Song. All the guests. What's going on? So exciting? Chapter 20. Sky Wolf Sect, East Wolf Palace entrance. When it was time for the bride and groom to bow to heaven and earth, the bride threw herself into another man's arms and cried. This scene, no matter how one looked at it, it was a bit exciting. No, something was wrong. Everyone looked at Murong Guang again and felt that his hair was suddenly as bright as his name. Murong Guang's face instantly flushed red. Today was his wedding. Zhang Lier even brought an adulterer to bow to heaven and earth? Are you here to humiliate me? Stop! Murong Guang fiercely shouted. At the same time, Murong Guang drew his sword as if he wanted to kill this adulterer Wang Ke. I didn't move. It has nothing to do with me. I'm innocent. Wang Ke gloomily shouted. Princess Serene Moon, it's fine that you know Murong Guang's true colors, but don't be so careless. So many people are watching. All the disciples of the Sky Wolf sect have drawn their swords. They all want to kill me. Are you starting to trick me again? We're innocent. Wang Ke once again added, hugging so tightly. How could they be innocent? Brat, you're still hugging? Murong Guang glared murderously. I'm not hugging. You see, my hands are open. She hugged me. Morongulgwang, calm down. Wang Ke gloomily shouted. Wang Ke already felt that Morongulgwang was about to kill him with his sword. Calm down? How could Morongulgwang calm down? Although he was only acting with Zhang Lier, but Morongulgwang had already decided to turn the act into a real one. He had already treated her as his woman. But before he could even get her, she had already thrown herself into another man's embrace. Furthermore, it was in front of everyone. How could he calm down? This adulterer, I'm going to kill him. The guests wanted to stop them, but they didn't know how to persuade them. The disciples of the Sky Wolf sect were also at a loss. What was this? The scene was chaotic. A perfectly good wedding had turned into a large-scale accident scene. Just as Morongulgwang was about to attack, and Wang Ke gloomily shouted that he was wronged and wanted to vomit blood. Boom! Suddenly, a loud sound came from outside the Heavenly Wolf sect's mountain gate, causing everyone to be stunned. What was going on? What was going on outside the Heavenly Wolf sect's mountain gate? Morongulgwang also quivered and calmed down a little. After all, there was still a big matter to deal with today. He had almost ruined a major event. What was going on outside the mountain gate? Everyone pricked up their ears and immediately heard a burst of joyous sounds coming from outside the mountain gate. Looking from afar, they could even see bursts of multicolored light shooting into the sky, as if a wedding procession was coming. Who is in charge of the Heavenly Wolf sect? The Golden Crow sect is here to deliver the bride. Why is no one here to receive her? A shout came from outside the mountain gate. Was it the Golden Crow sect's wedding procession outside the mountain gate? Morongulgwang. Sun Song. All the guests. What was going on? Why was there another wedding procession from the Golden Crow sect outside the mountain gate? How many brides would the Heavenly Wolf sect be marrying today? At this moment, a Heavenly Wolf sect disciple ran over anxiously. Eldest senior brother, there's another Golden Crow sect wedding procession outside. I recognize some of them. They are indeed Golden Crow sect disciples. What? Morongulgwang raised his eyebrows. Morongulgwang, where's my brother? A shout came from outside the mountain gate. They saw a woman in a bridal sedan outside the mountain gate. She was also wearing a red veil. She stepped out of the bridal sedan and rushed into the mountain gate of the Heavenly Wolf sect on a red-crowned crane. At this moment, the Heavenly Wolf sect recognized the Golden Crow sect's procession and naturally did not stop them. However, the disciples guarding the mountain gate all looked confused. Why was there another bride? What was the Golden Crow sect trying to do? The bride stepped onto her crane and charged into the Skywolf sect. The group of Golden Crow sect disciples behind her no longer boasted. They charged into the Skywolf sect as well. Soon, they discovered that countless people had gathered outside the East Wolf Palace and were charging towards them. Whoosh! The red-crowned crane carrying the bride landed on the square of the East Wolf Palace. Wang Ke recognized her at a glance. 6 hours ago, this was the red-crowned crane that carried Zhang Xinshu and landed in front of him. Zhang Xinshu was struck into black charcoal by the Heavenly Thunder Demon Slaying formation. But this red-crowned crane flew away. It turned out that this red-crowned crane had discovered that Zhang Xinshu was seriously injured and immediately flew into the clouds to hide. It only flew to the bride when the Golden Crow sect's procession arrived and reported what had happened. When the bride heard that her brother had been crippled, she naturally became angry from embarrassment and rushed in. Who are you? Morongulgwang looked at the new bride with a stunned expression. Who am I? Morongulgwang, you're really something. Are you lying to me? My Golden Crow sect has prepared so much for today. When it comes to this, you're pretending not to know me. Morongulgwang, do you want to die? The bride said angrily. In her anger, The bride lifted the red veil and immediately revealed an extremely delicate and beautiful face under the red veil. This face seemed to have an air of arrogance and a fiery temper. Everyone who saw it widened their eyes. Jean Lear. She's Jean Lear. The surrounding guests recognized her and exclaimed in surprise. You, Lear? Morong of Guang said in astonishment. Humph, still want to pretend not to know me? Jean Lear had a fiery temper and immediately glared at him. However, Morong of Guang looked at the bride in Wang Ke's arms. Then who are you? Everyone's gaze gathered on Wang Ke's arms. They were all filled with amazement. Today's wedding was not as simple as just exciting. Now, there were two women fighting for the husband. No, one of the women even brought her adulterer to fight for the husband. What was going on? The noble circle was so messy. In Wang Ke's arms, Princess Serene Moon's body tightened. Wang Ke's face also stiffened. Bastard Zhang Jingdao, you haven't rung the bell yet. I can't continue acting now. All eyes were focused on Wang Ke and the bride in his arms. Beads of sweat appeared on Wang Ke's forehead. However, with his countless experience in swindling, countless life experiences, Wang Ke instantly suppressed the panic in his heart. Don't panic, don't panic. Even if you can't continue acting, you have to act. Which part of life is not acting? Make it up now. Morong of Guang, you still have the nerve to ask who we are? Who we are, don't you know? Wang Ke shouted. Morong of Guang raised his eyebrows. He didn't understand why Wang Ke shouted so confidently. Princess, come, let me lift your red veil. Take a closer look at this heartless man. Wang Ke immediately lifted Princess Serene Moon's red veil. Since he couldn't hide it, then he wouldn't hide it. When the red veil was lifted, all the guests gasped. Who is this? So beautiful. He called her princess, and just asked Morong of Guang about his attitude towards Princess Serene Moon. No, she can't be. Princess Serene Moon. What a beautiful Princess Serene Moon. Who just said she was ugly? Is Morong of Guang blind? This is called ugly? All the guests exclaimed. It was also the first time Morong of Guang saw Princess Serene Moon with such beautiful makeup. For a moment, he seemed to be unable to react. Princess Serene Moon? Jean Lear was also surprised. Jean Lear was also very beautiful. But this time, Princess Serene Moon was wearing a cheongsam, and with the makeup of Wang Ke's little cousin. She suddenly looked better than Jean Lear. Princess, did you see it? Did you hear it? We said it, but you didn't believe it. Morong of Guang had a change of heart. You risked your life and crossed the 100,000 mountains to find Morong of Guang. You said that we were all lying to you. You said that Morong of Guang wouldn't have a change of heart. Even today's wedding was not his intention. You didn't hesitate to lower yourself and pretended to be Jean Lear just to see Morong of Guang and give him a surprise. But did you see it? Liar, Morong of Guang. He is a liar. He is a liar. Wang Ke pointed at Morong of Guang and scolded loudly. Wang Ke took the moral high ground and attacked with the identity of being abandoned, and immediately won the sympathy of the guests. Infatuation is always ruthlessly hurt. Princess Serene Moon is so pitiful. Morong of Guang's face sank. I was scolded, but why can't I refute it? Princess Serene Moon pretended to be Jean Lear. It turned out that she was infatuated with me and wanted to give me a surprise. But you can't rob me at this time. How can I deal with it? You come quietly. I can accept you as the second wife because of your appearance. Now, how can I step down? Princess, don't cry. He fell in love with someone else. This is no longer the place. We should stay. Let's go. Let's leave here and never come back. Let's go. Wang Ke angrily wanted to take Princess Serene Moon away. Although it was Wang Ke who said it, everyone felt that it was Princess Serene Moon's idea. Wait, who are you? Why are you holding Princess Serene Moon's hand and hugging her? Who are you? Morong of Guang's face sank. Everyone reacted. Yes, you are a man. How can you hug the princess? Your tone is wrong, right? You are the princess's lover? Since the princess has an adulterer, how can she be infatuated with Morong Guang? Are you playing with us? Me? I am the princess's good sister. The princess was humiliated by you and lost control of her emotions. You abandoned the princess to marry Zhang Lier. Why are you still so unforgiving? I look down on you stinky men the most, eating from the bowl and looking at the pot. Scum, liar! Wang Ke pinched his thumb and middle finger, and his tone suddenly became feminine. The change in Wang Ke's tone instantly made everyone tremble, and their eyes widened. Good sister? Us stinky men? And that pretty thumb and middle finger? Could it be that you are homosexual? The group of guests. Morong Guang. Princess Yu Yu, who was in Wang Ke's arms, heard Wang Ke's sissy voice. With a puffed. She was amused to the point of crying and laughing. Fortunately, her face was in Wang Ke's arms, so no one else noticed Princess Serene Moon's laughter. However, seeing Wang Ke pretending to be a homosexual for her, Princess Serene Moon didn't know why, but she suddenly felt less sad. After being betrayed by Morong Guang, Princess Serene Moon completely recognized this person. At the same time, being protected in Wang Ke's arms, she didn't know why she felt warm in her heart. The princess's sister? Although Morong Guang had sorted out his thoughts, it still seemed strange. Go, let's go. We don't want to stay in this sad place anymore. Wang Ke hugged Princess Serene Moon and turned around to leave. Morong Guang, the disciples of the Heavenly Wolf sect, and the group of guests seemed to have not recovered yet, and no one stopped them. Just like that, they looked strangely at Wang Ke and Princess Serene Moon swaggering away. Wang Ke rejoiced in his heart. Damn, that was close. It's all that bastard Zhang Jingdao's fault. He hasn't rung the bell yet. Let's go before they react. Just like that, Wang Ke and the bridal escort team retreated. Wait, you can't leave. Where's my brother? Zhang Lier glared. Your brother? Zhang Shinxiu? Morong Guang raised his eyebrows. The expressions of the surrounding guests also changed. Right, Princess Serene Moon in front of them was not Zhang Lier, so Zhang Shinxiu, who was lying on the ground and extorting money, was not real either. Then where was the real Zhang Shinxiu? Could it be? Everyone thought of the man who had been charred black by the heavenly lightning demon-slaying array. That man had called himself Zhang Shinxiu, but no one had believed him. He had even been struck by lightning by the Heavenly Wolf sect to the brink of death. Could he really? Don't ask me. Ask the disciples of the Heavenly Wolf sect. They were the ones who struck your brother, and he's still in their hands. It has nothing to do with us. Wang Ke could not wait to clear his name. He wanted to leave as soon as possible with Princess Serene Moon. Sun Song's face was dark. It seemed that Wang Ke's party really did not hurt Zhang Shinxiu. They were the ones who hurt him. You're trying to make us take the blame? Morong Guang was even more depressed. Damn, his brother-in-law was almost killed by his own people. How could this wedding go on? Don't leave. Before seeing my brother, no one is allowed to leave, not even you. Zhang Lier said angrily. Zhang Lier aggressively blocked Wang Ke's way. Wang Ke was even more depressed. F***CK. I successfully escaped, but Zhang Lier focused everyone's attention on me and still won't let me go. Could it be that the more beautiful a woman is, the more she will trick people? Chapter 21. Inside the Heavenly Wolf sect. In a valley, Zhang Jingdao looked anxious. His life was still in Wang Ke's hands. How could he run away? Did he really not want it? It was not that Zhang Jingdao did not find the sect annihilation bell, but he found it after walking around the Heavenly Wolf sect for an hour. There was a Heavenly Wolf sect disciple beside him who explained the place to him and led him around in circles. The tour guide had received orders from his eldest senior brother to delay Zhang Shinxiu and forbid him from going to the East Wolf Palace during the wedding at noon. The tour guide did not know why, but since it was his eldest senior brother's orders, he had to follow them strictly. This valley is called Heroic Valleys. The corpses of generations of disciples of the Heavenly Wolf sect are buried in heroic valleys, including the corpses of several generations of sect leaders. They killed countless demons for the peace of the 100,000 mountains. Unfortunately, they were careless and died in the hands of demons. Their spirit is worthy of being emulated by our younger disciples. Every once in a while, our sect leader will personally bring them here to pay their respects. The tour guide explained as he pointed at the countless tombstones in the valley. Heroic valleys? Zhang Jingdao was naturally not interested. What interested Zhang Jingdao was a huge bell tower in the depths of heroic valleys. A 10-foot-tall bell hung from the tower. That bell is? Zhang Jingdao asked expectantly. That's the alarm bell of the Skywolf sect's destruction. Every time the Skywolf sect pays respects to the ancestors of heroic valleys, it will be rung once so that the disciples of the Skywolf sect will never forget the glorious achievements of the heroes. All the disciples who hear the sound of the bell, even if they're in the depths of the Grand Myriad Mountains and can't make it back in time, have to stand where they are in silent mourning. It is a sign of respect. The tour guide explained. I know. I mean, who is the person guarding the sect annihilation bell? Zhang Jingdao looked at the 3 Heavenly Wolf sect disciples standing around the bell tower. Oh, that is the senior brother guarding the bell. They are responsible for guarding the sect annihilation bell. Unless the sect is facing a calamity, no one is allowed to approach without the sect leader's orders. Not even our eldest senior brother. The tour guide explained. What are their cultivations? Zhang Jingdao asked worriedly. The 3 senior brothers are all experts in the Golden Core realm. The tour guide smiled. Golden Core realm? Zhang Jingdao's face stiffened. Mother****. How am I supposed to knock down 3 golden elixir realm guards? What should we do if someone tries to force their way in without permission from the Heavenly Wolf sect master? Zhang Jingdao asked curiously. Kill without mercy, the tour guide explained. Zhang Jingdao. So it turns out that I can't get close at all. There are 3 golden elixir realm guards. If I get close, I'll be killed without mercy. What's the point of sounding the bell? Wang Ku, you gave me a good job. What do you want me to do? Zhang Jingdao scratched his head, feeling depressed and anxious. If he didn't ring the bell, Wang Ku would crush his family jewels again. Wang Ku, you're a miser who forgets your friends when you see a girl. Don't you know how to drag Princess Yu along? Why do you have to enter the Heavenly Wolf sect today? Can't you wait until the Heavenly Wolf sect master appears before you enter? Hoes before bros. Bah! Miser, sex fiend. This is killing me. Zhang Jingdao cursed gloomily. Senior brother Zhang, why don't we go somewhere else? The tour guide advised. I'm not going. Zhang Jingdao said angrily. Go my ass. Do you really think I'm here to play? Huh, the tour guide was puzzled. Zhang Jingdao immediately realized that his tone was too harsh. No, I can't go now. Ouch. I was injured by the imposter outside the mountain gate. My injuries are acting up. I need to treat them immediately. Zhang Jingdao immediately said, miserably, Your injuries are acting up? Then I'll send you back immediately. The tour guide said, There's no time. Just find a house for me here. There's no time to go back. Zhang Jingdao said immediately. The tour guide was stunned. You were lively all the way here. I didn't see any injuries. You're suddenly running out of time? It's not like you're giving birth. Is it so exaggerated? Of course, it was best that Zhang Jingdao wanted to go into seclusion to treat his injuries. The tour guide also remembered eldest senior brother's instructions. He couldn't let him attend the wedding at noon. Naturally, he couldn't let him go back. Okay, senior brother Zhang, there's a house here. You can go in. I'll guard you, the tour guide said. Zhang Jingdao immediately ran into the house and closed the door at the same time. The tour guide had a strange expression. Is Senior Brother Zhang injured? Why are his movements so fast? In the house, Zhang Jingdao wiped the sweat off his face. What should I do? If I don't ring the bell, Wang Ke will crush my family jewels. If I ring the bell, I'll be hacked to death by 3 Golden Core Realm cultivators? Damn it, Wang Ke, you bastard. You call this easy? Zhang Jingdao was extremely depressed. After pondering for a while, he decided that his family jewels were more important. Zhang Jingdao sighed deeply and took out some tools from his storage bag. There was a shovel and a spade. Damn it, I'll go all out. Wang Ke, you bastard. Zhang Jingdao cursed fiercely and began to dig in the house. In the past, he had raided tombs with Wang Ke many times. Naturally, Zhang Jingdao had the ability to dig tunnels. If he reached the bell tower directly, he would be courting death. He would dig until he reached the bell tower. While the 3 Golden Core Realm disciples guarding the bell didn't notice, he would ring the bell and run. That was the only way. Dig, dig, dig. Zhang Jingdao remembered the direction and wouldn't dig wrong. Soon, he reached the bottom and headed in the direction of the bell tower. However, as he dug, he suddenly found a coffin. A coffin? What's going on? I didn't want to rob a tomb today. Is there such a good thing? Zhang Jingdao was stunned. With a shovel, the rotten coffin instantly shattered. Then, a large amount of wealth poured out of the coffin. Zhang Jingdao's eyes lit up. What kind of luck am I in today? I can make a fortune by digging blindly? Then, another skeleton slid out of the coffin and landed in Zhang Jingdao's arms. Looking at the skeleton, Zhang Jingdao suddenly came to his senses. This wasn't the right place to make a fortune. What did the tour guide say just now? This is the heroic valley of the Heavenly Wolf sect. The corpses of generations of disciples of the Heavenly Wolf sect are buried in the heroic valley, including the corpses of generations of sect leaders. Zhang Jingdao looked at the skeleton in his arms and his face stiffened. I can't be digging up the ancestral graves of the Heavenly Wolf sect, right? Zhang Jingdao's forehead suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. If it wasn't a calamity that would destroy the sect, it would at most make the disciples of the Heavenly Wolf sect hate him and hunt him down. If he dug up the ancestral graves of the Heavenly Wolf sect and dug up the corpses of their former sect leaders, how would the disciples of the Heavenly Wolf sect treat him? Zhang Jingdao's sweat fell like rain. He suddenly didn't dare to think about it. He hugged the skeleton in fear, and his mind went blank. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Heavenly Wolf sect, East Wolf Palace entrance. Wang Ke hugged Princess Serene Moon and was surrounded by his subordinates. He was about to successfully escape when Zhang Lier stopped him. You're not allowed to leave. Before seeing my brother, no one is allowed to leave, not even you. Zhang Lier said angrily, Wang Ke, the more beautiful a woman is, the better she is at tricking others? Is there another one who tricked me? The guests were also dumbfounded. Today was the wedding of the Heavenly Wolf sect. It was so exciting. Just a moment ago, it was a scene of 2 women fighting over the husband. Now, the 2 women were no longer fighting. One wanted to leave and the other was angry. Where was the groom? You should say something. Everyone looked at Murong Guang was also very upset. What do you want me to say in this situation? What can I say? It's hard for me too. At the side, Sun Song's face stiffened. Zhang Lier, don't worry. Zhang Shenxiu is fine. He's only slightly injured. He'll be fine soon. Don't worry. As the master of ceremonies for today's wedding, Sun Song still wanted to salvage the situation. It's him. He's the one who ordered Zhang Shenxiu to be struck. He even said not to stop. Continue striking. Wang Ke added, Sun Song. Damn, is this something a human should say? Can't you see that it's so messy? I'm trying to salvage the situation. You're stabbing me in the back? Wang Ke had no choice but to stab him in the back. Everyone's attention was still on him, especially Jean Lier. She kept blocking him. How could he escape? He had to divert attention. It's better if you're unlucky than me. He immediately pushed all the blame to Sun Song. Besides, this was the truth. He was just trying to clear himself of suspicion. As expected, Jean Lier and everyone else looked at Sun Song. Sun Song wanted to cry, but had no tears. Damn, why are you looking at me? Do you still want to hold the wedding? Jean Lier, don't worry. I promise. I promise that Zhang Shinshu is fine. It's already noon. Let's hurry up and hold the wedding. Don't miss the time. Sun Song said anxiously. In his anxiety, Sun Song looked at Morong Luguang, who was not far away, as if complaining to Morong Luguang. I've already said so much. Why don't you support me? No, say something. Morong Luguang finally saw Sun Song's difficulties and nodded. Lier, if there's anything, we'll talk about it later. Have you forgotten what day it is today? Didn't we agree? Your brother is still alive. I'll make up for his injuries later. Don't worry. Let's continue with the wedding ceremony. It would have been better if Morong Luguang did not advise. But this advice had completely ignited Zhang Lier's explosive temper. Zhang Lier's eyes widened. She threw the red veil in her hand to the ground and stomped on it fiercely. It's already like this. Do you still want to hold the wedding ceremony? Brothers of the Golden Crow sect, draw your weapons and get ready to fight. Zhang Lier shouted domineeringly. Shing, shing, shing. A series of sounds of knives being unsheathed rang out. All the guests looked at Zhang Lier in astonishment. They had long heard that Zhang Lier had a fiery temper. Looking at the scene now, it was far more than just a fiery temper. Was she going to fight with the Heavenly Wolf sect? Morong Luguang's face stiffened when he saw Zhang Lier draw her saber. Morong Luguang understood that Zhang Lier's saber was not aimed at him, but at the demons here. She was going to make the first move. Bow to heaven and earth? Zhang Lier had never thought of bowing to heaven and earth. She was just putting on a show. Did he take it seriously? Eldest senior brother, forget it. Business is more important. Let's get started. Sun Song said with a bitter face. It was impossible to hold the wedding ceremony. It was better to kill the demons quickly. Morong Luguang gloomily looked at Wang Ku and Princess Serene Moon not far away. It was all their fault. Everything was under his control today. How could such a thing have happened? Seal the gate and get ready to fight. Morong Luguang shouted. Boom! A loud sound came from the gate of the Heavenly Wolf sect. The gate suddenly closed. At this moment, no one could leave. Wang Ku, who was about to escape, was confused. Oh no, we can't leave? The disciples of the Heavenly Wolf sect drew their weapons. All the guests were stunned. What's going on? They're not going to hold the wedding ceremony? Are the men and women really going to fight? A guest asked in confusion. Wasn't everything fine just now? Why are they drawing weapons? The Golden Crow sect and the Heavenly Wolf sect? Why are they closing the gate and not letting us leave? Gentlemen, calm down, a guest tried to persuade them. However, in the next moment, the guest saw that Morong Luguang and Zhang Lier did not point their weapons at each other. Instead, they pointed their weapons at him and the guests. The guest was dumbfounded. I just wanted to be a peacemaker, but you want to kill me? What are you doing? I'm a guest you invited. You're even going to kill a peacemaker. The guests cried out in alarm. Wang Ku, who was not far away, was also dumbfounded. You can't get married, so you're killing people to silence them. You won't even let an invited guest go. Are all the disciples of the immortal sects so crazy? Chapter 22. At the entrance of the East Wolf Palace of the Heavenly Wolf sect. The wedding should have been sweet, but it was tense. The man and woman were going to kill the guests together? The people brought by Wang Ku were all dumbfounded. They had followed the patriarch for many years, but they did not dare to act like this. What was going on? The guests picked up their Dharma treasures and weapons. They were all puzzled. Morong of Guang, what are you doing? Jean Lear, we're here to attend your wedding. Why are you venting your anger on us when you can't go through with the ceremony? The guests rebuked angrily. However, Jean Lear no longer seemed to have a violent temper. She looked at the surrounding guests and coldly laughed. Everyone, there's no need to continue acting. The Heavenly Wolf sect has already sealed the mountain gates. Do you think that you can still escape? Jean Lear, your brother was harmed by the Heavenly Wolf sect. What are you trying to do instead of finding trouble with Morong of Guang? A guest shouted. My brother is injured. I'll seek compensation from the Heavenly Wolf sect later. As for you, do you still want to act? Do you want me and Morong of Guang to point you out one by one? Evil demons. Jean Lear shouted coldly. This cold shout caused the guests to suddenly become silent. A portion of the guests' expressions immediately changed, as if their secret had been discovered. All of them appeared to be somewhat flustered, while the other half of the guests were bewildered. What did this mean? Demon? Not far away, Wang Ku's expression changed. Devil Lord is also a good person. It's only been a few years, and you evil demons have already infiltrated the various major sections. If the Heavenly Wolf sect had not been monitoring the various sects, they would not have known that you have already occupied important positions in the various sections. This time my Golden Crow sect and the Heavenly Wolf sect will enforce justice on behalf of the heavens and eliminate evil demons. Jean Lear shouted. As she shouted, she slashed out with her saber. A 30-meter-long energy saber descended from the sky and slashed toward a guest. Jean Lear, is there a misunderstanding? A guest asked anxiously. Boom! The energy saber slashed fiercely on the sword that a guest had hurriedly swung. Jean Lear's body glowed with a bright red light, and the power of her saber grew stronger and stronger. She was about to kill the guest. Jean Lear, you've gone too far, the guest scolded. At this moment, the guest who had been slashed by Jean Lear's saber finally couldn't withstand the force. His face suddenly twisted, and then black gas rolled out from his body. At the same time, its twisted eyes turned red and a pair of sharp fangs emerged from its mouth. Roar! The devil-eyed guest roared. It seemed like he was still struggling. Die! Jean Lear shouted. Boom! The terrifying astral blade slashed down, cutting the demonic guest into pieces. At the same time, a golden light flowed from the dead demonic guest into Jean Lear's body. Golden light of merit? This is really an evil demon? A guest exclaimed. You guests, be careful. Half of the people around you are evil spirits. Jean Lear said with a sinister smile. What? The guests' faces changed, and they were on guard against each other. What are you waiting for? Today, we will slay the evil spirits and enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. Jean Lear shouted. Yes. The disciples of the Golden Crow sect immediately shouted excitedly. Jean Lear, you've gone too far. This is my Heavenly Wolf sect. Do you want to steal the limelight? Morong of Guang said coldly. Jean Lear looked at Morong of Guang and sneered. Consider it as interest for hurting my brother. Morong of Guang, ha. Thank you for telling me the identity of these evil spirits. Today you will see me slay them. Ha. Roar. Many evil spirits among the guests knew that they had been exposed and immediately stopped hiding. Black gas rolled out from their bodies, and some even sprouted a pair of wings to resist Jean Lear's team. Jean Lear, you've gone too far. Don't blame me. Morong of Guang shouted coldly. Buzz! Countless azure light suddenly sprinkled down from the sky. Under the illumination of the azure light, all the people and evil spirits suddenly stopped moving, as if they had been immobilized. Everyone seemed to be bound, and they revealed a look of horror. Jean Lear reluctantly raised her head and saw a mirror floating above the Heavenly Wolf sect. It was the mirror that was shining the azure light. The azure light enveloped the entire Heavenly Wolf sect, and no one in the Heavenly Wolf sect could move. This is the Heavenly Wolf sect's sect treasure, the light-fixing mirror? Jean Lear exclaimed. That's right. This is my Heavenly Wolf sect's light-fixing mirror. Anyone who is reflected by the light-fixing mirror will be immobilized by the light-fixing mirror. I begged the sect master for a long time before he left the light-fixing mirror in the Heavenly Wolf sect in case of an emergency. Murong Guang said coldly, No one is controlling it. What's wrong with it? What's wrong with it? Jean Lear couldn't move. The light-fixing mirror has already been integrated into my sect's grand formation. The spirit mountain of my Heavenly Wolf sect provides it with an endless stream of energy. Yes, I can't precisely control it to the point where it's as easy as controlling an arm, but I can fully activate it and immobilize everyone in the mirror. That's enough. None of you can move. Murong Guang sneered. This can only immobilize those below the Golden Core realm. It can't immobilize those in the nascent soul realm. Jean Lear said in a low voice. So what? Are you at the nascent soul realm? Humph. The strongest evil spirits invited today are only at the Golden Core realm. Jean Lear, I originally wanted to kill evil spirits with you. Unfortunately, you're too arrogant. You don't put me in your eyes at all. Do you think this is your home? Humph. Since you don't care, then don't kill evil spirits. Just watch from the side. Watch me kill these evil spirits, one by one. Murong Guang sneered. Not far away. Wang Ke looked at the gigantic light-fixing mirror in the sky, but his eyes lit up. Why did Wang Ke come to the Heavenly Wolf sect this time? In order to enter the Heavenly Wolf sect, he used an item of the Heavenly Wolf sect to break his bad luck during this period of time. And the item to break his bad luck was this light-fixing mirror. Rumor had it that the light-fixing mirror had the effect of seeking luck and avoiding calamity. He didn't expect that it could immobilize people. Now, everyone was immobilized. Wasn't that allowing Murong Guang to do whatever he wanted? Murong Guang, you immobilized us. Why? Quickly, let us go. A guest said anxiously. Murong Guang, I admit that was an evil spirit just now, but I'm not. Why did you immobilize me? Another guest glared. But Murong Guang said in a low voice, Everyone, don't be impatient. I immobilized everyone for the sake of safety. However, please rest assured that my Heavenly Wolf sect will record every evil spirit. We won't harm the innocent. Everyone, please wait for a moment. It will be over soon. All the guests frowned. The evil spirits were naturally shocked and furious, but the ordinary guests were puzzled. I understand. Wedding? The wedding is fake. Is it to lure all the evil spirits here to ambush? Heavenly Wolf sect, Golden Crow sect? You're deliberately targeting the evil spirits. A guest's expression changed as he understood everything. That's right. Everyone, please wait for a moment. I'll lead the Heavenly Lightning Demon Slaying Formation to kill all the evil spirits and return peace to the 100,000 mountains. Murong Guang comforted. Murong Guang, you want to take all the benefits for yourself? My Golden Crow sect has cooperated with you for so long. You want to kill all the evil spirits alone? Do you want to take all the merit for yourself? Jean Lear said in shock and anger. The Golden Crow sect disciples were also shocked and furious. Jean Lear, it's my duty to eliminate evil spirits and protect the Tao. Are you only eyeing the merit? I'm grateful for the Golden Crow sect's cooperation this time. I think that after eliminating the evil spirits, all the immortal sects will be grateful to you. Murong Guang laughed. You. Jean Lear's eyes widened in shock and anger. This Murong Guang is too shameless. It's fine if you want to take all the merit for yourself, but you still have to make it sound so nice. Jean Lear struggled with all her might against the green light shackles. Her body twisted, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't break free. She was furious, The evil spirits among the guests struggled even harder. Black chi filled the air around them, causing the guests to feel their scalps tingling. Senior brother? You're actually an evil spirit? Martial uncle. You actually had a demonic seed in your body and turned into an evil spirit? How horrifying. In the sect assembly 2 days ago, Martial uncle almost became the new sect master. Martial uncle is actually an evil spirit? Although the guests understood that Murong of Guang wanted to take all the Devil Slayer merit points for himself this time, they were not very angry in their hearts, because at least he had helped them to discover that the person closest to them was an evil demon in hiding. If they did not discover it today, they would not even know if they were eaten by the evil demon in the future. How dangerous! Heavenly Lightning Demon Slaying Formation, go! Murong of Guang gently activated a token in his hand. Rumble! Hundreds of lightning bolts suddenly exploded in the sky above the Heavenly Wolf sect. The lightning bolts were like a surging river, rushing toward the entrance of the East Wolf Palace. Roar! No! The evil spirits roared in despair. Rumble! The lightning bolts struck, sending countless rocks and dirt flying. Horrifying screams rang out incessantly. However, after the explosion, everyone's eyes widened. This was because the evil Alpha Capricorni was not struck. On the contrary, the Heavenly Wolf sect and Golden Crow sect disciples were struck by lightning. Immediately, they screamed and spat out blood charred black. Murong of Guang and Zhang Lier were even more favored by the lightning. Several bolts of lightning struck the two of them. The two of them seemed to have Dharma treasures protecting their bodies. Although they were in a sorry state, they were not seriously injured. Zhang Lier's hair was a little messy from the explosion, and Murong of Guang's clothes were tattered. How can this be? Murong of Guang asked in confusion. Murong of Guang, what are you doing? You struck me? Didn't you want to strike the evil spirits? Why did you strike my Golden Crow sect disciples? Zhang Lier said in shock and anger. The guests were also at a loss. What was Murong of Guang doing? Striking himself. Was he trying to scare the evil spirits to death? Me. Is there a problem with my command token to control the Heavenly Thunder Slaying Devil formation? Murong of Guang's face changed. Of course there is a problem. Ha ha ha. A sudden voice laughed loudly. Everyone looked over. It was the master of ceremonies for today's wedding, Sun Song. What was going on? Sun Song, you switched my command token? What are you doing? Murong of Guang glared in shock and anger. Sun Song was Murong of Guang's subordinate. Murong of Guang trusted him deeply. Murong of Guang gave Sun Song a lot of things to do. What was Sun Song doing? The former Sun Song is already dead. Today's Sun Song is not your lackey. Sun Song said coldly. What? Murong of Guang seemed to not recognize Sun Song for a moment. A wedding is a wedding. Why do you have to do so many things? What are you doing? Making me wait for so long? Sun Song glared at Murong of Guang and the others. No, you are not Sun Song. You are also an evil spirit? You are an evil spirit lurking in the Heavenly Wolf sect? Murong of Guang's face changed. You just noticed. The Heavenly Wolf sect sure has some tricks up its sleeve. You were actually able to identify the hidden evil demon. If it weren't for the demon sovereign's help, how could I have hidden right under your noses and investigated your Heavenly Wolf sect? Sun Song sneered. What did you do? Murong of Guang's face changed. What did I do? Originally, I would have stayed hidden. It was all because of your greed that I asked the Devil Lord to expose myself. From the moment you got the list of evil spirits lurking in the various immortal sects, your greed was about to ruin the Heavenly Wolf sect. Sun Song sneered. Your previous plans were all for now. Murong of Guang's face changed. Coming up with a plan also requires your greedy cooperation. If you weren't greedy, How could you think of monopolizing everything? If you weren't greedy, how could the Devil Lord cooperate with you to lure away all the nascent soul experts of the Heavenly Wolf sect? If you weren't greedy, how could I let you trick the light-fixing mirror to freeze everyone? Ha ha ha! Sun Song laughed. You did this on purpose? Murong of Guang's face was unsightly. That's right, I waited for this day for a long time. Because of your greed, no one in the Heavenly Wolf sect could move under the light-fixing mirror's illumination. Next, I will use the Heavenly Lightning Devil Punishing Formation to kill you one by one. Sun Song also took out a token. You can't kill us. The Heavenly Lightning Devil Punishing Formation can't be that fast. Murong of Guang's face was unsightly. That's right, the Heavenly Lightning Devil Punishing Formation needs some time to kill a Golden Core cultivator. But it doesn't matter, we have plenty of time. The light-fixing mirror will lock us for a day. That's enough, that's enough. You sealed the mountain gate, so no one can come in and disturb us. At the same time, the outside of the mountain gate has been surrounded by the demons sent by the Devil Lord to prevent any intruders from disturbing us. Next, I will use this token to kill all of you one by one. Golden Core Cultivator, I can strike a few more times and it won't take long. Ha ha ha! Sun Song laughed. You! Murong of Guang said in shock and anger. Murong of Guang, your Heavenly Wolf sect monitors the demons of the immortal sections. Why don't you monitor yourself? This time it's all because of you. Zhang Li glared angrily. Murong of Guang's face was incomparably ugly. How could he have thought that his trusted aide would also be demonized? Ha ha ha, who should we start with? Let's start with eldest senior brother. Ha ha ha. Sun Song manipulated the token at his fingertips. Rumble. Bolts of lightning fell from the sky and charged straight at Murong of Guang. Immediately, Murong of Guang was wrapped in lightning. Demons, my Heavenly Wolf sect will eradicate all of you. None of you can escape. Murong of Guang was wrapped in lightning and roared in grief and indignation. Ha ha ha, Heavenly Wolf sect? After today, your sect will be destroyed. After I kill all of you, I'll excavate your spirit mountain and break the seal of the Heavenly Wolf sect. Let's see what foundation your Heavenly Wolf sect will have to rebuild. Your nascent soul realm cultivators are all outside. Most of your Golden Core realm cultivators have also been sent out by you. At this time, who will know that I'm destroying the Heavenly Wolf sect? Oh, right, there's also a sect destruction alarm. Once the sect destruction alarm is rung, all of them will know and can return. However, no one in the Heavenly Wolf sect can move, including me. Right now, we can only move our fingers to activate the token. Who will ring it? Who will ring the bell? Could it be the bones buried in Martyr's Valley? Ha ha ha! Sun Song laughed. Just as Sun Song was laughing, the sound of a bell came from a distant valley. Dang! The sound of the bell was vast, and the sound waves were so powerful that it instantly caused everyone's ears to ring. The sound rushed out of the Heavenly Wolf sect and spread to the outside world. Sun Song's face stiffened. Zhang Li and Murong of Guang also revealed astonished expressions. The sect destruction alarm has rung? This is impossible, this is impossible. The figures reflected by the light-fixing mirror will be frozen. Who can ring the bell? Sun Song said in shock and anger. The sect destruction alarm has rung. The disciples of the Heavenly Wolf sect scattered in the 100,000 mountains will soon know and quickly rush back, including the sect master and the others. Murong of Guang revealed a trace of ecstasy. It doesn't matter. The 100,000 mountains is so big, it will take a long time for them to rush back. Before they return, I'll kill all of you. Heavenly Lightning Demon Slaying Formation. Strike! Sun Song anxiously activated the token, and bolts of lightning descended from the sky. This time it was no longer just targeting Murong of Guang. All the disciples of the Heavenly Wolf sect and the Golden Crow sect received the attention of the Heavenly Lightning. Rumble! Lightning flashed with monstrous power. Miserable screams sounded. Ha ha ha, you can't move, can you? You still want to slay demons? Today, let us evil demons kill all of you who think you are infallible. Sun Song laughed loudly. That's right, strike them to death. Ha ha, quick, strike them to death. The evil Alpha Capricorni among the guests cheered excitedly. Sun Song, I'm going to kill you. Murong of Guang roared in grief in the thunderstorm. Come on, if you have the ability, come and take my token. With this token, you can control the Heavenly Lightning Demon slaying formation. Can you get it? Come and get it. Ha! Sun Song laughed halfway, but his face suddenly stiffened. The surrounding thunder and lightning suddenly stopped. Everyone looked at Sun Song in confusion. Why did Sun Song suddenly stop? However, they saw that in front of Sun Song there was an inexplicable adulterer. No, it was Wang Ku. Wang Ku was not affected by the light-fixing mirror at all. He walked in front of Sun Song very flexibly and freely and took the token from his hand. It's you? Zhang Lier was taken aback. Murong of Guang, who was in a sorry state, also stared at Wang Ku, who could move freely. How? How is this possible? The light-fixing mirror could freeze everyone below the gold core stage. Wang didn't even seem to have reached the gold core stage. How could he move? Wang Ku, how can you move? Princess Serene Moon, who couldn't move, was also surprised. You, why aren't you affected by the light-fixing mirror? Sun Song was also shocked. Wang Ku ignored Sun Song. Instead, he studied the token he had snatched from Sun Song's hand with a look of surprise. High-tech? It even has a remote control. Chapter 23. The Heavenly Wolf Sect. One of the conditions for the light-fixing mirror to freeze someone was that the mirror had to have a person's projection. All the disciples in the open naturally appeared in the mirror, but one person's projection was not there. It was Zhang Jingdao who was underground. Zhang Jingdao was digging at the Heavenly Wolf Sect's ancestral grave, so the light-fixing mirror could not see him. Zhang Jingdao stood in the narrow tunnel and looked up at the last thin layer of soil above him. Zhang Jingdao was anxious. Wang Ku, you bastard. Don't destroy my family jewels. Although I was delayed a little, I still reached the sect annihilation alarm. I can ring it immediately. Zhang Jingdao said anxiously. There were 3 golden core realm cultivators outside. Anyone who got close would be killed without mercy? Zhang Jingdao was also in a dilemma. After he rang the bell, he would be chased by 3 golden core realm cultivators. Could he escape? Wiping the sweat off his face, Zhang Jingdao pinched his storage bag. Sect Masters of the Heavenly Wolf Sect, I'll have to trouble you to help me delay the 3 Golden Core Realm Bellkeepers. Please, your disciples and grand disciples won't leave you alone, right? Zhang Jingdao seemed to be praying to his storage bag. After praying, Zhang Jingdao's heart skipped a beat. The thin layer of soil exploded, and Zhang Jingdao shot up into the sky, crashing into the Heavenly Wolf Sect's sect annihilation alarm. Boom! When he crashed into the sect annihilation alarm, it seemed to have activated the sect annihilation alarm. Dang! The sect annihilation alarm was activated. In an instant, a terrifying sound wave resounded throughout the entire Heavenly Wolf Sect. It even broke through the formation and rushed in all directions of the 100,000 mountains. It's done! Zhang Jingdao's face lit up with joy. However, he also glanced at the 3 Golden Core Realm cultivators standing around him. In order to avoid being hacked to death by the 3 powerful experts, Zhang Jingdao didn't hesitate to toss out his bag of holding. Brothers, these are the bones of your Grandmaster. Protect them well. I'm leaving, ha ha ha. Zhang Jingdao laughed proudly. From the storage pouch, 3 skeletons flew out and headed straight for the 3 experts. Zhang Jingdao thought to himself, these are the skeletons of their ancestor, they will definitely treat them with reverence and trepidation. They would rather give up on killing me and let their ancestors' skeletons remain intact. He would take advantage of the time when they were protecting the Grandmaster's corpse to quickly escape. As long as he could escape from the Heavenly Wolf sect, there would be nothing left for him to do. He would leave the rest to that bastard Wang Ku to deal with. After all, the unlucky one would be Wang Ku. Zhang Jingdao was so excited that he wanted to flee. However, just as he was about to flee, he realized that something was amiss. The 3 Golden Core Realm cultivators did not pursue him, nor did they receive the 3 Grandmaster skeletons. Instead, they stood there motionless like wooden carvings. Only their eyes darted around as they stared at him. Crash! The 3 skeletons fell to the ground and shattered. What's going on? You actually watched as the Grandmaster's skeletons shattered on the ground? Aren't you being too disrespectful to your elders? Also, why aren't they moving? That's not right. Why can't I move? Zhang Jingdao's expression changed as he exclaimed. Zhang Jingdao, who originally wanted to turn into a bolt of lightning and escape, was exposed to the light-fixing mirror at this moment. He was also frozen in place by the green light. Zhang Jingdao could not escape. He stood under the large bell and endured the deadly stares of the 3 experts. The atmosphere became gloomy for a while. I can't escape? Why is it like this? The 3 Golden Core Realm cultivators stared fixedly at Zhang Jingdao. Zhang Jingdao's scalp went numb. What did I do? I sounded the alarm to exterminate the sect, dug up the ancestral grave of the Heavenly Wolf sect, dug up the bones of several generations of Heavenly Wolf sect masters, and even smashed their bones and scattered them all over the ground? More importantly, I can't escape? Caught red-handed? Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Zhang Jingdao was frozen in the air as he muttered sorrowfully to himself. Heavenly Wolf sect, East Wolf Palace entrance. Everyone was frozen in place. Even if they struggled with all their might, they could only twist their bodies slightly. However, there was one person who was completely fine. Not only was Wang Ke fine, he even snatched the command talisman from Sun Song's hands, causing all of Sun Song's wishful thinking to instantly turn into nothing. Why? You are not affected by the light-fixing mirror? Sun Song still roared unwillingly. This time the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. He had already considered everything. How could there be another person waiting for him behind the oriole? Why are you fine? Aren't you an adulterer? What does it have to do with you? Where did you come from? Anyone below the Golden Core Realm will be frozen, unless he is at the Nascent Soul Realm. Murong Luguang exclaimed. Nascent Soul Realm? He had been pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? Wang Ku, how can you move? Princess Serene Moon also exclaimed in shock. Only Princess Serene Moon understood that Wang Ku was only at the Khanate realm. Moreover, he was only at the ordinary Khanate realm. He was far from the nascent soul realm. Golden Crow. Zhang Li'er suddenly exclaimed. What? Everyone looked at Zhang Li'er. However, they saw Zhang Li'er looking up at the light-fixing mirror in the sky. As long as someone was shown on by the light-fixing mirror, their reflection would appear in the light-fixing mirror and freeze them. Everyone here had a reflection, including Wang Ku. However, there was a golden crow above Wang Ku's head. In the light, the golden crow flapped its wings as if protecting Wang Ku. Is that the golden crow command talisman? Zhang Xinqiu's golden crow token? Sun Song's expression changed as he exclaimed. The Golden Crow token was refined by the sect master of the Golden Crow sect. It contains the Dharma seal of the sect master of the Golden Crow sect. The sect master of the Golden Crow sect is in the nascent soul realm. Therefore, the Golden Crow token has the effect of resisting the light stabilizing mirror? Zhang Li'er instantly understood. Golden Crow token? Everyone was stunned. The entire Heavenly Wolf sect was frozen. Only this adulterer was fine? Was he a sissy? Although everyone was suspicious, most of them were not sure. The Golden Crow token belongs to the Golden Crow sect. Quickly return it to me. Jean Lear immediately shouted anxiously. Return the heavenly lightning demon, slaying formations, token to me. Quickly. I can let bygones be bygones for your previous offense. Murong Luguang also said anxiously, quickly return my token. Otherwise, Devil Lord will definitely not let you off. Sun Song said angrily, Wang Ku was their only chance of survival. Whoever he sided with would be the final winner. Everyone anxiously shouted. Wang Ku looked at everyone and directly ignored Zhang Lier. Are you joking? If I return the Golden Crow token to you, won't I be frozen? Sacrifice myself for others? Do you think I'm stupid? As for Sun Song, needless to say, you're an evil demon. You want me to side with you? Do you think I, Wang Ku, will be scared? As for Murong Luguang, Wang Ku slightly frowned. After all, Wang Ku still wanted to mingle with the Heavenly Wolf sect in the future. No, he still wanted to join the Heavenly Wolf sect in the future. After all, Murong Luguang was the eldest senior brother. What should I do? I can only force him. As for safety, Wang Ku was actually quite relieved. The alarm of the sect's destruction had rung, and the Heavenly Wolf sect master would soon return. He had saved Princess Serene Moon and was about to save the Heavenly Wolf sect. With Princess Serene Moon as his guarantor, would it be too much to ask for a yard after taking an inch in front of the Heavenly Wolf sect master? Give me the token and let me slay the evil. Quickly. Murong Luguang looked expectantly at Wang Ku. Wang Ku gently shook his head. Brat, do you want to become enemies with the Heavenly Wolf sect? Murong Luguang also threatened. No, I'm thinking that if Sun Song is an evil demon, what if you are one too? If I give you the token, wouldn't I be helping the evildoer? Wouldn't I be letting down the ancestors of the Heavenly Wolf sect? Wang Ku said, Me? Evil demon? Murong Luguang's face turned cold. The surrounding people were stunned. What did the ancestors of the Heavenly Wolf sect have to do with you? Did you have to give them credit? Isn't this excuse a little too melodramatic? In order to prevent this tragedy from happening again, I, Wang Ku, am willing to take the risk of offending the evil demon to slay the evil demon for everyone and return the world to its former glory. Wang Ku said righteously. Murong Luguang and Zhang Lier glared at Wang Ku. Can you be a little more shameless? This is called taking all the food for yourself. Brat, you also want to take the demon-slaying merit points for yourself? Zhang Lier glared. Wang Ku didn't bother about Zhang Lier, but he nodded his head fiercely in his heart. Damn it. Although I don't know what the demon-slaying merit points are, everyone is fighting over them. Why should I not take them? I don't care if this melon is sweet or not. I'll just twist it off first. Brat, do you know how to use the Heavenly Lightning Demon Slaying Formations token? Murong Luguang still shouted fiercely. What's so difficult about it? It's a remote control like a mouse. When I touch it, I can feel the screen. I just have to press it. Look, Wang Ku activated the command talisman. Boom! A bolt of lightning fell from the sky and struck Murong Luguang. Ah, Brat, how dare you? Murong Luguang said in shock and anger. Sorry. I clicked the wrong button. Look, I'm also injured. When the lightning struck you, it blasted out a small stone and cut my hand. I'm also bleeding. I'm also bleeding for the Heavenly Wolf sect. Wang Ku immediately apologized. His hand did slip earlier. However, it also proved to everyone that Wang Ku was also able to activate the token. Then don't move. Wait for my Heavenly Wolf sect disciples to return. We don't need you to slay the evil demon, Murong Luguang said in shock and anger. Murong Luguang could not obtain so many evil demons and so much merit points. However, he did not want an outsider to benefit from it. Didn't you say earlier that the light-fixing mirror can only last for one day? What if the Heavenly Wolf sect disciples don't return after one day? Won't the evil demon do evil again? What if the evil demon barges in from outside the sect? No, this is not right. My principle is zero tolerance towards evil spirits. Sorry, even if I'm cursed by everyone in the end, I will eliminate all evil demons and return peace to the common people. Wang Ku argued. Murong Luguang and Zhang Li stared at Wang Ku. Can this brat be any more shameless? Are you determined to take all the merit points for yourself? Who should I start with? Right, let me take a look first. Wang Ku walked in front of Sun Song. If you dare to kill me, the Devil Lord will not let you off. Sun Song nervously continued to threaten Wang Ku. However, Wang Ku did not listen to him. Instead, his eyes were staring at Sun Song's wrist. To be precise, he was staring at the storage bracelet on Sun Song's wrist. Good stuff. When he left Juxian town, he could not even bear to leave behind a piece of toilet paper. Was he going to waste this storage bracelet treasure in the explosion of the lightning? That was not possible. Wang Ku instantly grabbed Sun Song's right hand and deftly took off the storage bracelet. Under everyone's puzzlement, he hid it in his sleeve. What are you doing? Sun Song exclaimed. Wang Ku took off Sun Song's storage bracelet, but it was still not enough. He began to search Sun Song's body. Soon he found a storage bag. Sure enough, the old evil demon still has a secret stash. Wang Ku excitedly continued to search. Wang Ku's back was facing the crowd, so they could not see Wang Ku's movements. However, Princess Serene Moon saw everything clearly due to the angle. Wang Ku, you're here. Princess Serene Moon exclaimed. Sure. Wang Ku winked at Princess Serene Moon, telling her not to say it out loud. Princess Serene Moon was stunned. Was Wang Ku so poor that he went crazy? He did not even let go of the dead evil demon's money? Boy, what are you doing? Murong Luguang stared at him in confusion. Except for Princess Serene Moon, no one saw Wang Ku looting the storage bracelet and storage bag. After all, Wang Ku's technique was skillful. He hid the whole process and wanted to keep the treasures for himself. How could he let everyone see? I'm checking his body, Wang Ku said without turning his head. Checking his body. Zhang Lier was puzzled. My principle is to not wrongly accuse a good person and not let a bad person go. What if he's not an evil demon? I have to check and make sure he's an evil demon. Only then can I strike him. What if I strike the wrong person? Wang Ku said with his back to everyone. Him? You want to check his body? Are you retarded? If he's not an evil demon, who is an evil demon? Murong Luguang suddenly glared. Just now you suspected that I was an evil demon. Now you suspect that Sun Song is not an evil demon. Are you guys in cahoots? Zhang Lier on the side frowned slightly. Why do I feel that he's taking advantage of Sun Song? Huh. Everyone looked at Zhang Lier. He's really a homosexual? Before killing an evil demon, he wants to have fun first? Zhang Lier was stunned. Everyone looked at Wang Ku again. Sure enough, Wang Ku kept touching Sun Song. His side face showed a lewd and excited expression. Is it true? Is this kid really a homosexual? Enough! Sun Song couldn't bear the humiliation and shouted. Wang Ku suddenly jumped away. Humph, I've already checked. You're an evil demon. Now look at my righteous punishment. Evil demon, go to hell. Rumble. A series of heavenly thunder fell from the sky. In the blink of an eye, Sun Song was enveloped by the thunderstorm. Even if he had the cultivation of the gold core realm, it was useless. The terrifying heavenly thunder demon-slaying array was prepared for the gold core realm. Ah! After a series of lightning strikes, Sun Song let out a scream and exploded. At the same time, a golden light soared into the sky and was absorbed into the light-stabilizing mirror. Everyone didn't pay attention to the golden merit, but looked at Wang Ku with a dumbfounded expression. After having fun, you kill him? You don't care about his feelings at all. This is a pervert. Zhang Lier looked at Wang Ku in amazement. Everyone around also looked at Wang Ku in amazement. Is it really like what Zhang Lier said? This person is even more evil than an evil demon. Wang Ku ignored everyone's attitude and excitedly walked to another female evil demon who was surrounded by black gas. Wang Ku's excited smile was once again interpreted by Zhang Lier and the others as a pervert's lewd smile. Don't move. Let me check your body again. Are you an evil demon? Ha ha ha. Wang Ku laughed excitedly. He had just plundered a gold core realm's items. He was rich. Now he was going to plunder a second evil demon. How much would he gain this time? How could Wang Ku not laugh and not be excited? However, this smile added countless evilness in the eyes of everyone. What are you doing? What are you doing? No. The female evil demon, who was surrounded by black gas, also shouted. However, King didn't care. He immediately began to inspect the man's body. Don't touch me. The female evil demon shouted in anger. Pervert, beast, you won't even let a female evil demon go. Zhang Lier said fiercely with a red face. The inspection is complete. You are an evil demon. Let me punish you on behalf of justice. Evil demon, die. Wang Ku shouted. Rumble. The heavenly lightning struck another female evil demon to death. Then, the light-fixing mirror collected the golden light again. As for Wang Ku, he gained a lot. Wang Ku excitedly walked to the next evil demon, who was surrounded by black gas. When that evil demon stood before Wang Ku, he immediately showed an expression of despair. Don't come over. Don't come over. Don't move. Come, let me check your body. He. Wang Ku impatiently stretched out his sinful hands. The entire East Wolf Palace Plaza, where the righteous Tao and demonic Tao fought, was extremely solemn. However, due to Wang Ku's strange laughter, it felt like something was going on. Chapter 24. Outside the Heavenly Wolf Sect's mountain gate, Devil Lord had planned to destroy the Heavenly Wolf Sect. He had used himself to lure out the Heavenly Wolf Sect's nascent soul experts, arranged for Sun Song to bewitch Murong Luguang, and set up a trap for himself. He had even secretly set up a large number of demons outside the Heavenly Wolf Sect's mountain gate. He was waiting to destroy the Heavenly Wolf Sect's foundation in one fell swoop and release the seal on the Heavenly Wolf Sect. However, who would have thought that the originally perfect plan would be completely disrupted by Wang Ku's group? The alarm of the sect's destruction instantly informed the demons outside that the mission was about to fail. What is that idiot Sun Song doing? Didn't we agree to seal the mountain gate and there won't be any movement inside? The alarm of the sect's destruction? What is he doing? Something must have happened inside. Devil Lord has given the order. We must succeed this time. Otherwise, we will all be punished when we return. Break the mountain gate. We have to be quick. We can't care about destroying the Heavenly Wolf Sect. We have to at least break the Heavenly Wolf Sect's demon sealing seal. Yes, quick, break the formation. There was a rumbling sound outside the mountain gate. It attracted the surprised gazes of countless residents of Wolf Immortal Town not far away. Damn it, who came up with the rotten idea of sealing the mountain gate? How are we going to break the mountain gate now? An angry roar came from the demons. Boss, you and Sun Song decided on it together. An ignorant voice sounded. Scram, who asked you to talk? Continue to break it. If we can't break the Heavenly Wolf Sect's mountain gate formation, we will all be in trouble. The angry roar sounded again. Rumble. Rumbles sounded outside the Heavenly Wolf Sect's mountain gate. For hours later, finally, a Heavenly Wolf Sect disciple outside rushed back. He saw that the mountain gate was sealed and a group of demons with monstrous black aura was attacking the mountain gate formation. Oh no, something has happened in the sect. A group of demons is actually attacking the Heavenly Wolf Sect? You're courting death. Demons? Merit? Damn it, I ran all over the 100,000 mountains and couldn't find you, so you came to my sect? That's great. No, I mean it's too much. Die. Brothers and sisters, demons are causing trouble in the Heavenly Wolf sect. Kill them. Kill. For a time a great battle erupted outside the Heavenly Wolf sect. But in the end, there were still too many disciples of the Skywolf sect who hadn't made it back in time. Only a small portion of them had managed to make it back. Very quickly, this small portion of disciples was surrounded by a large group of sinister devils. Senior brother, this won't do. There are too many evil devils. We can't hold on any longer. I was careless. I didn't expect there to be so many evil spirits. What do we do now? The alarm bell has rung. Senior and junior brothers, as well as the sect leader and hall masters, are definitely on their way. Hold on. Kill. Because there were too few of them, the group of Heavenly Wolf sect disciples was in imminent danger. Just as the demons were about to devour the Heavenly Wolf sect disciples, a gust of wind descended from the sky, causing everyone's hair to stand on end. The demons and the Heavenly Wolf sect disciples raised their heads and saw a white-clothed man standing on a flying sword in the sky. The man was middle-aged and had a solemn expression. He was extraordinarily handsome. Under the soft sunlight, he looked like a god that had descended from the heavens, striking fear into the hearts of those who looked at him. The terrifying aura from before was emitted by this man. Sect leader. The sect leader is back. A Heavenly Wolf sect disciple exclaimed in joy. The sect leader of the Heavenly Wolf sect? Not good. Why did he return so quickly? A sinister devil exclaimed. The white-clothed man coldly looked down at the countless evil spirits below. A murderous aura flashed in his eyes as he waved his hand. Storm of 10,000 swords. The white-clothed man coldly shouted. Boom! Suddenly, a myriad of sword auras appeared behind the white-clothed man. As the white-clothed man pointed his finger, they instantly whistled towards the demons. Be careful! Run! Boom! With a loud explosion, a portion of the demons were killed on the spot by the sword auras. Even more were heavily injured. Bursts of golden light seemed to surge towards the white-clothed man. Countless mountain rocks shattered, and a large amount of smoke and dust rose into the sky. The white-clothed man merely pointed his finger and saved the ordinary Heavenly Wolf sect disciples. Thank you for saving us, sect leader. The Heavenly Wolf sect disciples who had just escaped immediately bowed. More than half of the surrounding demons were heavily injured, and the remaining ones quickly fled. The white-clothed man did not care about the demons outside. Instead, he stepped into the Heavenly Wolf sect's protective array. The Heavenly Wolf sect's protective array isolated the sect from the outside world, preventing the demons from entering. However, as the sect leader of the Heavenly Wolf sect, he knew every step of the array like the back of his hand. How could he be stopped? Whoosh! The white-clothed man stepped into the Heavenly Wolf sect. Stepping on his flying sword, he immediately saw everything in the Heavenly Wolf sect, especially the East Wolf Palace square that was flashing with lightning. Wang Ku was still controlling the Heavenly Lightning Demon Slayer array to kill the demons. The white-clothed man raised his eyebrows, revealing a puzzled expression. However, the Heavenly Wolf sect was unharmed, so the white-clothed man was relieved. He raised his head and looked at the light-fixing mirror in the sky. The white-clothed man waved his hand. Buzz! The light-fixing mirror trembled and flew into the white-clothed man's hand. The white-clothed man used it to illuminate the East Wolf Palace square. Instantly, the Heavenly Wolf sect disciples could move again. Greetings, sect leader! The excited voices of the Heavenly Wolf sect disciples came from the surrounding mountains and valleys. After being frozen for 4 hours, everyone felt a lingering fear in their hearts. Heavenly Wolf sect disciples, listen up! The white-clothed man shouted coldly. Yes. The Heavenly Wolf sect disciples answered. Demons have gathered outside the mountain gate. All disciples who have nothing to do immediately head outside the mountain gate and kill the demons. Don't let a single demon escape. The white-clothed man shouted. Yes, sect leader. The heavenly wolf, sect disciples shouted. After the white-clothed man gave the order, he stepped on his flying sword and instantly arrived at the East Wolf Palace Square. At this moment, Wang Ku and the others also noticed the changes in the surroundings. In particular, the disappearance of the light-fixing mirror. Everyone knew that the dust had settled. The sect leader is back. The heavenly wolf sect disciples in the square were overjoyed. Murong Luguang's expression turned ugly. This time he had hidden it from the sect leader and was prepared to kill all the Alpha Capricorni that the heavenly wolf sect had monitored so that he could enjoy the merit alone. In the end, not only had he fallen into the evil demon's trap, he had not even killed a single demon. How was he going to explain this to the sect leader? Because Wang Ke had to search every single demon. He did not have time to kill all the demons in the past 4 hours. He only killed half of them. However, even though he only killed half of them, Wang Ke was still extremely satisfied. This was because Wang Ke had obviously gained weight in the past 4 hours. However, he had just checked the body of a demon. He could not let him tell the truth. He had to kill him immediately. Die, demon! Wang Ke activated the heavenly lightning demon slaying formation. Rumble! Before the white-clothed man arrived, Wang Ke destroyed the demon with lightning and destroyed the evidence. Greetings to the sect leader. The heavenly wolf sect disciples in the square respectfully greeted. Greetings to the heavenly wolf sect leader. The guests also greeted politely. Heavenly wolf sect leader, we are disciples of the Golden Crow sect. Since you already have the light-fixing mirror, why don't you release us? Jean Lear asked anxiously. After being frozen for 4 hours and being stung by Wang Ke for half a day, Jean Lear was already furious. The white-clothed man landed on the square and looked at the crowd. Wang Ke naturally did not dare to be presumptuous at this moment. Heavenly Wolf sect, what happened? The white-clothed man asked in a deep voice. The white-clothed man looked at Murong Luguang. Murong Luguang's face stiffened, not knowing where to start. A heavenly wolf sect disciple next to him spoke and described everything that had happened. This wedding was too complicated. It was so complicated that the white-clothed man's expression changed strangely. Finally, he looked at Princess Serene Moon not far away. Buzz! Princess Serene Moon was the first to be released by the white-clothed man. She could immediately move. Ghost Corp's Imperial Court. Gue Serene Moon greets the Heavenly Wolf sect leader. Princess Serene Moon bowed solemnly. The white-clothed man immediately avoided this bow. With a complicated expression, he said, So it's Princess Serene Moon. The Heavenly Wolf sect caused such a commotion and neglected Princess Serene Moon. Please forgive us, Princess Serene Moon. The white-clothed man was extremely courteous. He was so courteous that Murong Luguang and Jean Lear were surprised. Is there a need to be so courteous to a princess of a fallen nation? However, Wang Ke's eyes lit up. From the white-clothed man's attitude towards Princess Serene Moon, today was in the bag. The white-clothed man turned his head and looked at Murong Luguang. Murong Luguang lowered his head and said, Sect leader, this disciple was eager to kill the demons. This time I did it without telling you. The white-clothed man said coldly, Murong Luguang, do you know how much my Heavenly Wolf sect paid to confirm the identities of these demons? You did it without telling me. Do you know that because of your actions without telling us, you ruined our plans? We originally wanted to take advantage of these demons, not knowing that they were exposed to follow the vine to find the melon and wipe out the 100,000 great mountains, Alpha Capricorni. However, you acted on your own accord and ruined our plans. Murong Luguang's expression changed. So the sect leader deliberately did not target these demons because he had other plans. This disciple knows his mistake. Sect leader, please punish me. Murong Luguang said gloomily. Humph. The white-clothed man snorted coldly. Obviously, now was not the time to punish. Heavenly Wolf Sect leader, how long are you going to trap us? Jean Lear said angrily. The white-clothed man looked at the anxious guests and waved his hand. Countless heavenly lightning fell from the sky. Even without the command talisman in Wang Ku's hand, the white-clothed man could activate the heavenly lightning demon slaying array. Countless heavenly lightning fell like a waterfall. All the guests' expressions changed. Was he going to silence them? Even Jean Lear's face turned pale. Rumble. Amidst the screams, all the demons were bombarded by the lightning and exploded. Streaks of golden light shot towards the white-robed man. Very quickly, they fell into the white-robed man's palm and turned into a golden sphere. The guests around them were finally free. After the explosion, the guests confirmed that they were not injured. Only then did they let out a long sigh of relief. Their bodies were covered in cold sweat. Everyone, this time my Heavenly Wolf Sect, was rude. This farce frightened everyone. The white-clothed man bowed to all the guests. Heavenly Wolf Sect leader is too polite. It's fine, it's fine. The guests had just survived a disaster and naturally did not dare to offend him. My Heavenly Wolf Sect just discovered these demons not long ago and did not have time to inform the various sections. As a result, this misunderstanding occurred. I hope everyone will not take offense. The white-clothed man sighed. No, no. The guests immediately waved their hands. A nascent soul realm cultivator was apologizing to them. What could they say? He could only use a small notebook to record this resentment in his heart. Since everyone doesn't take offense, then the merit from these demons will be given to everyone as a token of my Heavenly Wolf Sect's apology. The white-clothed man said with a smile. The white-clothed man waved his hand, and the golden sphere in his palm immediately scattered, turning into countless rays of golden light that rushed toward everyone present. Of course, other than Wang Ku, everyone received a strand. When the guests saw the merit enter their bodies, they were overjoyed. Thank you, Heavenly Wolf Sect leader. Resentment. Now that there was a good punishment, how could there be resentment? Although Jean Lear also received a strand, she wasn't happy in her heart. She should have received more. After dispelling the guests' resentment, the white-clothed man turned his head and looked at Wang Ku again. I am the Heavenly Wolf Sect leader, Qin Tianyuan. Thank you for your help during this calamity. The white-clothed man bowed to Wang Ku. The Heavenly Wolf Sect leader, Qin Tianyuan. Chapter 25. The Heavenly Wolf Sect leader, Qin Tianyuan. Qin Tianyuan bowed to Wang Ku. Wang Ku did not dare to accept it and immediately dodged. I am Wang Ku. I have only contributed a little. I do not dare to accept the Heavenly Wolf Sect leader's bow. Wang Ku immediately said politely, Oh, only contributed a little. Qin Tianyuan said with a smile. Wang Ku's modesty made Qin Tianyuan feel that this person was not bad. At least he was polite and modest. It is not only contributed a little. If not for you, the East Wolf Palace would have been destroyed today. Qin Tianyuan shook his head. Murong Luguang and the others at the side immediately felt depressed. The Heavenly Wolf Sect is full of talents. Naturally, we would not let the evil demon succeed. Moreover, the Heavenly Wolf Sect leader will be back in 4 hours. Even if the evil demons wreak havoc here, they would not be able to do much damage. Wang Ku immediately denied the credit. It was not that Wang Ku wanted to deny the credit, but he had to act humble. This was because the credit was already an ironclad fact and could not be denied. The reason he denied the credit was to make Qin Tianyuan feel embarrassed, so that it would be easier for him to demand an exorbitant price later. The Heavenly Wolf Sect will reward those who contribute and repay those who help us. You do not have to be humble. You did it. With so many eyes, no one can deny it. Wang Ku, do you have a request? If it is not too much, I can satisfy you. Qin Tianyuan said with a smile. Here it comes. Wang Ku's eyes lit up and he immediately knelt down. I am Wang Ku, cultivating in the mortal world. I have always yearned for the Heavenly Wolf sect and have great respect for the Heavenly Wolf sect leader. I only have one wish in this life, and that is to be the disciple of the Heavenly Wolf sect leader. I beg the Heavenly Wolf sect leader to grant my wish. Wang Ku immediately knelt down. Everyone looked at Wang Ku in astonishment. You really dared to ask for such an exorbitant price. Chen Tianyuan had only accepted one disciple in his entire life. In the Heavenly Wolf sect, how many disciples wanted to take him as their master, but failed? You actually wanted to take him as your master? Apprenticeship? Of course, he had to acknowledge him as his master. The light-fixing mirror belonged to Chen Tianyuan. Wouldn't it be easy to ask Master to use the light-fixing mirror to eliminate his bad luck? Moreover, Chen Tianyuan had a very good reputation in the 100,000 Mountains, and he was the sect master of the Heavenly Wolf sect. If she were to become his disciple and have such a huge backer, wouldn't she be able to do whatever she wanted in the 100,000 Mountains in the future? Oh, you've heard of my name in the mortal world? Chen Tianyuan asked in surprise. Of course, the cultivators in the mortal world all say that if they don't see Chen Tianyuan in their lives, even if they cultivate immortality, it will be in vain. Who doesn't know that Chen Tianyuan of the Heavenly Wolf sect is extremely righteous and has invincible immortal arts? Wang Ku immediately flattered. Jean Lear and all the guests' faces stiffened. This kid's flattery was really mushy. Damn it, they were all having goosebumps. You've overstated it. Chen Tianyuan said with a smile. Not at all. This kid deliberately said less, so that the sect master wouldn't misunderstand that I was deliberately flattering him. This kid has worshipped the sect master since I was young. Please accept me as your disciple. Wang completed again. Sect master, you can't. This person's conduct is improper. Just now, he even insulted and offended the evil spirit. Murong Luguang's face darkened. You want to be the sect master's disciple? Dream on. Oh. Chen Tianyuan looked at Wang Ku in confusion. Sect master, just now, because of a coincidence, I was in control of the Heavenly Thunder Demon Slain Formation's token. I have the power to decide the life and death of everyone. However, I know in my heart that how can I decide the life and death of all living things? I can't abuse my power. I'd rather let go of 1,000 people than kill one by mistake. Therefore, this kid carefully checked whether the evil spirit was real or not. My technique may be a little rough, but I really don't want to kill a good person by mistake. Sect master, please investigate clearly. Wang Ku immediately explained. Just now he was clearly touching. Murong Luguang shouted gloomily. Well, Wang Ku has a compassionate heart. It's rare and commendable. Murong Luguang, please don't use your imagination and obscene thoughts to slander a righteous man. Chen Tianyuan said in a deep voice. Murong Luguang. Jean Lear and the others looked at Chen Tianyuan in astonishment. Compassionate heart? His previous lewd smile was compassionate heart? A righteous man? You didn't faint from his flattery, did you? Wang Ku, Chen Tianyuan don't accept disciples. The only disciple I have is the last wish of an old friend. Therefore, Chen Tianyuan shook his head. Wang Ku's expression changed. Princess Serene Moon stepped forward. Sect Master Sirius, I don't know why my mother told me to seek your protection if I was in danger before she left. I'll assume that you're an old friend of my mother's. Sect Master Sirius, this time if it weren't for Wang Ku's escort, I would have died on the way. Please consider Wang Ku's efforts to save me several times. Please agree to Wang Ku's request. Princess Serene Moon spoke. Everyone was puzzled. Chen Tianyuan had said that he wouldn't accept disciples. He had always been a man of his word. How could he agree to the request of a fallen princess? Oh, Wang Ku saved your life. Chen Tianyuan looked at Serene Moon. Yes, Princess you roughly recounted what had happened during this period of time. Morongulguang, what did you do? Chen Tianyuan glared at Morongulguang. Morongulguang looked embarrassed. It had nothing to do with him. It was the Golden Crow sect's doing. However, there was no point in explaining. After all, he had acquiesced to the Golden Crow sect's bounty. Disciple knows his mistake. Morongulguang smiled bitterly. Chen Tianyuan turned to look at Wang Ku. Clearly, Serene Moon's request had a great effect. Chen Tianyuan, who had always been a man of his word, was shaken. Wang Ku, what's your cultivation base? Chen Tianyuan asked. Kid, 4th tier Greater Heaven. Ordinary Xiantian, Purple Qigong. My cultivation base is shallow. I can abandon it at any time, Wang Ke said excitedly. At the same time, Wang Ke cast a grateful look at Serene Moon. Princess Serene Moon's identity was indeed not simple. Chen Tianyuan wants to accept me as a disciple? Chen Tianyuan pondered. Morongulguang had long been prejudiced against Wang Ku. How could he watch Wang Ke gain such a big advantage? If Wang Ke wasn't Chen Tianyuan's disciple, he could settle accounts with him at any time. But if he became the sect master's personal disciple, how could he cause trouble for him? Sect master, although Wang Ke played a role in the sect's calamity, in the end, it was because of the Golden Crow medallion. The medallion belongs to the Golden Crow sect, so the credit for averting disaster can't be given to Wang Ku. Sect master, you came back 4 hours ago. All the credit should go to the disciple who sounded the bell. Sect master, you can't let the disciple who sounded the bell be drowned out. Morongulguang pleaded again. When everyone heard this, they all agreed. If the bell hadn't rung, how could Chen Tianyuan have returned so quickly? Who rung the bell? He was the one who had contributed the most. They're here. Junior brother Shouzhong, they're here. Morongulguang's eyes lit up as he saw 3 Heavenly Wolf sect disciples approaching. The 3 disciples escorted a fat man over. Everyone recognized him at a glance. Wasn't this fatty the one who pretended to be Zhang Xinxiu and extorted money outside the mountain gate? Sect Lord, said one of the Heaven Wolf sect disciples. For hours ago, this person burrowed out of the ground and sounded the alarm. He even insulted the skeletons of the Heaven Wolf sect's ancestors. Everyone was bewildered. Damn it, it was this damn fatty who rung the bell? Should we all thank him? But if you rung the bell, why did you have to humiliate the skeletons of other people's ancestors? Zhang Jingdao was stunned when he was immobilized earlier. He did not know that so many things had happened in the square of the East Wolf Palace. Nor did he know that there were demons causing trouble earlier. He only knew that after being immobilized for 4 hours, the light-fixing mirror suddenly disappeared, and he could move again. Before he could run away, he was caught by 3 experts who had used the death gaze to scare him for 4 hours and brought here. Zhang Jingdao didn't understand the situation, but when he arrived, he saw Wang Ke kneeling in front of Chen Tianyuan. It was over. Wang Ke was kneeling and begging for mercy. They were exposed. This time they were unlucky. What should they do? Yes, it was better to die than to die himself. They had to push all the blame onto Wang Ke. Zhang Jingdao recognized Chen Tianyuan and immediately cried out, Sect leader Chen, save me. It has nothing to do with me. I was forced to do it. Zhang Jingdao suddenly burst into tears and wailed. Everyone looked at Zhang Jingdao in confusion. It's all his fault. If you want to blame someone, blame him. I'm innocent. I only wanted to escort Princess Serene Moon to the Heavenly Wolf sect. It has nothing to do with me. As for the skeletons of the Heavenly Wolf sect, it was an unintentional mistake. If Wang Ke hadn't forced me, how could I have burrowed into the tunnel to ring the bell? It was Wang Ke who forced me to ring the bell. It was him. Zhang Jingdao blamed Wang Ke tearfully. As he cried, Zhang Jingdao suddenly realized that the atmosphere was a little strange. What's going on? Why is everyone's expression so strange? I already said that Wang Ke forced me to ring the bell. Why aren't you angry at Wang Ke? Chen Tianyuan, why did Wang Ke's expression suddenly become kind? Murong Luguang and the others who didn't like Wang Ke felt as if they had eaten a dead rat. So it was Wang Ke who planned to ring the bell? Qin Tianyuan sighed. When Wang Ke heard Zhang Jingdao's godly assistance, his heart immediately lit up. Yes, it was me, it was all me. This time, it was Princess Serene Moon who found something strange. Originally, we just needed to wait for your return in Wolf Immortal Town and didn't need to take the risk to enter the Heavenly Wolf sect. However, Princess Serene Moon found that something was wrong, so we decided to take the risk and enter the Heavenly Wolf sect. We would definitely be criticized for ringing the bell. However, in order to prevent the evil spirit from succeeding, I could only take the risk of offending the Heavenly Wolf sect and force Zhang Jingdao to ring the bell. If there was no evil spirit, then it would be fine. If there was an evil spirit, then it would be worthy of our righteous hearts. Wang Ke immediately thought of a reason to enter the sect. As for giving the credit of discovering the evil spirit to Princess Serene Moon, Wang Ke really couldn't explain it. If he gave the credit to Princess Serene Moon, then Princess Serene Moon could completely ignore them. There was no need to explain it to them. As for this righteous heart that didn't care about his own safety, the faces of Murong Luguang and the others stiffened. Can you be any more shameless? Righteous heart? Pay. Shameless. However, Qin Tianyuan was extremely satisfied. This isn't a risk. This is a risk of death. You have courage and wisdom, and you also have a merciful heart. I am very satisfied. Not only did you save Princess Serene Moon, you also saved the Heavenly Wolf sect. This contribution cannot be erased. It is my fortune to have such a disciple. Good, I promise you. Sect Master, please reconsider. Murong Luguang cried out in alarm. Zhang Jingdao was at a loss. What was going on? Didn't I just throw the blame to that bastard Wang Ke? How did he get such a great benefit? Could it be that what I threw was not a black pot, but a golden pot? Thank you, Master. Disciple Wang Ke pays his respects to Master. Wang Ke immediately bowed down. Chapter 26. Thank you, Master. Disciple Wang Ke pays his respects to Master. Wang Ke immediately knelt down in a hurry. Back then, Wang Ke's wish was to enter the Heavenly Wolf sect and become an ordinary disciple of an immortal sect. Now, not only had his wish been fulfilled, he had even become the sect master's disciple, becoming his second personal disciple. This was the Crown Prince. No, this was the second Crown Prince. How could Wang Ke not be excited? Since Chen Tianyuan had spoken, there was no reason for him to take it back. With all the guests as witnesses, the dust had almost settled. Only Murong Luguang was gloomy. Princess Serene Moon had been indebted to Wang Ke during this period of time. Now that he had fulfilled his wish, she was happy for him. The only one who didn't understand was Zhang Jingdao. Zhang Jingdao roughly understood what had happened from the conversations of the people around him. For a moment, his eyes rolled back, and he almost fainted while foaming at the mouth. Had he given away such a great credit? Zhang Jingdao immediately knelt down and shouted excitedly, Sect Leader Qin, I have also contributed to the Heavenly Wolf sect. I was the one who initiated the rescue of Princess Serene Moon. I was also the one who rang the bell. I am also Wang Ke's good brother. I have also admired you for a long time. I also want to worship you as my master. Master! With this shout, everyone looked at Zhang Jingdao. Zhang Jingdao. Qin Tianyuan frowned and looked at Zhang Jingdao. Obviously, Qin Tianyuan knew Zhang Jingdao's background. Yes, Master knows me? That's great. Zhang Jingdao said excitedly. Don't call me Master. With your identity, I can't accept you as my disciple. Qin Tianyuan shook his head. Identity? Everyone looked at Zhang Jingdao curiously. Why? Zhang Jingdao didn't understand. Chen Tianyuan furrowed his brows and said, "You've done a meritorious deed by ringing the bell this time. However, you've recklessly destroyed the remains of our heavenly wolf sex ancestors." I was forced by Wang Ku. I didn't mean it," Zhang Jingdao said anxiously. "Unintentional. Was he forced by Wang Ku again? Fine. You destroyed the long slumber of the heavenly wolf sex ancestors, so your merits were reduced. You were forced by Wang Ku to strike the bell, so your merits can be pardoned. Let's say that your merits offset your demerits," Chen Tianyuan said calmly. I was the one who rang the bell." Zhang Jingdao's face was filled with unwillingness. "Zhang Jingdao, my master handles matters fairly. Are you doubting my master's decisions?" Wang glared at him threateningly. Zhang Jingdao felt depressed. There was no point in arguing at this point. "Sect leader Qin, let's not talk about ringing the bell. However, you know about Princess Serene Moon's identity. As the initiator, I also contributed greatly. I just want to be your disciple. Please fulfill my wish." Zhang Jingdao said impatiently, "You won't pursue the matter, but what will the other Heavenly Wolf sect disciples think? What if they attack me in the back? I should learn from Wang Ku and hug your thigh tightly." However, Chen Tianyuan shook his head. "I won't accept you as my disciple. However, I understand your current difficulties. I can help you solve some of your worries." Really? Zhang Jingdao's eyes lit up. "Because of your father's crimes, you redeemed yourself by meritorious deeds. That's why you were placed under a restriction. I'll help you undo one of the restrictions. If your superior asks about it, you can come find me," Chen Tianyuan said. As he spoke, Chen Tianyuan pointed a finger at Zhang Jingdao's chest, and a surge of energy entered his body. Boom! A loud sound came from Zhang Jingdao's body, as if some kind of shackle had been unlocked. Then, Zhang Jingdao's aura rapidly soared, instantly blowing the surrounding sand and stones into a frenzy. "Aura of the Golden Core Realm?" Murong Luguang said in surprise. Wang also widened his eyes. Zhang Jingdao couldn't even defeat Nie Tianba, who was at the peak of the Xiantian realm. His aura suddenly reached the Golden Core Realm? How is this possible? This old thing was indeed lying to me in the past. "Thank you, sect leader Qin. However, compared to unlocking one of the restrictions, I still want to worship you as my master. My yearning for the Heavenly Wolf sect is not something that others can understand. Besides, you've unlocked one of my restrictions. If my superior doesn't give you face later, I'll still be in trouble," Zhang Jingdao said anxiously. Chen Tianyuan didn't expect Zhang Jingdao to be so shameless. However, since he was already involved in this matter, he naturally had to be a good person to the end. "If I don't accept a disciple, you're worried that your superior will blame you. How about this? You join my Heavenly Wolf sect. Forget about becoming my disciple. You have your own family's inheritance. If you join my Heavenly Wolf sect, you'll be counted as a guest elder. How about this? If your superior finds trouble with you again, you can tell him this identity and let him come find me," Chen Tianyuan said after thinking for a while. "Thank you, sect leader," Zhang Jingdao said excitedly. Turning his head, Zhang Jingdao looked at Wang Ke proudly, as if to say, "I'm now a guest elder, and you're just a little disciple. You have to be more polite to me." Wang Ke ignored Zhang Jingdao. "That's right, sect leader. What about Princess Serene Moon? She has nowhere to go." Zhang Jingdao looked at Chen Tianyuan. "I'm sorry for troubling sect leader Qin. If sect leader Qin doesn't mind, can you also accept me as a disciple?" Princess Serene Moon immediately said, although she didn't know why her mother wanted her to find Chen Tianyuan. If she could become Chen Tianyuan's disciple and have Wang Ku as her martial brother, it would be good. "Princess Serene Moon, you have a noble status, so I don't dare to accept you as a disciple. However, don't worry. The Heavenly Wolf sect will protect you. I'll immediately send someone to inform your relatives to come pick you up. You can stay in the Heavenly Wolf sect for now. Qin Tianyuan said with a smile. It's inconvenient for an outsider like me to stay here. How am I supposed to live? Princess Serene Moon said with a bitter smile. Qin Tianyuan thought for a while. How about this, if Princess Serene Moon doesn't mind? How about you also become a guest elder of my Heavenly Wolf sect? You won't be restricted by any disciples, and your status will be equal to mine. Guest elder? The surrounding guests revealed curious expressions. This Princess Serene Moon was a princess of a fallen empire. Was there a need to praise her so much? Was there another identity behind her? At this moment, Murong Luguang wanted to slap himself. He originally thought that Princess Serene Moon was a stray dog, and that she had nothing but her looks. Now he realized that he was wrong. She seemed to have a background, one that wasn't inferior to the corpse ghost dynasty's princess. Should he personally sever this marriage? Me, elder? Princess Serene Moon said in astonishment. Yes, from now on, you are a guest elder of the Heavenly Wolf sect. Under my orders, the Heavenly Wolf sect's disciples will protect you as if they are protecting the sect. Seeing you is like seeing my main body, Chen Tianyuan said in a deep voice. Greetings, elder. The surrounding Heavenly Wolf sect's disciples bowed. Princess Serene Moon was at a loss. Princess Serene Moon also has a seal on her body, right? I'll help you remove it, okay? Qin Tianyuan asked. It's from the traitor of the corpse ghost dynasty. I'll have to trouble you, sect master. Princess Serene Moon nodded. Qin Tianyuan stretched out his hand, and from a distance, a green light shot toward Serene Moon's forehead. Boom! A muffled sound came from within Princess Serene Moon's body, and a strong current bloomed from the surface of her body. The seal in her body had been broken. Golden Core Realm? Wang Ku's expression was strange. Zhang Jingdao and Princess Serene Moon both became Golden Core Realm cultivators? It seemed like his cultivation was the weakest. All right, Sect Master Chen. My younger brother was seriously injured by your Heavenly Wolf sect's Heavenly Thunder Demon slaying formation, and we don't know if he's dead or alive. Your disciple even took his Golden Crow token. Shouldn't you give us an explanation? Zhang Li'er said from not far away. Wang Ku immediately took out the Golden Crow token and handed it to Chen Tianyuan along with the Heavenly Thunder Demon slaying formations token. Master, the three of us were intercepted by Nye Tianba on our way here. We took it from him, not Zhang Xinchu's Golden Crow token. As for us entering the Heavenly Wolf sect, although we pretended to be Golden Crow sect's disciples, it was all to slay demons. Zhang Xinchu's injury was caused by that evil demon Sun Song, and it has nothing to do with the Heavenly Wolf sect. Master, please investigate. Wang Ku immediately cast away all blame. Even if Zhang Xinchu was injured, he pushed all the blame to Sun Song. The Golden Crow sect had nowhere to vent their anger. Where is Zhang Xinchu? Qin Tianyuan looked at Murong Luguang. Murong Luguang quickly arranged for people to carry Zhang Xinchu over. Zhang Xinchu had already been treated simply on the stretcher. His entire body was wrapped in bandages, and he looked miserable. It was difficult for him to move, and only his eyes and mouth were exposed outside of the bandages. Of course, this was already the best state he could be in. If not for the bandages, his charred body would look even worse. Sister, it's him, it's them. Zhang Xinchu on the stretcher pointed shakily at Wang Ku and Zhang Jingdao. It wasn't hard to see the grievance in his eyes. Sect Master Chen, look at my little brother. If your disciple hadn't pretended to be him, he wouldn't have been hurt like this. Zhang Li'er glared angrily. Obviously, Zhang Li'er wasn't easy to deal with. Even though Wang Ku had distanced himself from the matter, Zhang Li'er still wouldn't let it go. Her little brother was hurt like this. How could she just let it go? Although Zhang Lier wasn't a scammer, she wouldn't be soft-hearted when it came to extorting money. Qin Tianyuan pondered for a moment and nodded. You're right. Wang Ku and the others are responsible for Zhang Xinqiu's injuries. However, Wang Ku saved this disaster because he pretended to be you. Therefore, Zhang Xinqiu also deserves credit for destroying Devil Lord's conspiracy. Zhang Xinqiu stared at Qin Tianyuan. Credit? I don't want credit. I want revenge. I only want revenge. I want you to punish Wang Ku. Later, I will personally go to the Golden Crow sect to express my gratitude to the sect master and ask him to reward Zhang Xinqiu for his sacrifice this time. Don't worry. The sect master knows right from wrong. He will definitely give you a satisfactory answer. Qin Tianyuan handed over the Golden Crow token and said solemnly, Zhang Lier. Zhang Xinqiu. Sect Master Qin, are you trying to shift the blame? We are holding your disciple responsible, and you want the sect master to reward us. Do I want such a small reward? I want your apology, your apology. You've just taken in a disciple, and you're already protecting him? Do you have anything else to add? Qin Tianyuan looked at Zhang Lier and her brother. Let's go. Don't let me see Wang Ku and the others again. Zhang Lier said angrily, holding the Golden Crow token. With a flick of his sleeve, Zhang Lier was about to leave with the Golden Crow sect disciples. Qin Tianyuan was always protecting his disciple. What else could he do? The guests from the immortal sects had already been bought over by the merit that Qin Tianyuan had just given out. How could they be willing to speak up for him? Wang Ku, Zhang Jingdao, just you wait. I'll teach you a lesson later. The Golden Crow sect disciples left angrily. The guests also left one after another. After all, an evil spirit had appeared in their immortal sections. They had to immediately return to inform the sect master and conduct another inspection of their respective immortal sections. Qin Tianyuan effortlessly sent off all the guests. Murong Luguang and the others also didn't dare to stay in front of Qin Tianyuan for too long. All of them went out of the mountain gate to slay demons and exterminate devils, redeeming themselves with merit. Thank you, Master, for your protection. Wang Ku said gratefully to Qin Tianyuan. Wang Ku, I see that your glabella is black. Is there something wrong with your body? Qin Tianyuan looked at Wang Ku curiously. Master, you have a good eye. I have been haunted by bad luck for the past 10 years. I heard that Master's light-fixing mirror can get rid of bad luck. Please help me, Master. Wang Ku immediately stepped forward and said excitedly. Now that they were master and disciple, Wang Ku did not hold back. You have been haunted by bad luck for the past 10 years. Qin Tianyuan said with a frown. Yes, I can testify to that. Zhang Zhengdao nodded his head immediately. Princess Serene Moon also looked curious. You are haunted by bad luck. Most of the reason is that you are wicked. Qin Tianyuan analyzed. Wang Ku. I told you, Wang Ku. You have done too many wicked things. You still don't believe me. Zhang Jingdao immediately teased. Wang Ku. Me. Wicked? Chapter 27. Me. Wicked? Wang Ku stared at his master. Qin Tianyuan in confusion. What you lack is merit. Qin Tianyuan explained. Merit? Master, I heard them say that killing demons gives merit? Is it this merit? Wang Ku's expression changed. That's right. Merit is meritorious to heaven and earth. It is virtuous to all living beings. Naturally, merit will descend from the heavens. Demons, on the other hand, harm the common people and are sinful. When killing demons, the heavenly Tao will sense it and convert the sins of the slain demons into merit and bestow it to the slayer. Qin Tianyuan explained. No wonder they are all fighting to slay demons. Wang Ku's expression changed. The greater the evil spirit, the heavier its sins. Killing such an evil spirit will give you even more merit. With enough merit, you can break through your own bad karma, increase your perception, and help cultivators break through bottlenecks. There are endless uses. Qin Tianyuan explained. Merit? Slaying demons gives me merit? Merit can break my bad karma? Wang Ku's expression changed. Qin Tianyuan nodded. Sect Master, I remember that Wang Ku used the Heavenly Lightning Demon Slayer formation to kill half of the demons. Didn't he get any merit? Princess Serene Moon asked curiously. Yes, but my light stabilizing mirror has the ability to gather merit. When Wang Ku slayed the demons, he relied on the light stabilizing mirror to stop the demons. Therefore, the light stabilizing mirror absorbed them. However, what the Heavenly Tao bestows is yours. No one can take it away. Qin Tianyuan took out the light stabilizing mirror. Wang Ku's silhouette appeared in the light stabilizing mirror. On top of Wang Ku's silhouette, there was a golden light. I remember now. Every time I kill an evil demon, golden light will emerge from its body and be absorbed by the light stabilizing mirror. Is it merit? Wang Ku exclaimed. Qin Tianyuan flipped his hand, and the golden merit in the mirror turned into a sphere and flew out, landing in Qin Tianyuan's palm. I don't know how your bad luck came to be, but as long as you let this merit enter your body, you should be able to resolve it. This merit is yours to begin with. Only you can use it. Qin Tianyuan said solemnly. Thank you, Master. Wang Ku received it excitedly. The merit seemed to be sealed in a bubble. Wang Ku could even feel that the merit was very close to him. As long as he broke the bubble, the merit would automatically enter his body. These people... Qin Tianyuan looked at the group of people that Wang Ku had brought with him. These are my subordinates in the secular world. Master, I'll go back and tell them to send them out of the mountain gate. Wang Ku said immediately, Them? You can stay by my side for a while and do some chores. I've given you the merit. Remove the bad luck as soon as possible. Today the sect is in chaos. I still have many things to deal with. You can stay at Sword Comprehension Peak for now. That's where I used to live. I haven't been there for a long time. I'm afraid it's been abandoned. Clean it up and make it your temporary residence. In a few days, when I'm done with the sex affairs, I'll test your cultivation and bring you to choose a cultivation method. Qin Tianyuan instructed. Yes, thank you, Master. Wang Ku immediately said gratefully. As for the two guest elders, Qin Tianyuan looked at Zhang Jingdao and Princess Serene Moon. Me. I'll stay with Wang Ku. I'll go to Sword Comprehension Peak too. Zhang Jingdao immediately said anxiously. He was still waiting to share the spoils with Wang Ku. How could he be willing to leave Wang Ku? Besides, he was unfamiliar with the Heavenly Wolf sect. He would have company if he stayed with Wang Ku. Can I stay at Sword Comprehension Peak for the time being? Princess Serene Moon looked at Qin Tianyuan. Qin Tianyuan looked at everyone and finally nodded. Wang Ku, take care of Princess Serene Moon for me. Yes, Master. Wang Ku nodded. Qin Tianyuan summoned a disciple of the Heavenly Wolf sect to lead the way for Wang Ku. He went outside the mountain gate to deal with some matters. The Heavenly Wolf sect disciples looked at Wang Ku along the way. Their eyes filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. There were thousands of disciples in the Heavenly Wolf sect. Only Wang Ku had a peak to himself. Sword Comprehension Peak used to be the sect master's residence. Now that the sect master was living on Spirit Mountain, no one dared to have any ideas about Sword Comprehension Peak. Instead, it benefited Wang Ku. The moment Wang Ku arrived at the Heavenly Wolf sect, he became the sect master's disciple and obtained so much merit. The ordinary Heavenly Wolf sect disciples were naturally jealous. Soon, the group passed through some mountain peaks and arrived at Sword Comprehension Peak. Sword Comprehension Peak was close to Heavenly Wolf sect's Spirit Mountain. The spirit energy here was also extremely rich. However, some of the buildings on the mountain had been damaged due to lack of maintenance. However, Wang Ke had brought many subordinates with him. Without needing Wang Ke to say anything, they quickly tidied up and repaired it. Under Zhang Jingdao's urging, Wang Ke stepped into the center of Sword Comprehension Hall. Princess Serene Moon naturally followed curiously. Bang! The door to the hall closed. Where's my family jewels? Quick, take it out. Give it to me, give it to me, Zhang Jingdao said impatiently. Wang Ke flipped his hand and took out Zhang Jingdao's black folding fan. Here, I'll return your family jewels to you. At least you didn't lie to me. Wang Ke sighed. Zhang Jingdao took it and carefully inspected it. After confirming that there was no problem, he let out a long sigh. Then he looked at Wang Ke with shining eyes. What else? What else? Didn't I give it to you? Wang Ke glared. Zhang Xinchu's storage bracelet. We agreed that the empty bracelet would be yours and everything in the storage bracelet would be mine. Zhang Jingdao said anxiously, You've already become a guest elder of the Heavenly Wolf sect. Do you still care about those things? Don't be so stingy. Wang Ke immediately advised. Bullshit. I risked my life to touch porcelain and dug up the Heavenly Wolf sect's ancestral grave. I deserve it. Give it to me quickly. There's a restriction on the storage bracelet. You can't break it. Don't even think about taking my money. Zhang Jingdao suddenly jumped up. At the side, Princess Serene Moon looked at the two strangely. Wang Ke reluctantly took out the storage bracelet and handed it to Zhang Jingdao. Take a look. Is this it? Yes, this is it. Quick, quick, give it to me. Zhang Jingdao excitedly snatched it. After carefully inspecting it and confirming that the restriction was still there, Zhang Jingdao let out a long sigh. Then, Zhang Jingdao violently attacked the storage bracelet with his true core strength. Rumble. A muffled sound came from the storage bracelet. Zhang Jingdao had attacked the restriction. That's a password lock. Only Zhang Xinchu can open it. Do you need Princess Serene Moon's help? Wang Ke asked. No need. Zhang Xinchu is in the Golden Core realm. I'm also in the Golden Core realm now. His password, his restriction. I'll definitely be able to open it if I spend more time. Zhang Jingdao immediately took the storage bracelet behind his back and turned his back to the two. We won't snatch it from you. Princess Serene Moon said strangely. Princess, you won't snatch it from me. Wang Ke is a miser. He didn't see the wealth in the storage bracelet. Otherwise, he would definitely pounce on it. It's mine. All the wealth in it is mine. I exchanged it with my life, Zhang Jingdao said excitedly. Forget it. Don't worry about him. Princess Serene Moon, you're also in the Golden Core realm now. If you don't find it troublesome, can you help me break the restriction? Wang Ke looked at Princess Serene Moon. Sure. Princess Serene Moon nodded. Zhang Jingdao was confused. Help you break the restriction? Don't tell me you still have a storage bracelet? Just as Zhang Jingdao was puzzled, Wang Ke suddenly took out 5 storage bracelets. 5 storage bracelets? Zhang Jingdao opened his mouth in shock. Where did Wang Ke get his storage bracelet? Before Zhang Jingdao could ask, he saw Wang Ke take out another 6 storage bracelets from his sleeves, pants, and boots. 11? That's impossible. My eyes must be playing tricks on me. Where did Wang Ke get his storage bracelets? Zhang Jingdao rubbed his eyes in disbelief. There are only so many storage bracelets. Sorry to trouble you, Princess Serene Moon. I'll go through the storage bracelets first. Wang Ke sighed. With that, Wang Ke took out another 32 storage bracelets from his clothes. In the blink of an eye, Wang Ke had lost a lot of weight. Gulp. Zhang Jingdao swallowed his saliva. Wang Ke, where did you get so many good things? Did you rob some immortal sect? When? Zhang Jingdao asked with his eyes wide open. Don't talk nonsense. Hurry up and take Zhang Xinchu's things. then return the storage bracelet to me." Wang Ke glared. Zhang Jingdao saw that Wang Ke was so ruthless, and his face turned ugly. "Humph, stingy guy. You didn't even tell me when I asked. I curse your storage bracelet to be full of trash, not even a kilogram of spirit stones. How could there be nothing in the storage bracelets of the evil demons?" Wang Ke opened the storage bracelet again and again, and a large amount of treasure light shone out from the bracelet, illuminating the hall. Not far away, Zhang Jingdao's eyes turned red. "Wang Ke, this storage bracelet has been opened. There are 100,000 kilograms of spirit stones, 30 pill bottles, and many small treasures. Wow, there's also a flying sword." Princess Serene Moon handed over a storage bracelet and said. Zhang Jingdao's heart thumped, and he wanted to pounce over and snatch it. However, Wang Ke was now Chan Tinyuan's disciple, and he didn't dare to act rashly. "Oh, this is Sun Song's flying sword. It can barely be used. Princess Serene Moon, I'll have to trouble you with the rest of the storage bracelet." Wang Ke said, "It's a small matter." Princess Serene Moon continued to help Wang Ke decipher the combination lock. Zhang Jingdao was so jealous that his teeth itched. At this moment, he only hoped that Zhang Xinchu's storage bracelet would contain more treasures. Zhang Xinchu's restriction was stronger, and Zhang Jingdao found it more difficult to decipher it. Outside the Heavenly Wolf sect, Zhang Lear looked at her bandaged brother on the back of the red-crowned crane, and her eyes were filled with hatred. Hearing her brother talk about everything that happened, Zhang Lear felt even more indignant. "Don't worry, Wang Ke, Zhang Jingdao. Humph, I'll take revenge for you when we return." Zhang Lear said coldly, "No, sister, I'll take revenge for this myself. I'll do it myself." Zhang Xinchu's eyes flashed with a murderous rage. "No buts. I'll wash away my shame myself," Zhang Xinchu said hatefully. "All right. However, after you were struck by lightning, they took everything away. Should I go back and get it back for you?" Zhang Lear said worriedly. "No need," Zhang Xinchu said in a low voice. "Oh, my white paper fan, in order to protect its owner, entered my body and protected my heart meridians. It's still with me and I haven't lost it. As for my things, most of them are hidden in the white paper fan. There's nothing in my storage bracelet. They're all worthless things. If it's lost, then so be it. Just treat it as a reward for their trash. Humph, I'll deal with them later." Zhang Xinchu said coldly, "That storage bracelet of yours that was snatched away, is it filled with trash? All right, then forget it. Humph." Zhang Lear snorted coldly. Chapter 28. 100,000 Mountain Range in a dark hall. The hall was dimly lit, and one could vaguely see two figures. One of them was sitting on a throne, looking down at the other person lying on the ground. "Devil Lord, ha, ha, ha. Your wishful thinking is all ruined. Everything is fine in the Heavenly Wolf sect, but those spies you sent were all caught in one fell swoop. Ha, 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 ha. Cough, cough." The person lying on the ground said in a hoarse voice. Devil Lord looked at the person lying on the ground and smiled coldly. The plan to destroy the Heavenly Wolf sect? Did it fail? I don't think so. When the devil is 1 foot tall, the Tao is 10 feet tall. Evil cannot prevail over good. Your failure is just the beginning. Soon, the righteous Tao will catch all the evil demons in the 100,000 Mountain Range in one fell swoop. The person lying on the ground said again. That person's voice was hoarse, and it was impossible to tell whether it was a man or a woman. It was as if he had been severely injured, to the extent that his vocal cords were damaged. The demon lord on the throne tapped his finger on the throne and said, "Those little demons? If they die, then they die. This time, catching a big fish like you is the key to the prosperity of my demonic Tao. Have you become a demon? The Heavenly Wolf sect is about to be destroyed." "Ha! Once the Heavenly Wolf sect is destroyed, the various immortal sects in the 100,000 mountain range will be nothing to worry about. Me, become a demon? Cough, 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 Devil Lord. Don't think that I will listen to you. The voice lying on the ground said coldly, Once you become a demon, you will be a demon for life. You can't change it. From now on, you are a member of my supreme, demonic sect. Ha 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 ha. Devil Lord laughed loudly. Heavenly Wolf sect. Sword comprehension peak. Wonka had already sorted out all the spirit stones, medicinal pills, magic weapons, and flying swords in the storage magic treasure. His eyes were full of excitement. On the other side, although Zhang Jingdao was extremely jealous, he had always believed that there must be a great treasure in Zhang Xinshu's storage bracelet. It was just that he hadn't opened it yet. Thank you, Princess Serene Moon, for helping me break the seal on my storage bracelet just now. How about this? Originally, Princess Serene Moon was going to pay me back for the flying sword that I blew up Nya Tianba with 4,000 caddies of spiritual stones. Just take it as my service just now. You don't have to pay me back, Wang Ke said generously. 8,000 caddies of spirit stones? Wang Ke, don't you want money more than your life? He even forgave Princess Serene Moon's debt? That's impossible. That's not your style. 4,000 caddies of spirit stones. Why didn't you say so earlier? I would have helped you, Zhang Jingdao exclaimed from the side. Wang Ke rolled his eyes. Help me crack the password lock? Am I crazy? With that greedy look of yours, I don't know how much you'll steal from me. Wang Ke, I understand now. I understand now. I knew something was wrong with the two of you. You were lustful. You saw how beautiful Princess Serene Moon was. So you did it on purpose. You want to pursue Princess Serene Moon? Zhang Jingdao's eyes lit up. What are you talking about? Princess Serene Moon was angry, but her face was slightly red. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? The princess and I are innocent. The princess is as pure as ice and as pure as jade. Are you slandering her? Wang Ke glared. Isn't that so? You used to haggle over 1 caddy of spiritual stones for half a day. Now it's 8,000 caddies of spiritual stones. 8,000 caddies. In order to pursue the princess, you've also put in a lot of effort. Zhang Jingdao said indignantly. Scram! If you slander Princess Serene Moon again, I'll report to Master and remove your position as a guest elder. Wang Ke glared. Humph, I'm not afraid. Zhang Jingdao's gaze swept back and forth between the two of them. I'll go out first. I'll choose a courtyard to stay in. Princess Serene Moon could not stand the conversation between the two of them and immediately stepped out of the main hall. All right, Zhang Jingdao, you can go out too. Master just gave me merit. I want to absorb it and get rid of the bad luck on my body as soon as possible. Wang Ke said, Wang Ke, why don't you give me 8,000 caddies of spiritual stones too? I promise I won't tell anyone about the ambiguous relationship between you and Princess Serene Moon. Zhang Jingdao suddenly laughed. Do you think I'll be afraid of you telling others? I, Wang Ke, am not afraid of being accused. Bah, I'm not afraid of being accused. It's useless even if you say it. Wang Ke rolled his eyes. That's the stingy king I know. Damn it, you won't even give me 1 caddy of spiritual stones. Bah. Zhang Jingdao snorted angrily and stepped out of the main hall. Remember, take the things in Zhang Xinshu's storage bracelet. Return the empty bracelet to me. Wang Ke called out to Zhang Jingdao. Zhang Jingdao glared fiercely at Wang Ke, this miser, and also went to find a courtyard to stay in. Quang! The door of the main hall slammed shut. Wang Ke found a futon and sat down cross-legged. He took out the merit ball that Chan Tianyuan had just given him. The outer layer of the merit ball was a layer of seal on the light-fixing mirror. However, Wang Ke could feel the closeness of the merit, as if it was originally his. Master said that it's fine as long as I let the merit enter my body. Wang Ku was slightly curious. He gently broke the outer layer of the bubble seal. He saw that the merit ball in his hand seemed to recognize Wang Ku. It suddenly turned into a golden light and rushed towards Wang Ku's body. Ah! Wang Ku felt his whole body shake violently. It was very uncomfortable. His mind also became much more agile in an instant. It was as if the memories in the depths of his mind that were about to be forgotten suddenly became much clearer. At the same time, he felt that his cultivation, which had been unable to break through for a long time, suddenly understood some kind of mystery and was about to break through. This feeling was so wonderful that Wang unconsciously immersed himself in it. Merit? No wonder those cultivators can't wait to get merit. It's really cool, Wang said excitedly. However, the next moment, the merit in his body was suddenly attracted by something and rushed straight to Wang Ku's dantian. There was a long golden sword in Wang Ku's dantian, the great solar undying sword. This was a treasure passed down from Wang Ku's ancestors when he was on Earth. He activated this sword by chance with his blood. This sword actually brought Wang Ku across the universe and arrived on this planet. Unfortunately, when they arrived on this planet, the energy sealed in the great solar undying sword was all used up. The great solar undying sword turned into a golden light and entered Wang Ku's body to sleep. Wang Ku originally thought that the great solar undying sword could not be activated at all. However, 10 years ago, Wang Ku and Zhang Jingdao went to dig up a demon king's ancestral grave and dug out a zombie. At that time, Zhang Jingdao turned around and ran, leaving Wang Ku alone to face it. Wang Ku thought that he was going to die at the hands of the zombie, but in the end, the great solar undying sword automatically protected its master and killed the zombie. However, after the zombie was killed, a black aura surrounded the great solar undying sword. Then, for the next 10 years, Wang Ku's bad luck had been unceasing. At this moment, the merit entered his body and was immediately absorbed by the great solar undying sword. In an instant, the great solar undying sword suddenly emitted a dazzling golden light. This ancestral sword of mine needs merit to activate, Wang Ku exclaimed in surprise. A shrill scream suddenly came from Wang Ku's body. Wang Ku's mind focused on it and immediately discovered that it was the black aura that surrounded the great solar undying sword. That black aura condensed into the shape of the demon that Wang Ku had seen previously. It struggled desperately, but the great solar undying sword seemed to be slashing at it. Roar! No, no! Merge with me! Merge with me! No, no! The demon formed by the black aura let out a shrill scream. Wang Ku was so shocked that his scalp was about to explode. 10 years ago, the great solar undying sword did not completely kill that demon. That evil spirit actually entered my body? If it wasn't for the great solar undying sword helping me in these 10 years, I would have been possessed by this demon. Wang Ku's face changed. Little guy, put away the sword. Quickly put away the sword. I have many cultivation techniques, many magic treasures. I'll give them all to you, all to you. If you are willing to merge with me, I'll give you all of my cultivation techniques. I'll let you become #1 in the world. #1 in the world. The demon screamed shrilly. Now, only Wang Ku could slightly activate the great solar undying sword. As long as Wang Ku agreed, the demon formed by the black aura could be saved. Do you think I'm stupid? Merge? Merge your ass. You can't even deal with my ancestral sword, and you want to be #1 in the world? Uft. Wang Ku spat with a look of disgust. Ah, no, ah. The demon formed by the black aura let out a final scream. Bang! The demon formed by the black aura was completely destroyed by the great solar undying sword. In an instant, Wang Ku's body shone with golden light. The great solar undying sword seemed to have become closer to Wang Ku after being injected with merit points. Unfortunately, Wang Ku was still unable to take it out of his dantian. If you can't take it out, then so be it. It's enough that you automatically protect your master. Now that I've injected a lot of merit points into it, you've become more powerful. You're a treasure passed down from my ancestors' treasure. In the future, protect me well. I'm the only heir of the Wong family on Earth." Wong Ku was looking forward to the Great Solar Undying Sword's response. Unfortunately, the Great Solar Undying Sword was an inanimate object and did not reply. However, with the injection of merit points, the Great Solar Undying Sword slowly illuminated small characters in Wong Ku's dantian. The characters were very small. Wong Ku could only see what they were when he used his heart to sense them. This skill is left to the descendants of the Wong family. Cultivate diligently and reach the Earth immortal realm as soon as possible. Be careful when cultivating. Wong Ku read the instructions at the front. Is there really an immortal among my ancestors? Is the Great Solar Undying Sword really my ancestor's sword? And there's a skill left behind? An Earth immortal? What level is it? An immortal skill? Wong Ku suddenly became excited. Wong Ku began to read it carefully. The Great Solar Undying Technique? What a domineering skill. My luck has finally changed. Merit points are good. Ha ha ha, the Great Solar Undying Technique? Wong Ku said excitedly. However, as he was excited, Wong Ku's face slowly stiffened. Although the Great Solar Undying Technique was a complete skill, there were too many words. It was so many that it was frightening. Wong Ku's dantian was densely packed with small characters, layer by layer. Only Wong Ku could see the approximate number of words in his mind. I roughly calculated that there are at least 200 million words in this skill. Is this an immortal cultivation skill or a web novel? So many words? If I don't eat or drink and recite it continuously, it will take me 3 to 5 years, right? If I include the time to comprehend the mysterious skill, 50 to 60 years will pass in the blink of an eye. I haven't started cultivating yet. Wait for me to cultivate. Wong Ku's face gradually darkened. The immortals on TV all look like old men and old women. Is it because there are too many words in the immortal cultivation skill that they read until they are old? Wong Ku said with a strange expression. Chapter 29. The Heavenly Wolf Sect. Wong Ku was not in a hurry to cultivate the Great Solar Undying Divine skill. After all, that skill was too strange. He would wait until he had asked his master about the general description of the immortal cultivation skill. Chun Tianyuan took care of some matters in the sect and came to Sword Comprehension Peak to look for Wong Ku. Master, the subordinates I brought are temporarily in charge of some chores in Sword Comprehension Peak. At the same time, Princess Serene Moon needs some servants. I'll let them stay here first. I'll send them out in a few days. Wong Ku said, respectfully, What about Princess Serene Moon? Chun Tianyuan asked curiously. Princess Serene Moon has a scar on her face. She's still getting used to it these 2 days. Wong Ku said with a bitter smile. It was not like Wong Ku had not seen that scar before. For some reason, Princess Serene Moon did not want Wong Ku to see that scar, so she refused to show her face. The princess is of noble status. In the past, she lived like a prince and ordered countless palace maids around. Since that's the case, your subordinates will stay at Sword Comprehension Peak to do chores for the princess. Chun Tianyuan nodded. Yes. Wong Ku's eyes lit up. The spirit chi in the Heavenly Wolf sect was abundant. If he let his subordinates do chores here, wouldn't they be the same as the disciples of the Heavenly Wolf sect? They just did not have a status. What about Zhang Jingdao? Chun Tianyuan asked curiously. After unlocking the restriction on a storage bracelet yesterday, he suddenly went into seclusion to sulk. Wong Ku explained. Chun Tianyuan was puzzled. Sulk? However, Chun Tianyuan did not care about that. All right, I have a lot of things to do these days. Today, I'll take you to choose a skill. Chun Tianyuan said. Thank you, Master. Wong Ku's eyes lit up. Chun Tianyuan grabbed Wang Ku, stepped on his flying sword, and flew into a valley. This is the Heavenly Wolf Sect's Cultivation Method Pavilion. 12 cultivation imparting elders live here. They're all Golden Core Realm, disciples of the Skywolf Sect. Their cultivations have no hope of breaking through to the nascent soul realm, and they're extremely loyal to the sect. Thus, they've obtained the status of elders and are responsible for passing down cultivation techniques to all the disciples of the Skywolf Sect. Qin Tianyuan explained, "Don't the disciples of the Heavenly Wolf Sect cultivate under their respective masters? Was it passed down by the elder of imparting techniques?" Wang Ke asked in shock, "Why was it like a school? Were the 12 Gil imparting elders like the teachers in a school? Our Heavenly Wolf Sect is different from the other sections. The disciples that join the Heavenly Wolf Sect will be divided into 4 halls and will listen to the orders of the 4th Hall Master. East Wolf Palace, South Wolf Palace, West Wolf Palace, and North Wolf Palace. The 4 Great Hall Masters each lead a lineage. In the past, I was the North Wolf Palace Master. After I became the Sect Master, the position of North Wolf Palace Master was taken by another disciple of mine, who is also that senior brother of yours. However, he's currently leading all the North Wolf Palace disciples outside to handle some matters. Their whereabouts are top secret, so I can't tell you too much." Qin Tianyuan explained, "Under the Sect Master, there are 4 Great Hall Masters. The 4 Great Hall Masters each lead a quarter of the disciples. Murongguang was preparing for a grand wedding at the entrance of East Wolf Palace not long ago. In that case, Murongguang is from the East Wolf Palace lineage?" Wang Ku's expression changed. "That's right. In our Heavenly Wolf Sect, the strong are the senior brothers, and the weak are the junior brothers. For ordinary Khanate realm disciples, it's enough for the elder of imparting techniques to impart cultivation techniques. For Golden Core realm disciples, the 4 Great Hall Masters take turns to guide them. Including me, I also frequently guide Golden Core realm disciples, hoping that they can become nascent souls again. At the same time, disciples in the sect will obtain rewards from within the sect by slaying demons for meritorious service." Qin Tianyuan explained, "No, Wonder Master only has 2 personal disciples. In that case, the 4 Great Hall Masters also take in very few disciples. At most, they're lecturers." Wang Ke said with a strange expression, "That's right. You all need to cultivate, and so do we. After reaching the nascent soul realm, although our lifespan has increased, time cannot be wasted. How can we take in many disciples? Having 2 personal disciples is already enough for me." Qin Tianyuan explained. Wang Ku's expression turned strange. "How is it? It's different from the immortal sects you've heard of before, right?" Qin Tianyuan asked with a smile. "Yes. This disciple feels that the Heavenly Wolf Sect's model is not like an immortal cultivation sect. Instead, it's more like—" Wang Ke said with a frown. "More like what?" Qin Tianyuan looked at Wang Ke. "It's more like a military region. No, it's more like a military camp. Master, you are the commander-in-chief of the army. The 4 Great Hall Masters are the generals leading the army, and the disciples of the 4 lineages are the foot soldiers," Wang Ke said with a strange expression. Qin Tianyuan looked at Wang Ke in surprise. There was admiration in his eyes, but he did not explain further. The 2 immediately landed at the entrance of a large hall. Immediately, 2 elders came forward to greet them. "Greetings, Sect Master." The 2 elders bowed respectfully. "Elder Technique Imparting Elders. This is my personal disciple, Wang Ke. In the future, when I am not around, he will come to ask for guidance. Please guide him," Qin Tianyuan said with a smile. "Sect Master is too polite. We will definitely do our best." The 2 elders were extremely polite to Wang Ke, and Wang Ke also bowed respectfully to them. Perhaps it was because of the recent war against demons. There were not many Heavenly Wolf Sect disciples here. Under the guidance of the two elders, the two stepped into the technique pavilion. The technique pavilion had 2 floors. The first floor was densely packed with technique manuals. The first floor contains all kinds of techniques, sword techniques, alchemy techniques, and artifact forging techniques. It's techniques. The second floor is where the techniques are. Follow me. Qin Tianyuan directly brought Wang Ku to the second floor of the technique pavilion. The second floor seemed to be divided into 4 categories, and each category had about 100 books. Looking at the nearly 400 books on the second floor, Wang Ku exclaimed, "The Heavenly Wolf sect is indeed a top sect in the 100,000 Great Mountains. There are hundreds of their own techniques in the sect." The 2 elders at the side smiled and did not say anything. It was as if they had seen too many bumpkins like him. "You're wrong. There are only 4 divine techniques on the second floor. Divine Earth Technique, Divine Flame Technique, Divine Ice Technique, and Divine Storm Technique," Qin Tianyuan explained. "Only 4? Then the hundreds of books here are?" Wang Ke said in surprise. "Each divine technique has millions of words. Naturally, one book can't record all of them. That's why there are 100 books," Qin Tianyuan explained. 100 books is just one technique? So many? I think it'll take a few months to read them, right? Wang Ke said in surprise. Was this a training session or a study session? "I'm practicing the divine storm technique. I studied it for a year before I started practicing," Qin Tianyuan explained. Wang Ke was speechless. "When you were in the secular world, you practiced low-level techniques. Naturally, low-level techniques are rough and don't need to be so detailed. The more advanced the technique, the more things you need to pay attention to. Otherwise, the slightest mistake will make all your efforts go to waste," Qin Tianyuan explained. "Are all advanced techniques so complicated?" Wang Ke asked curiously. "What do you think?" Qin Tianyuan said with a smile. Wang Ke frowned and thought for a while. Finally, he figured it out. "That's right. Cultivation compared with technology. The more advanced the technology, the more complicated the instruction manual. Did you expect the instruction manual for building a nuclear power plant and building a flashlight to be the same? Wasn't it the more advanced the technique, the more knowledge it involved? Don't be afraid of the techniques. Word count. Don't be afraid that you don't have the patience to learn it. The more the technique, the more powerful it is." "Yes, I've forgotten myself," Wang Ke said with a wry smile. "It's okay. Back then, I also took a detour. I studied the divine storm technique for a year before I started practicing. You don't need it. You can practice as you read, because these techniques are written in great detail. As long as you follow the instructions, there won't be any problems," Qin Tianyuan said with a smile. "That's good." Wang Ke heaved a long sigh. "Let me study for a few years before I start practicing? Isn't that crazy? I'll practice as I read. The more the word count, the more advanced the technique. Then why do I need to practice these 4 techniques? I have the great solar immortal technique passed down from my ancestors. The word count is 20 times that of the books here. Isn't that more advanced? The 4 great divine techniques are the best in the 100,000 mountains. As for which one to choose, you can only choose one according to your preference. It's not that you're biting off more than you can chew. It's just that different attributes will conflict with each other," Qin Tianyuan explained. "I can only learn one," Wang Ke asked curiously. "Yes, techniques. Divine techniques cultivate the internal, and techniques cultivate the external. Divine techniques cultivate the attribute of your true essence. Techniques are the means by which you use your true essence. For example, I only choose one divine technique, but I can practice many sword techniques and techniques. Fire element divine techniques will make your true essence have the fire attribute. The sword chi you wield will have its own fire aura. Water element divine techniques will have its own cold aura. The tempest divine art that I cultivate has the wind attribute, Qin Tianyuan explained. Yes, I understand. Thank you for your guidance, Master. Wang Ke said respectfully. You can copy the divine techniques here, then go downstairs to the sword techniques and techniques to choose what you like. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask the two elders. If you still don't understand, you can ask me. 1 month later, I will teach you sword techniques, Qin Tianyuan explained. Yes, Master. Wang Ke bowed respectfully. 2 technique instructing elders. Sorry for the trouble. Qin Tianyuan looked at the 2 technique instructing elders. It's our duty, the 2 immediately said politely. Qin Tianyuan explained to Wang Ke and left. Under the guidance of the technique instructing elders, Wang Ke copied the first 2 volumes of the Divine Flame technique. Junior Brother Wang, you're really lucky to be a disciple of the Sovereign. If you were an ordinary disciple, without enough merits, you wouldn't be able to read the entire technique. At most, you would only be able to read the first few volumes. Only after killing the devil and gaining merits can you read the entire technique. One of the technique instructing elders explained. What are you talking about? Junior Brother Wang saved the Sky Wolf sect this time. Isn't that a great merit? How can the sovereign abuse his authority for personal gain? You're old and muddle-headed. That's right, that's right. Ha ha ha, the sovereign is fair and just. Naturally, it's because of Junior Brother's merits that he allowed him to copy. The 2 technique instructing elders chattered endlessly, which made Wang Ke not dare to respond. Although he wasn't prepared to cultivate the divine techniques here, Wang Ke didn't want others to know that he cultivated the great solar undying divine technique. After copying the books in the technique pavilion for a day as a cover, Wang Ke returned to his sword comprehension peak. After giving instructions to his subordinates, Wang Ke went into seclusion to cultivate. What was the divine flame technique? What kind of fire was leaf fire? Could it compare to the sun? The sun, that was the sun. In the universe, what kind of fire was more powerful than the sun? I'm definitely cultivating a technique passed down from my ancestors. When he looked at his dantian again, he saw the great solar undying divine technique again. Too many words? No problem, I'll cultivate as I read. All techniques start from the basics. I'm only at the Khanate realm. What's the hurry? Wang Ke started reading from the beginning. If you wish to cultivate this technique. Wang Ke was stunned. Why did these words sound so annoying? Fortunately, the following words were still acceptable. If you wish to cultivate this technique, you must accumulate merit. If you play with fire, you will burn yourself. Wang Ke was stunned as he read. Was this the general principle? A warning? Or something else? Why did it sound so weird? Forget it. I'll skip this sentence and read the following. I can still understand it. Let's cultivate. Chapter 30. Half a month later, outside the gate of the Greedy Wolf sect, Zhang Jingdao came with a convoy and was stopped at the gate of the Heavenly Wolf sect. What are you doing? I'm a guest elder of the Heavenly Wolf sect. Don't you recognize me, Zhang Jingdao? What? You want to check our things? You dare? You're just a low-level disciple. What qualifications do you have? I want to see the sect master. Are you suspecting that I'm a guest elder? Is my position as a guest elder just for show? Why don't you check Chintinuan's storage bag and check my things? Who do you think you are? Zhang Jingdao shouted at the disciple guarding the gate. His attitude was extremely arrogant and despotic. This scene made Murong Luguang, who was not far away, have an ugly expression. Eldest senior brother, this Zhang Jingdao is not easy to deal with. Should we continue to check? A Heavenly Wolf sect disciple whispered to Murong Luguang. It's been more than 10 days. Zhang Jingdao has been bringing a convoy to Sword Comprehension Peak every day. What exactly is he bringing? The convoy is surrounded by poisonous miasma? Murong Luguang frowned. I'm not sure, but it looks like it's all poison. Poison. Murong Luguang frowned and pondered. Eldest senior brother, because of the mistake last time, you were punished by the sect master to guard the gate for a period of time. Wang Ku, on the other hand, had gained a huge advantage. I heard that the cultivation methods in the Cultivation Method Pavilion are taught by Sect Master Zone. We have to rely on meritorious service to see one cultivation method in succession. What right does Wang Ke have? Even if we let him see it, he won't learn it so quickly. Murong Luguang said coldly. I also heard that Princess Serene Moon also lives in Sword Comprehension Peak. That kid Wang Ke, could it be? Isn't Wang Ke gay? Murong Luguang frowned. We originally thought so too. Before activating the Heavenly Thunder Devil-Slaying Array, he was still touching the demons. But other than the male demons touching his whole body, he also didn't let the female demons off. This brat, he looks very strange. Murong Luguang's face was gloomy. Princess Serene Moon? She has misunderstood me, so it's useless even if I go now. When my master returns and lifts my punishment, I will slowly think of a way. Princess Serene Moon will definitely be eldest senior brothers. As for that Zhang Lier, something happened this time because of Wang Ku. However, I believe that with eldest senior brother's charm, Zhang Lier will throw herself into eldest senior brother's arms sooner or later. When Murong Luguang heard this, he felt a little better in his heart. All right, that Zhang Jingdao is just a dogskin plaster. Don't search anymore, lest the sect master finds out. Pay attention to what Wang Ku and the others are doing with so many poisonous creatures. Yes. The Sky Wolf sect disciple replied. Not far away. Zhang Jingdao also saw that it was Murong Luguang who was making things difficult for him. From time to time, he would cast a provocative look. When the mountain gate was opened, Zhang Jingdao revealed a smug look. Let's go, let's enter the mountain. Zhang Jingdao laughed loudly. Yes. The carriages behind followed Zhang Jingdao closely into the mountain gate. Zhang Jingdao looked provocatively at Murong Luguang. But Murong Luguang did not seem to care about Zhang Jingdao's dogskin plaster at all. He did not even look at him, but instead looked at the distant sky. Suddenly, Murong Luguang's eyes lit up, and his face revealed a look of pleasant surprise. Greetings, master. Murong Luguang bowed to the sky. Zhang Jingdao turned his head and saw a middle-aged woman in a Taoist robe coming over on a flying sword. The woman's face was cold, and her eyebrows were raised like an iceberg. Even from far away, he could feel a wave of icy air blowing in his face. Greetings, East Wolf Palace Master. The disciples guarding the mountain gate immediately bowed, respectfully. The woman stepped on the flying sword and coldly swept her gaze around. Wherever his gaze landed, everyone shuddered. It was as if they were frozen stiff by ice. Nyamiju of the Sky Wolf sect? That female Evil Star Palace Master is back? Oh no, don't be targeted by her. Go, go. Zhang Jingdao suddenly shuddered and quickly ordered the carriages to quickly avoid Nyamiju. Zhang Jingdao led the carriages and fled in panic. Nyamiju only glanced at them and then stared at Murong Luguang. Luguang, I already know about the stupid thing you did. Nyamiju said coldly, I was eager to kill the devil, and this time I made such a mistake. Murong Luguang said bitterly, I don't blame you for killing the devil. I blame you for your attitude towards Princess Serene Moon. Didn't I tell you before? Did I tell you to get close to Princess Serene Moon? What stupid thing did you do? Nyamiju said coldly, Murong Luguang's face was bitter. You want to marry Zhang Lier? You want to get the support of the Golden Crow sect? Humph. Idiot. If you can get the favor of the person behind Princess Serene Moon, the support of the Golden Crow sect is nothing. The whole Golden Crow sect and the person behind Princess Serene Moon can give it to you. But you chose the sesame and threw away the watermelon? Stupid, stupid. Nye Miju stared. Ah. Murongulgwang's face changed, and he said in shock. When he went to the corpse ghost dynasty to be a general, it was his master who asked him to get close to Princess Serene Moon. He thought that after the corpse ghost dynasty was destroyed, Princess Serene Moon would not be of much use. But now, after hearing his master's words, Murongulgwang regretted it so much that his intestines turned green. Master, who is behind Princess Serene Moon? Murongulgwang asked expectantly. Nye Miju looked at Murongulgwang with a look of disappointment. He swung his sleeve, snorted, and ignored his disciple and stepped into the mountain gate. Sword Comprehension Peak. Zhang Jingdao led the truck team up the mountain quickly. The people in charge of escorting the goods were all Wang's subordinates. At this moment, they were all wearing gas masks and self-made protective clothing. They skillfully moved the goods from the truck to the entrance of Sword Comprehension Hall. Come in. Wang's voice came from the main hall. Zhang Jingdao couldn't wait to open the door. As soon as the door opened, a pungent smell rushed out. Ugh, Wang Ko, what kind of evil cultivation method are you practicing? There's so much poisonous gas and miasma. Zhang Jingdao said with a look of disgust. There was a big black pool in the main hall. In the black pool, countless black water rolled and churned, and countless poisonous gas and miasma came out of the pool. Wang Ku was soaking in the black pool at this moment. Why did Wang Ku want to soak in this pool? Wasn't it because of the great solar immortal technique? He originally thought that it was a fire-type immortal cultivation method with surging righteousness. But in the end, it used poison to temper the body. Damn, this was the demonic poison technique, right? However, since he had already started practicing, there was no reason to back down. Zhang Jingdao, I'll give you 500 kilograms of spirit stones a day for you to help me carry goods. Why do you have so much nonsense to say? Wang glared at Zhang Jingdao. If you give me the flying sword that you lent me, I promise I won't say any more nonsense. Zhang Jingdao suddenly walked over with a smile. In your dreams, do you think my money grows on trees? Do you know how much that flying sword cost? I lent it to you for a period of time so that you can quickly travel through the major immortal towns and help me contact my subordinates to quickly collect these materials. I'll return it when I'm done using it. Wang glared. You're too stingy. You spend 100,000 kilograms of spirit stones every day, and you still care about this little bit of mine? Zhang Jingdao said with a face of unwillingness. You also know that I spend money like water? The spirit stones that I fished from the evil demons more than half a month ago have been spent completely in this half a month. You still have the nerve to talk to me about money? Wang Ke suddenly felt uncomfortable. Wang Ke also did not expect that the great solar immortal divine technique was so expensive. How many benefits did he get before? He had spent almost all of them. Fortunately, he had this amount of money. Otherwise, he would not be able to practice the great solar immortal divine technique. That's why I'm curious. Why do you spend money to buy these things? Poisonous, filthy things. Even my storage bracelet can't hold them. So much? If it weren't for the fact that the 100,000 Mountains is rich in these things, you wouldn't be able to buy them even if you spent several times more money outside the 100,000 Mountains. Zhang Jingdao looked curious. Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up. My divine technique is about to be completed. Pour them into my training pool in order. Wang Ke said with a glare. Zhang Jingdao looked depressed. Don't you know how to let your subordinates do it? It's not like they haven't touched these poisonous things for you before. Stop talking nonsense. How can their cultivation be compared to yours? You're in the golden core realm and have a protective aura. Hurry up. I'll give you an extra 250 kilograms of spirit stones. Wang Ke said with a glare. Haha, that's more like it. Zhang Jingdao immediately became excited. As he spoke, he protected himself with a protective aura and went to move those things. First, put in the tricolor king, cobra venom. A bucket? Right? Then, put in the 5-colored poison spider's venom. A bucket. And then, Zhang Jingdao said as he moved. Buckets of venom were poured into the pool, and the black water in the pool became more and more intense. Sizzling sounds were heard, and billowing poisonous gas was produced. Wang Ke's subordinates dodged even though they were wearing protective clothing. Wang Ke quickly sat cross-legged and cultivated. He channeled his energy for the final push. Wang Ke was not too wary of Zhang Jingdao. Although this person was unreliable, he would definitely not ambush him at this time. Otherwise, who would foot the bill for him? Buckets of venom, miasma, and filthy liquid were poured into the pool. It was as if Wang Ke was being electrocuted again and again. At the side, Zhang Jingdao also had a strange expression. He was terrified as he watched Wang Ke's skin rot and grow back. What kind of evil art are you cultivating? It's so terrifying, Zhang Jingdao said in shock. After Wang Ke's subordinates delivered the last bucket of venom to Zhang Jingdao, they all retreated. Bang! The door of the hall closed. Only Zhang Jingdao continued to pour the venom according to Wang Ke's request. Wang Ke fully activated the great solar undying divine art and observed his body at the same time. As the venom, miasma, and filthy liquid entered his body was greatly damaged and in great pain. However, Wang Ke still gritted his teeth and endured. In his dantian, the great solar undying divine sword remained motionless. However, Wang Ke's purple genuine qi was rapidly changing under the corrosion of the venom. This kind of pain was not something that ordinary people could understand. The genuine qi vortex in his dantian was spinning faster and faster. Buzz, buzz, buzz. 1 day later, Wang Ke's body turned pitch black. 2 days later, Wang Ke's body glowed with a faint yellow light. 3 days later, Wang Ke's body glowed with a golden light. Ah! Wang Ke roared. Boom! A loud sound came from Wang Ke's body, causing the water in the pool to tremble. Then, the black water in the pool slowly turned clear. Wang Ke, you absorbed all the venom, miasma, and filthy in the black water into your body. This, even a golden core realm cultivator like me can't take it. Are you going to die? It doesn't matter if you die, but you have to pay the bill first, Zhang Jingdao said anxiously. Although he was thinking about Wang Ke's money, Zhang Jingdao's eyes were still filled with concern. Wang Ke's body glowed with a golden light. Gradually, the golden light on Wang Ke's body disappeared and his golden skin returned to its original state. I'm not dead yet. I won't forget about the bill. Wang Ke's voice was filled with excitement. At this moment, he did not know how his body was transformed, but the genuine qi in his dantian had decreased greatly. The previous purple genuine qi had turned into a golden genuine qi, but there seemed to be only 1% of it left. The great solar undying divine technique, the first stage, the creation of turbid genuine qi. Turbid genuine qi? Wang Ke felt the golden genuine qi in his body in amazement. Wang Ke, you're not dead? How is it? Have you mastered the evil technique? How's your cultivation now? Zhang Jingdao asked expectantly. The pool of poison, miasma, and filth were all gone. Wang Ke's evil technique must have improved greatly, right? I scrapped my previous technique and recultivated it. Now I'm back to the first layer of the Xiantian realm, Wang Ke explained. First layer of the Xiantian realm? Do you know how many spirit stones you wasted? More than 1 million gene of spirit stones. Not only did your cultivation not improve, it actually regressed? This shouldn't be, Zhang Jingdao said with a face full of astonishment. That's the truth. Wang Ke shook his head. After coming out of the pool, Wang Ke changed his clothes. No, using more than 1 million gene of spirit stones to buy materials to cultivate. Your technique must be extraordinary. There must be something extraordinary about it, right? Let me see what kind of genuine qi is this evil technique of yours. Zhang Jingdao said expectantly. I already said that I'm cultivating the heavenly wolf sex divine flame technique. Wang Ke said with a frown. Bullshit. Do you think I don't know about the divine flame technique? I've been helping you deal with the poison. Can't you let me see it? Let me see what kind of evil genuine qi it is. Zhang Jingdao said with a face full of amazement. Zhang Jingdao was also experienced and knowledgeable. He had seen many divine techniques, but he had never seen one as strange as Wang Ke's. Zhang Jingdao didn't understand. In fact, Wang Ke also didn't understand what was so special about his turbid, genuine qi. You don't need to know. It's getting late. Let's go out first. Wang Ke shook his head. His turbid, genuine qi should be studied by himself later. No. Wang Ke, are you not going to fight with others in the future? If you fight, you'll definitely expose your true qi, rather than letting others see it first. Why don't you let me see it first? I'll just take a look. I'm too curious. There's so much poison. Could it be that you're practicing a super poisonous technique? Zhang Jingdao didn't give up. Wang Ke frowned. What if you practice poison arts and accidentally poison me to death in the future? I have to take a look. At worst, I don't want my reward today. Zhang Jingdao insisted. You don't want the money? All right, I'll watch it once. Wang Ke nodded. Zhang Jingdao. Miser, stingy king, you were waiting for me here on purpose, right? However, since Wang Ke had agreed, Zhang Jingdao didn't say anything more. Instead, he looked at Wang Ke. Wang Ke agreed because he wanted to let Zhang Jingdao test the power of his turbid, genuine qi. After all, he was in the Golden Core realm. His resistance to turbid, genuine qi was also his reference. Wang Ke stretched out his right palm. Turbid, genuine qi flowed into his palm. Suddenly, an egg-sized genuine qi ball was formed on his palm. The genuine qi ball was spinning rapidly. Is this your genuine qi? Why are you curling it in your palm? Zhang Jingdao asked curiously. This is called Rasengan. What do you know? I was worried that it might be too powerful, so I didn't use my full strength. Wang Ke said in a deep voice. Power? You're just in the first layer of the Xiantian realm. What kind of power do you have? Let me see what attributes you have. Li fire divine art, fire attribute. Divine ice divine art, water attribute. Let me see yours. Zhang Jingdao stretched out his hand to grab it. Pop! Like a bubble bursting. The genuine qi ball instantly turned into a cloud of golden smoke and dispersed. There wasn't any fire qi, cold qi, wind qi, or any other attributes. As the golden smoke dispersed, Wang Ke smelled the stench of rotten eggs. It was a little smelly. Wang Ke didn't know that it was because he created the genuine qi. Therefore, he was immune to the stench. However, Zhang Jingdao couldn't stand it. The stench entered Zhang Jingdao's nostrils and instantly rushed to his brain. Even if Zhang Jingdao used his earth energy to protect his body, it was useless. The terrifying stench seemed to have drilled into the depths of Zhang Jingdao's soul. Zhang Jingdao's soul was shriveled by the stench. That stench was 100 times, 1,000 times stronger than what Wang Ke felt. It was even more intense. You spent more than 1,000,000 gene of spirit stones to cultivate your genuine qi. Is it of the fart attribute? Aye. Ugh. Zhang Jingdao only said one sentence before he started vomiting. Is it that smelly? Wang Ke took a sniff and asked curiously. Wang Ke was immune to the turbid, genuine qi. Therefore, he didn't feel the stench. However, Zhang Jingdao's entire body was convulsing. White foam was coming out of his mouth. There's poison in my fart. Zhang Jingdao's eyes rolled back and he fainted while foaming at the mouth. Chapter 31. Zhang Jingdao fainted. Wang Ke immediately checked him and found that he was only unconscious and not poisoned. Is it that smelly? Crazy! Wang Ke spat at Zhang Jingdao. Wang Ku sat cross-legged. He once again activated the turbid true qi and sniffed. Because Wang Ku himself produced turbid true qi, he had a strong immunity. Smelly? It's just average. Wang Ku was puzzled. However, looking at Zhang Jingdao, who was still foaming at the side, Wang Ku finally accepted this fact. Closing his eyes, Wang Ku's mind sank into his dantian to read the dense, small words on the great solar, undying divine art. Turbid true qi, the most turbid qi of heaven and earth, smelly, flammable. Wang Ku read that paragraph. Turbid qi? Flammable. Isn't this similar to the methane pool on Earth? Flammable gas fermented with all kinds of dirt and straw? What methane, hydrogen sulfide, ammonia, etc.? I'm cultivating the great solar, undying divine art. How did I cultivate such a thing? Wang Ku looked at the golden, turbid, true qi in his palm in astonishment. Smelly, flammable? Great solar, undying divine art. This great sun, does it mean to burn? This is too casual. What does this take a cultivator's body for? A fermentation pool? Impossible! My great solar, undying divine art is passed down from my ancestors. It's an immortal cultivation technique with 200 million words. How could it be that thing? I must have misunderstood. It will definitely be different in the future. Wang Ku hypnotized himself. While hypnotized, Wang Ku continued to read the small words on the great solar, undying divine art. Soon he saw another sentence. Turbid true qi can swallow all kinds of energy and change color. Gold is the weakest, black is the strongest. When it is black, it will spontaneously combust. With merit and virtue, you can turn black into gold. Wang Ku recited. As he read, Wang Ku's eyelids twitched wildly. Wasn't the golden, turbid, true qi the stinkiest? The darker it is, the smellier it is? Also, what did it mean to spontaneously combust at the darkest hour? When the turbid true qi was cultivated to a pitch-black color, it would spontaneously combust. Burn himself? F***ck, if I burn myself, won't I be dead for sure? That's impossible. I must have misunderstood. Wang Ku suddenly thought of the opening sentence of the general principles. If you want to practice this skill, you must accumulate merit, and those who play with fire will burn themselves. Wang Ku. He did not misunderstand. It was true. If the turbid jinchi turned pitch black, it would burn itself. It had to be tempered with merit. Is this an immortal cultivation technique or a suicide technique? Wang Ku stared. He had spent more than 1,000,000 kilograms of spirit stones to cultivate this divine art, and this was it? A technique that could burn him to death at any time? Why did he start burning while he was training? Was he going to burn himself to ashes and ascend? Wang Ku wiped the sweat off his face. No, I can't practice this technique anymore. I can't practice it anymore. It's all my fault. No, it's all Master's fault. He told me to read and practice at the same time. If I had read the entire manual, I wouldn't have chosen such a stupid technique. Wang Ku read a little more nervously. Turbid qi is born and cannot be stopped. The entire body is turbid and cannot be reversed. If you want to cripple your cultivation, you must be cremated and reincarnated. There is no other way. Wang Ku was stunned when he read the next sentence. Was this something a human should say? It was just crippling one's cultivation. Did he need to be cremated? Wang Ku wiped the sweat off his face and threw it to the ground. He sat alone by the pool for a long time. Have I boarded a pirate ship? I can't get down? My ancestors, my Wang clan's ancestors. What kind of swindling technique did you leave me? Wang Ku was depressed for a long time. Zhang Jingdao also slowly woke up. Zhang Jingdao, how are you? Wang Ku looked at Zhang Jingdao. Zhang Jingdao's expression was still a little stiff, as if the stimulation just now had hurt his nerves. It took him a while to recover. Wang Ku, you. What technique are you practicing? You. Zhang Jingdao stared at Wang Ku in shock. It might be an accident. Wang Ku smiled bitterly. It's really amazing. Can you teach me this divine technique? Wang Ku suddenly said excitedly. What? Wang Ku was stunned. You're only at the first layer of the Xiantian realm. When you release your true qi, even I, a golden core realm cultivator, faint. Won't you be invincible in battle in the future? Who can fight with you? When this stench comes out, everyone within a radius of 10 feet will be thrown off their feet. No one can get close to you. I like it. Teach me. I'll abandon my cultivation and recultivate. I want to learn it too. Zhang Jingdao said excitedly. Did you go crazy from the stench? Wang Ke looked at Zhang Jingdao in shock. I'm very clear-headed right now. Zhang Jingdao said anxiously. I'm practicing the Heavenly Wolf Sect's divine flame art. You can go to the Technique Pavilion to copy it. Wang Ke lied through his teeth. Bullshit. It's not like I don't know about the divine flame art. How can it be like this? Zhang Jingdao had a face of disbelief. Maybe it's because my physique is special and it's mutated. Wang Ku insisted. Mutated technique? You can really think of it. Fine, I won't say it. Stingy. Zhang Jingdao was depressed. Remember it clearly. I'm practicing the divine flame art. After you leave this door, don't let it slip. Wang Ke glared. So what if it's a slip? Zhang Jingdao was not afraid at all. Wang Ke's face turned serious. A true qi ball appeared in his palm again. If you let it slip, I'll let you eat one of my raisin gan every time I see you. Zhang Jingdao's face stiffened. That stench just now. Smelling it every time I see it? Haha, you're cultivating the divine flame technique. How could I remember wrongly? Zhang Jingdao's face changed as he said in all seriousness. N. Wang Ke was satisfied and withdrew his true qi. After that, the two of them walked out of the main hall. Quang! The main hall's door opened. Suddenly, a group of people wearing protective clothing fell into the main hall. They were all Wang Ke's subordinates. As if they were beaten, they cried out in pain. Ouch! Patriarch, you're out of seclusion. That's great. Patriarch, someone wants to break into the main hall. If it weren't for Princess Serene Moon stopping them, we would have disturbed Patriarch's seclusion. The sword comprehension peak odd job workers got up with difficulty. Who is it? Which blind person dares to be so presumptuous in the Heavenly Wolf Sect? Zhang Jingdao said with a glare. Seeing that his subordinates were fine, Wang Ke looked out of the hall with a gloomy face. He saw Princess Serene Moon wearing a veil and anxiously blocking the entrance of the main hall with her subordinates. There were only two people who wanted to break into the hall. One was Murong Luguang, and the other was a middle-aged woman. Her face was as cold as ice, making people feel cold just by looking at her. Zhang Jingdao, who are you calling blind? The middle-aged woman said coldly. Seeing the woman clearly, Zhang Jingdao's face suddenly changed. Ah, it's me. I'm talking about myself. Hall Master Nya, why are you here? I'm talking about myself. I don't have eyes. My eyes have become smaller recently. Zhang Jingdao tried to save her in fear. Your eyes are getting smaller and smaller. Humph. The middle-aged woman snorted coldly, clearly not intending to fuss over it. Wang Ke, take it easy. This is the East Wolf Hall Master Nyamiju. In the Heavenly Wolf Sect, no one can control her. She is the most ruthless demon slayer in the Heavenly Wolf Sect. She once said that she would rather kill 100 by mistake than let one go. The number one female fiend in the 100,000 mountains. Be careful. Zhang Jingdao immediately explained to Wang Ke. East Wolf Hall Master Nyamiju? One of the 4 Hall Masters in the Heavenly Wolf Sect under the Sect Master? She was also Murong Luguang's master. Wang Ke, I didn't protect your subordinates and caused you trouble. I'm sorry. Princess Serene Moon said guiltily. Princess Serene Moon, thank you. Wang Ke immediately said. It was obvious that if it weren't for Princess Serene Moon's protection, his subordinates would have been more seriously injured. Princess Serene Moon, you don't have to protect them. They're just a group of mortal servants. If Wang Ku cultivates a vicious demonic cultivation technique, they'll be his accomplices. Murong Luguang, who was nearby, immediately comforted. Wang Ku turned to Zhang Jingdao and said, Elder Zhang, Sword Comprehension Peak used to be my master's residence. He's temporarily loaned it to me. Now that the East Wolf Hall master is here, I'm not qualified to welcome him. I'll have to trouble you to invite my master over. A guest needs to be welcomed by the host. Zhang Jingdao immediately understood. He wanted him to call for reinforcements. If these two experts, one old and one young, were to come and fight, who would be their match? Could they take this loss? Of course not. They also had backing. All right, I'll go invite the sect leader now. Zhang Jingdao immediately responded gratefully. With that, Zhang Jingdao ran away in a panic. He was obviously terrified of Niamiju. Wang Ku also took a step forward. I'm Wang Ku. My master is Chun Tianyuan. Greetings to the East Wolf Hall master. You're using the sect leader to intimidate me? Niamiju said coldly. I wouldn't dare. However, this is Sword Comprehension Peak. Even if Princess Serene Moon has lost her kingdom, she's still a guest elder of the Skywolf sect. Don't you think it's too much to hit her servants? Wang Ku said in a low voice. Wang Ku, it's not Hall Master Nia's fault. He didn't say or do anything. It's Murong Luguang. Princess Serene Moon said with a bitter smile. Murong Luguang immediately stepped forward. Princess Serene Moon, I'm just worried about you. How many poisonous miasma items did Wang Ku transport into the sect during this period of time? He must be cultivating some demonic cultivation technique. Otherwise, why would you protect him? He must have used some demonic cultivation technique to bewitch your mind. Don't worry, my Sky Wolf sect is a righteous sect. We definitely won't allow anyone to cultivate demonic cultivation techniques that bewitch people's minds. Today, my master is here. I must expose Wang Ku's evil intentions in front of everyone and rescue you. Murong Luguang immediately said. My mind wasn't affected by any demonic cultivation technique. Wang Ku is in seclusion. I just don't want you to disturb him. Princess Serene Moon's eyes flashed with depression. No, just now, I asked my master to be my witness and apologize to you for what happened that day. I wanted to resolve our misunderstanding. Why didn't you believe me? You even said that you wanted Wang Ku to help you analyze it? What kind of bewitching spell did he cast on you? You even need to ask for his opinion on this kind of thing? Murong Luguang said gloomily. At this time, Wang Ku also understood that Murong Luguang wanted to use the excuse of apologizing to pursue Princess Serene Moon again. In the end, Princess Serene Moon didn't agree and even used him as a shield. This made Murong Luguang so jealous that he immediately vented his anger on him. After obtaining this result, Wang Ku's mood suddenly became much better. He winked at Princess Serene Moon. Princess Serene Moon blushed and turned her head away. Murong Luguang, you're the eldest senior brother of the Skywolf sect. There are countless junior sisters who admire you. Why do you keep staring at the princess? Have you forgotten what you said to hurt the princess? Wang Ku said disdainfully. That day, I deliberately acted for the demons to see in order to kill the demons. How could I dislike Princess Serene Moon? If I disliked her, how could I have gone to the Corpse Ghost Imperial Court to pursue Princess Serene Moon? That was all fake. It wasn't the words in my heart. Princess, you have to believe me. I didn't mean it. Murong Luguang said again. Princess Serene Moon was silent for a long time. It's no use even if you didn't mean it. Just now, even Princess Serene Moon couldn't stop you. It's obvious that you have violent tendencies. In the future, whoever marries, you will also be subjected to domestic violence. Princess, you rejected him. It's a good rejection. This kind of person who likes to beat his wife should stay away from him as soon as possible. Wang Ku immediately added. Murong Luguang's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Chapter 32. Heavenly Wolf Sect, Sword Comprehension Hall, Square. Murong Luguang was infuriated by Wang Ku's accusation of domestic violence. In the past, he had pursued Princess Serene Moon. Although her mother had stopped him, Princess Serene Moon worshipped and adored him. Now he had invited his master to be a mediator and eliminate the grudge in the princess' heart. It was originally not difficult. It was all Wang Ku's fault. This bastard. Wang Ku, you collected all kinds of poisonous miasma and cultivated demonic arts. You used demonic arts to confuse people's minds and bewitch Princess Serene Moon. How should you be punished? Murong Luguang glared at Wang Ku. I wasn't bewitched by demonic arts. Princess Serene Moon said gloomily. Princess, those whose minds have been warped naturally don't know. Those who have turned into devils, their minds have also been warped during the process. They themselves don't think that they have changed. Murong Luguang said solemnly. I didn't. Princess Serene Moon said gloomily. Wang Ku stopped Princess Serene Moon, indicating that she should not be entangled with Murong Luguang. Murong Luguang was obviously blinded by jealousy. East Wolf Palace Master, your disciple Murong Luguang has turned into a devil. His temperament has changed greatly. He bites people he catches and has completely lost the bearing of the Heavenly Wolf Sect's eldest senior brother. East Wolf Palace Master, please make a decision and eliminate this devil. Wang Ku suddenly bowed to Nie Miju. Nie Miju narrowed his eyes at Wang Ku but did not speak. Wang Ku, you dare to slander me. Murong Luguang said coldly. You slandered me first. Wang Ku spread his hands. Slander? Every word I said is true. Murong Luguang said coldly. Every word I said is true. Wang Ku said naturally. You are slandering me based on your heart. You have no evidence. Murong Luguang said coldly. Then aren't you the same? Wang Ku said calmly. Everyone is slandering each other. Don't be so serious. What evidence do you have? Take it out. The Eastern Wolf Palace Lord's eyes were like lightning. She didn't even say that I cultivated a demonic cultivation technique. Are your eyes better than the Eastern Wolf Palace Lord's? What's more, even if my master couldn't tell that I was cultivating the demonic Tao, would you be able to? You're amazing. You've surpassed the East Wolf Palace Master and the Sky Wolf Sect Master. In my opinion, why don't you ask the East Wolf Palace Master to let her be your eldest disciple, and you be the East Wolf Palace Master? Wang Ku said coldly. You. Murong Luguang's face sank. East Wolf Palace Master, this is Sword Comprehension Peak. Please restrain your disciple. Wang Ku looked at Nie Miju. Don't hurt the harmony of the Heavenly Wolf Sect. Murong Luguang's face turned ugly. He wasn't like this in the past. However, for some reason, whenever he saw Wang Ku, he couldn't help but feel angry. Perhaps it was because Wang Ku had stolen his woman and ruined his wedding. This resentment made Murong Luguang very impulsive. Nie Miju looked at Wang Ku in surprise. However, he didn't go along with Wang Ku. Instead, he said calmly, I think what Murong Luguang said makes sense. Wang Ku stared at Nie Miju. How could you say something like that? Aren't you being too protective of your disciples? Master already said that you can't defend yourself, Wang Ku. Murong Luguang said coldly. You said that I have a lot of poisonous miasma here. Why don't you search for it? If you find it, I'll admit it. Wang Ku immediately spread his hands. Search? Of course, he couldn't find it. It had all been refined into turbid true qi. There was no evidence. Wang Ku asked him to search because he wanted to buy time. It's obvious that you have a protective master here. If I continue to argue with you, I'll be crazy. If I delay a little longer, Zhang Jingdao will invite my master here. At that time, I'll have a guardian to protect me. I won't be afraid of you anymore." Murong Guang's eyes lit up. He was about to enter Sword Comprehension Hall. "There's no need to search. I've used my divine sense to check. There's no poisonous miasma here," Nye Miju said calmly. "What?" Murong Guang's expression changed. "Master, he must have hidden it in his storage bag, or in his storage bracelet," Murong Guang immediately said. Storage bracelets and storage bags had limited space. Logically speaking, it was impossible to hide so many truckloads of poisonous miasma. However, Murong Guang had to prove Wang Ke's crime. Therefore, he had to check Wang Ke's storage bag and storage bracelet at all costs. Even if there was a trace of poisonous miasma, he could use it as an excuse to make a fuss. Only by confirming Wang Ke's crime could he punish Wang Ke. At the same time, he could make Princess Serene Moon hate Wang Ke and change her mind. Wang Ke's expression changed. "East Wolf Palace Master, aren't you going too far? I'm the sect leader's disciple. Why don't we wait for the sect leader to come and ask him to make a decision? There's no need. The storage bracelet can't prove anything. Most evil techniques are accompanied by demonic qi. There's no need to check anything else. Just test your true qi," Nye Miju said in a low voice. "East Wolf Palace Master, can we wait for my master to come?" Wang Ke asked again. "There's no need. When the sect leader comes, my attitude will be the same. I, Nye Miju, will not tolerate any evil spirit. If you are an evil spirit, even if you are the sect leader's disciple, I will kill you with my own hands. If you are not, I will let Murong Guang apologize to you," Nye Miju said in a firm tone. "Wait," Wang Ke shouted. "Ha ha ha, wait? Who dares to stop master's order? Wang Ke, if there's no problem with you, why don't you check for me?" Murong Guang walked over proudly. "Lu Guang, before confirming that Wang Ke is an evil spirit, don't be heavy-handed," Nye Miju said in a low voice. "Don't worry, master." Murong Guang walked towards Wang Ke. "Murong Guang, don't come over," Wang Ke said with an ugly expression. How could Wang Ke have thought that this pair of master and disciple, echoing each other, would actually want to check his body? What kind of joke was this? It had always been him who checked the body of others. When had others checked his body? If you come to check, what if my great solar undying divine sword determines that you are an intruder, and my great solar undying divine sword automatically protects its master and beheads you? That is a divine sword. It doesn't matter if you die, but if my great solar undying divine sword is exposed, it will be terrible. Wang Ke, I believe in you. You check for them. Princess Serene Moon stood on Wang Ke's side. Princess, I am a man. How can I check the body of other men? Wang Ke immediately explained. But Princess Serene Moon was puzzled. Wang Ke was anxious. Zhang Jingdao, you idiot. Why did it take so long to invite my master? Wang Ke, master told me not to be heavy-handed. You can rest assured that I won't use weapons. If you don't cooperate, don't blame me for being impolite. Murong Guang walked toward Wang Ke. Nye Miju stood not far away and squinted. Nye Miju did not seem to be targeting Wang Ke. That pair of eyes had been observing Princess Serene Moon. No one knew what Nye Miju's purpose was at the moment, but Wang Ke understood that Nye Miju would certainly not stop. Seeing Murong Guang approaching, how could Wang Ke let him get close to him? If the great solar undying divine sword was exposed, wouldn't he lose a lot? A scholar can be killed, but not humiliated. Murong Guang, you force me. Wang Ke shouted. Whoosh! A sword light shot out from Wang Ke's sleeve and went straight to Murong Guang. That sword light was dazzling and sharp, making Murong Guang's face change. Flying sword. Murong Guang's feet paused. Boom! With a loud noise, the flying sword stopped in the air. It was actually caught by Morongulgwang's 2 fingers. The powerful Morongulgwang, after all, was the eldest senior brother of the Heavenly Wolf sect. How could he be sneak attacked by Wang Ku, a Xiantian realm cultivator? Even a flying sword could not. This is Sun Song's flying sword? You still say it has nothing to do with the evil spirit? Morongulgwang looked at the flying sword and said coldly, I killed Sun Song, that evil spirit, so naturally this is my spoil of war. Wang urged the flying sword, his face ugly. Spoil of war? No, you're wrong. This flying sword was given to Sun Song by me. It was my spoil of war when I killed the evil spirit. This flying sword was originally mine. Now, it's returned to its original owner. Morongulgwang said coldly. Wang's eyes widened. Damn, Morongulgwang also became enlightened? Learned how to be shameless? Why don't you say that this thing is fated with you? You want to swallow my treasure? Wang looked at Niamiju, who was not far away. Niamiju's expression did not change at all. It was obvious that he tacitly agreed with Morongulgwang's attitude. Master and disciple, one in the nascent soul realm and the other in the golden core realm. The 2 of them teamed up to snatch the treasure of a Xiantian realm weakling? Is there any law? You're going too far. Morongulgwang was about to cut off the connection with Wang Ku and put it into his sleeve. Wang's eyes were red. What a joke! No one has ever taken advantage of me. You want to take my things? Explode! Wang's eyes flashed and he shouted, What are you doing? Explode the flying sword? Are you crazy? Morongulgwang's expression changed as he felt the spiritual power on the flying sword at his fingertips go berserk. Boom! A loud explosion sounded in the square of the sword comprehension hall. Wang's subordinates had already hidden in the distance. Wang only had Princess, Serene Moon, by his side. The moment the flying sword exploded, Wang immediately protected Princess, Serene Moon, behind him and took out a shield to block himself. Seeing this, Niamiju's expression changed slightly. There was praise and appreciation, but soon he frowned. The huge explosion shook the entire Sky Wolf sect. Countless disciples from the various peaks immediately looked up. At the center of the explosion, Morongulgwang bore the brunt of the impact because he was holding the flying sword. He immediately suffered a huge impact. His clothes were blown into pieces, and his hair was blown up. If not for Morongulgwang's powerful strength, the explosion of the flying sword would have taken the life of an ordinary golden core realm cultivator. Even Wang Ku, who was quite a distance away, suffered great losses. The shield in his hand exploded, but luckily he was quite far away and had the shield to block the power of the attack, allowing him to survive. In the smoke and dust, Morongulgwang was battered and exhausted. At the same time, he was also furious. Wang Ku, this bastard, would rather explode the flying sword than return it to him. Not only did he explode the flying sword, but he also acted like a hero and deliberately protected Princess, Serene Moon, behind him. Now, the princess looked at Wang Ku with even gentler eyes. Princess Serene Moon is in the Golden Core realm. Does she need the protection of a Xiantian realm cultivator? You did it on purpose. You deliberately deceived Princess Serene Moon to have a good impression. Bastard! Morongulgwang roared angrily and rushed towards Wang Ku again. Stop! A shout came from the sky. Master, help! Wang Ku cried out excitedly. It was Chen Tianyuan's voice. Master came? That's great. Morongulgwang was furious at the moment. He, a dignified Golden Core realm cultivator, actually suffered a loss in front of a Xiantian realm cultivator. More importantly, he was his rival in love? How could he not be angry? Although he heard Chen Tianyuan's shout in the distance, Morongulgwang did not stop. Instead, he sped up and instantly arrived in front of Wang Ku. This time, even if he was scolded by the sect master, he also wanted to vent his anger. Enough! Niamiju also said in a deep voice. However, it was too late. Murong Guang's punch was too fast. It had already hit Wang Ke's abdomen. Wang Ke's face was horrified. Was his great son, Undying Sword, going to be exposed? This deceptive Murong Guang. Even if you want to be killed by my sword, don't expose my treasure. It's over. My secret can't be hidden. Boom. Chapter 33. Boom. The sound of the explosion made Qin Tianyuan, who had rushed over, change his expression. Just now, when he was dealing with some affairs in the Spirit Mountain, Zhang Jingdao ran over with a crying face, saying that Wang Ke was going to be beaten to death. Of course, Qin Tianyuan did not know Zhang Jingdao's character. Otherwise, he would have thought that Zhang Jingdao was here to complain. His disciple was going to be beaten to death? Qin Tianyuan naturally stepped on his flying sword and rushed straight to Sword Comprehension Peak. Stepping on the flying sword, Qin Tianyuan calmed down a lot. He felt that it was impossible. Wang Ke was his disciple, and the whole sect knew it. Who would dare to go to Sword Comprehension Peak and beat Wang Ke to death? Could it be that Zhang Jingdao was lying? But in the next moment he heard an explosion in Sword Comprehension Peak. The explosion of the flying sword shook the whole sect. Qin Tianyuan suddenly felt that something was wrong. He looked over and saw Murong Guang pouncing on Wang Ke. Stop! Qin Tianyuan shouted angrily. Didn't he punish Murong Guang to guard the gate? Why did he come here? However, Qin Tianyuan was still far away. In the smoke and dust of the explosion, Murong Guang instantly appeared in front of Wang Ke. Under Wang Ke's panicked gaze, he punched Wang Ke's abdomen. How dare you! Qin Tianyuan shouted angrily. Murong Guang was an expert at the peak of the gold elixir realm. With this punch, wouldn't the innate realm be crippled? Qin Tianyuan waved his sleeve and rushed down with a palm, trying to save Wang Ke. Boom! Suddenly, a palm aura rushed into the sky and collided with Qin Tianyuan's palm. Suddenly, the impact was like thunder, exploding in the square of Sword Comprehension Hall. Hall Master Nya? Qin Tianyuan's face darkened. It was Niamiju who had blocked Qin Tianyuan. Of course, the two of them hadn't used their full strength. Otherwise, the impact of the nascent Soul Realm cultivator's attack would have been earth-shattering. However, Qin Tianyuan could not understand why Niamiju would allow Murong Guang to beat up Wang Ke. Sect leader, there is no need to be angry. Murong Guang knows his limits. I just want to test your disciple, Niamiju explained. Only then did Qin Tianyuan suppress the anger in his heart and step down. Not far away, Zhang Jingdao's expression changed. They're really fighting? Murong Guang had a sense of propriety? No, at that moment, Murong Guang flew into a rage out of humiliation. How could he have any sense of propriety when he punched out in anger? If it was an ordinary first-layer Xiantian realm cultivator, the punch would have penetrated their abdomen. However, Murong Guang met Wang Ke. Moreover, it was Wang Ke who was in a daze. What's going on? Wang Ke stared in astonishment. The great solar undying sword did not automatically protect its owner, nor was it exposed. However, Murong Guang's punch had landed squarely on Wang Ke's abdomen. The strange thing was it didn't hurt. It didn't hurt at all. A casserole-sized fist and a mortar like bombardment hit his abdomen. It didn't hurt? This didn't make sense. Wang Ke's eyes widened. Murong Guang's eyes also widened. His punch had clearly hit the target. Why? Why was Wang Ke completely fine? Could it be that my punch was fake? The two of them had a feeling of doubting life. The two of them also maintained their posture, looking at each other as if they were frozen in time. Murong Guang, were you just scaring Wang Ke? Princess Serene Moon sighed softly. Not only Princess Serene Moon, but Qin Tianyuan and Niamiju also thought so. Otherwise, why didn't Wang Ke show any expression of pain? The thunder was loud, but the rain was small? Sure enough, Morong Guang still had a sense of propriety. Morong Guang knew propriety. Zhang Jingdao, who was flying not far away, didn't believe it. Wang Ke, are you okay? Don't hold it. Zhang Jingdao said in surprise. Hold it? He really didn't hold it. It really didn't hurt. Wang Ke felt that after the power of the punch hit him, the power of the punch seemed to be absorbed by his body cells, and then this powerful impact was guided into his turbid true qi. Wang Ke could feel that his turbid true qi changed from its previous golden color to a bright yellow in the blink of an eye, from the golden color to the black color, but the change was not much. Suddenly, Wang Ke thought of a sentence in the Great Sun Immortal technique. Turbid true qi can devour all kinds of power and change color. Gold is the weakest, black is the strongest. When it is black, it will spontaneously combust. Using merit to adjust it, it can turn black into gold. Turbid true qi can devour all kinds of power? Devour? Devour the power of Morong Guang's fist? Wang Ke quivered. Bang! Wang Ke's body made a loud noise, and a weak stream of air erupted from the surface of his body. Your cultivation base has improved? Nyamiju, who was not far away, revealed a look of astonishment. Just now you were at the first stage of the Xiantian realm, and now you're at the second stage of the Xiantian realm? Chen Tianyuan was also astonished. Wang Ke, you were punched by Morong Guang, and your cultivation base improved by one stage? Zhang Jingdao also exclaimed, Morong Guang. Wang Ke also stared at Morong Guang. It seems like it's true. The power of Morong Guang's fist was absorbed by his turbid true qi, and the turbid true qi turned bright yellow and also grew stronger. His cultivation base improved. He was beaten, so it was passively charging? No, passively increasing his cultivation base. It didn't hurt? Wang Ke, how are you? Princess Serene Moon asked worriedly. How am I? Can't you see? Not only did I not feel any pain, but my whole body felt comfortable, and my cultivation base improved by one stage. What should I do? I'm not injured at all. How can I complain about Morong Guang? Even if it doesn't hurt, I can still pretend to be in pain. After all, I'm still confident in my acting skills. But how can I act with my cultivation base? I pretended to be in so much pain that I wished I was dead, vomiting blood, and in the end my cultivation base broke through. Next, it won't be Morong Guang who will examine my body, but everyone else. Forget it. I'll let Morong Guang benefit first. Wang Ke's figure retreated, dodging Morong Guang, and a strange expression appeared on his face. Thank you, Senior Brother Morong, for your help. My cultivation base has broken through the bottleneck, and I've taken another step forward. Wang Ke immediately bowed. I see. Chen Tianyuan, who was not far away, nodded and felt relieved. It turned out that Morong Guang was helping Wang Ke break through the bottleneck. Only two people knew that Wang Ke was lying. One was Zhang Jingdao, and Zhang Jingdao knew best that Wang Ke had just abandoned his cultivation base and recultivated, and had just reached the first stage of the innate realm. What bottleneck? He was obviously hit by a punch, and he broke through. Damn! How can there be such an evil technique in the world? What the hell is Wang Ke practicing? The other was Morong Guang. Help you break through. My ass. I wanted to kill you with that punch. Kill you, do you know that? But why are you not injured at all, and you even broke through? Why? Could it be that everything was just my imagination? Master, it's great that you're here. Just now, Senior Brother Morong destroyed one of my flying swords, but he also helped me break through. Disciple really doesn't know how to face Senior Brother Morong. Master, please help me. Wang Ke immediately walked towards Chen Tianyuan. Master is here. Of course, I have to hug his thigh. I can't expose my technique, so I can only blame Morong Guang for breaking through. But that's that. You just destroyed my flying swords, so you have to pay for it. What happened? Chen Tianyuan frowned. Wang Ku immediately rushed forward and described what had happened earlier. Because Nya Miju was here, Wang Ku didn't want to exaggerate, so he could only skimp on the details and report in full detail. Hall Master Nya? What do you mean? Qin Tianyuan frowned. My disciple said that your disciple is practicing a demonic technique, and it's very likely that he has fallen into the demonic path. Naturally, I have to check. Nya Miju didn't back down. Fallen into the demonic path? Wang Ku, how's that possible? Qin Tianyuan frowned. Sect master, disciple has been guarding the mountain gate, and I saw with my own eyes that Zhang Jingdao helped Wang could transport a large amount of poisonous miasma into the heavenly wolf sect. He must be practicing a demonic technique. Murong of Guang immediately said. Oh. Qin Tianyuan frowned and looked at Wang Ku. Master, senior brother Murong pursued Princess Serene Moon to no avail. When he saw that Princess Serene Moon was close to me, he went crazy with jealousy. How could Master not know disciple's character? Wang Ku explained. Hatred born from love? Chen Tianyuan looked at Nyamiju and saw that Nyamiju didn't refute. It was obvious that Nyamiju also saw this point, but for some reason, Nyamiju didn't stop Murong of Guang. Qin Tianyuan's face darkened. Murong of Guang, your Hall Master Nya's disciple. I shouldn't have treated you like this. Previously, I made you guard the mountain gate to grind down your evil tendencies. How did you become even worse now? It's true. Sect master, believe me. Wang Ku must be practicing a demonic technique. Otherwise, how could he, a Xiantian realm, take my punch just now? Murong of Guang said gloomily. Oh, Nya Miju raised his eyebrows. So, senior brother Murong really wanted to harm me just now. I thought you were helping me break through to make up for destroying my flying sword. Wang Ku glared. Chen Tianyuan's face also became unfriendly. Master, sect master, I didn't probe Wang Ku's depths just now. Master, sect master, please prove my innocence. Wang Ku must be practicing a demonic technique. Disciple guarantees it. You'll know once you investigate. Murong of Guang immediately said in a low voice. Nya Miju frowned slightly in doubt. Murong of Guang, the cultivation method Wang Ku is practicing my heavenly wolf sect was personally selected by me. He discarded his cultivation and recultivated during this period of time. He spent a lot of effort. As East Wolf Palace's eldest senior brother, how can you prove it based on your heart and slander junior brother's innocence? Qin Tianyuan said coldly. Disciple swears on my status as Heavenly Wolf Sect's eldest senior brother that I'm absolutely not slandering Wang Ku's innocence. Although I don't have evidence, Sect Master will know once you investigate. Murong of Guang said relentlessly. You're saying that I taught him a demonic technique? Chen Tianyuan also got angry. Murong of Guang's expression froze. Wang Ku, tell him what cultivation method you're practicing. Chen Tianyuan looked at Wang Ku, who was not far away. It was clear that Chen Tianyuan was protecting Wang Ku. What cultivation method? How was Wang Ku supposed to answer this? He did not want to lie to Master. What if he was exposed in the future? Wang Ku gave Zhang Jingdao, who was not far away, a look. Wang Ku, he's practicing the mythical flame, divine technique. I've been watching from the side. Zhang Jingdao immediately added. This was what Zhang Jingdao said, not Wang Ku. It did not count as Wang Ku lying. At most, it was Zhang Jingdao lying. Mythical flame, divine technique? Chen Tianyuan was slightly puzzled. Obviously, everyone here did not choose this cultivation method. Chen Tianyuan also specifically told Wang Ku that he was practicing the storm divine technique. He wanted Wang Ku to follow him and learn it. In the end, Wang Ku did not choose the same cultivation method as him. Mythical flame divine technique? Impossible when I punched him just now, although I did not feel any demonic chi. It is definitely not the mythical flame divine technique. His body does not have any fire attribute. Murong suddenly said excitedly, "Oh!" Niamiju stared at Wang Ku, his eyes flashing a cold color. Although Niamiju did not reveal the purpose of this trip, he was still willing to believe his disciple's suspicion. Zhang Jingdao was worried for Wang Ku. Was he going to be exposed? Fire attribute? What is fire attribute? Is it true qi? Wang Ku looked at Murong. Yes, mythical flame divine technique. True qi has a fire attribute and is as hot as fire. If combined with some small spells, just by urging true qi, it can form a fire spell. This is not something that other cultivation methods can imitate. Wang Ku, did you expose yourself? Murong said coldly. True qi fire spell? How difficult is this? Wang Ku said confidently, "Oh, then why don't you urge your true qi for us to see?" Demonic qi is accompanied by black demonic qi. Wang Ku, you don't dare, right? Murong narrowed his eyes. My true qi if there is no demonic qi and I can urge a fire spell. What do you say? Wang Ku stared at Murong. What do you want? Murong said in a deep voice, "Compensation. You just destroyed one of my flying swords, so you have to compensate me with another one. Also, you injured the princess's servant, so you have to pay for the medical expenses and mental damage. I'll give you a 20% discount, since we're from the same sect. I'll give you 10,000 jin of spirit stones. What do you think?" Wang Ku stared at Murong. Zhang Jingdao stared at Wang Ku. You are extorting money in front of the sect master. 10,000 jin of spirit stones? How many times have I helped you run these days? Only a few thousand jin of spirit stones for running expenses. You want it all back. Good. Murong said in a deep voice. Murong was sure that Wang Ku's cultivation method had a problem. He did not talk nonsense with Wang Ku and agreed. Murong agreed simply, making Zhang Jingdao not far away anxious. Wang Ku, why are you betting with him? Fire attribute? That is a fart attribute, okay? If you use it, won't you be exposed? Wang Ku stretched out his hand, and an egg-sized raisin appeared in his palm. No, a true qi ball. But at this moment, the true qi ball was no longer golden, but bright yellow. Murong, do you have devil qi? Wang Ku said in a deep voice. The turbid true qi was compressed in Wang Ku's palm, so there was no smell. Where is the devil qi? Chun Tianyuan said coldly. Obviously, Wang Ku exposed his true qi, so there was no need for others to check. The true qi was in his palm. Is this devil qi? Qin Tianyuan became more and more unhappy with Murong. No, I remember Li Hua divine art. True qi has a hint of red. Your bright yellow true qi? Niamiju also curiously said. Niamiju saw that Wang Ku's true qi did not have black true qi. Looking at Wang Ku, his eyes were no longer so cold, but there was a doubt in his heart. Zhang Jingdao at the side could not bear to look. How is this bright yellow true qi? This is called shit yellow, okay? Wang Ku. Oh, Wang Ku, your technique is going to be exposed. It's because of my physique, divine art has a small mutation in my hands. This is normal. Wang Ku explained. Mutation? Humph, Wang Ku. Where is the fire attribute? Where is your flame? I don't see any fire attribute in your true qi. You tell me, how did you cast a fire spell? Murong did not give up. Huh. Everyone frowned. Yes, fire attribute. Even if the Li Hua divine art mutated, it is still a fire attribute divine art. It should have fire attribute, but no one felt it. Could it be that Wang Ku lied? Chun Tianyuan also frowned. Flame? How difficult is this? Bring me a match. Wang Ku said to one of his subordinates. Soon, a subordinate brought a match to Wang Ku. Under everyone's puzzled gaze, Wang Ku gently rubbed it. Qi. The match ignited. Zhang Jingdao was shocked. This is your fire spell? You just lit a match. Are you insulting everyone's IQ? What does this have to do with your true chi? Wang could put the lit match close to the true chi balloon in his palm. Bang! The true chi balloon ignited, suddenly burning fiercely. Zhang Zhengdao, Chun Tianyuan, Niamiju, Princess Serene Moon, Murong of Guang. The fire spell you practice needs to be ignited with a match? A fire spell that can only be ignited with a match? A fire spell that can never be ignited without a match? Chapter 34. Turbid Veritable Energy. The most turbid veritable energy of the world has a strange smell. It can burn. These were the original words of the great solar undying divine art. Burn? How could Wang cannot understand? It was just like methane. Wasn't methane used for burning? If you want fire, I can just show you. How difficult is that? However, in the eyes of the surrounding people, it looked very strange. This was especially so for Qin Tianshan and Niamiju, the two nascent soul realm powerhouses. They had cultivated for many years, but this was the first time they saw a fire spell that required a match to be lit first. Indeed, the longer one lived, the more one learned. Today, they had gained experience from an insignificant disciple. Murong Guang felt stifled, not knowing what to say for a long time. A fire spell that requires a match to be lit? What use do you have for veritable energy? Is there such a useless, veritable energy in the world? Did you see that? Did you see that? I said it is the Li Flame Divine Art, right? Why can't it release fire spells? If it is not fire-attributed veritable energy, can the fire burn so fiercely? Zhang Jingdao shouted cooperatively at Wang Ku's signal. Wang Ku, your cultivation technique, which mutates because of your physique, is really unique. Princess Serene Moon said with a strange expression. However, Wang Ku stared at Murong of Guang. Senior brother Murong, do you see that? The fire that you want. Is this fire? Everyone found this strange. Murong of Guang was rendered speechless. Where is the demonic chi? You said that I cultivate a demonic cultivation technique. Where is the demonic chi? Wang Ke asked again. Now that his master had a great backer, Wang Ke was no longer afraid. His spirit, energy, and spirit were completely different. Master, you have to uphold justice for this disciple. This disciple was just sitting at home, and trouble came from the sky. Even though I was in seclusion, there were people who came knocking on my door. They even injured the princess's servant. If Master wasn't here, I might have been slandered and chopped into pieces. Master, I'm your disciple. If someone slandered me for no reason, it's like killing the chicken to warn the monkey. I'm pointing my sword at Master. Master, please uphold justice. Wang Ku immediately cried to Qin Tianyuan. Now that she had someone backing her up, if she didn't complain now, when would she? I didn't. Murong Guang said with an ugly expression, pointing his sword at Qin Tianyuan. Am I crazy? This Wang Ku was too good at slandering others. If not for Chen Tianyuan being here, Murong Guang wished he could split Wang Ku alive. Not far away, Chen Tianyuan looked at Murong Guang with a slightly gloomy face. Sect leader, I've misunderstood Wang Ku, but they really transported a lot of poisonous miasma during this time. Murong Guang didn't know how to explain. Originally, he wanted to denounce Wang Ku, but in the end, Wang Ku released his genuine qi to prove his innocence. Then, all his guesses and excuses became slander. This made him unable to defend himself for a while. Murong Guang, you must accept your loss. Wang Ku's genuine qi is normal. There is no devil qi. You lost one of Wang Ku's flying swords and 10,000 kilograms of spiritual stones. Give them to Wang Ku immediately. Niamiju said. Wang Ku looked at Niamiju. The flying swords and spiritual stones should have been mine. You specifically brought them up and made it seem like it was just a bet. In the blink of an eye, you have resolved my blackmail? This East Wolf Palace leader is not simple. Wang Ku was about to say something when Qin Tianyuan nodded. You must accept your loss. Murong of Guang. Yes, I will give it to you. Murong of Guang replied gloomily. Wang Ku was even more gloomy. Master is giving Nia Miju a way out? I still want to extort more. However, since Master had spoken, Wang Ku naturally could not push his luck. He could only accept the compensation unwillingly. 10,000 kilograms of spiritual stones was nothing but a flying sword. It was not something that could be bought with ordinary spiritual stones. Even Murong of Guang looked pained when he gave out another flying sword. Qin Tianyuan did not harp on Wang Ku's blackmail because Qin Tianyuan trusted Niamiju completely. He knew that she would not target him. However, today's matter was indeed too strange. Niamiju was someone who could not tolerate even a grain of sand in her eyes. She was also extremely prideful. How could she bully a disciple for no reason? However, what was going on today? She allowed her disciple to come to Sword Comprehension Peak and cause trouble? This was not Niamiju's style. Sect Master Murong Lubguang is the descendant of an old friend of mine. Because of his good talent, his cultivation speed has always been very fast. He is also sought after by many disciples in the Skywolf sect, so he has developed a supercilious character. It is also my fault that I have not taught him enough. Now his temperament is not good. Sometimes he is even more impatient when doing things. Please take care of him. Sect Master. Nia Miju suddenly bowed to Qin Tianyuan. Master. Murong of Guang, who was not far away, immediately lowered his head. Master is pleading for me? Murong of Guang was ashamed and indignant. Temple Master Nia, what are you talking about? Murong of Guang is your disciple and also an important disciple of the Skywolf sect. It is normal for him to be a little arrogant. He has killed countless demons and has contributed to the Skywolf sect and the world. How can I blame him? Don't worry. I will take good care of him in the future. Chen Tianyuan immediately said politely. Then I am relieved. Nia Miju nodded. Temple Master Nia, you are a little strange today. Chen Tianyuan was puzzled. Let Murong of Guang compensate for Wang, 'cause bet first. Then I will tell you slowly. Nia Miju said. Okay. Qin Tianyuan nodded. Not far away, Murong of Guang painfully took out a flying sword and 5,000 kilograms of spiritual stones and handed them over. Wang did not take any action and let his subordinates take them. Murong of Guang, today, because of your jealousy, you targeted your junior brother. You were wrong first. Just now, the bet does not count. Now, you must apologize to my junior brother. Nia Miju said in a deep voice. Me? Apologize to Wang Ku? Murong of Guang's face changed. Apologize to my love rival? How could it be? However, Nia Miju's cold eyes made Murong of Guang's heart chill. He endured the discomfort and could only bow to Wang Ku. Junior brother Wang Ku, I misunderstood you just now. I have offended you. Please forgive me. Wang Ku looked strangely at Nia Miju, who was not far away. What was going on? Didn't Zhang Jingdao say that she was a female fiend? Why did she suddenly give him face? Master was here, and the other party was so humble. Wang Ku could not put on airs. Forget it. I'll let it go just now. In the future, if senior brother Murong misunderstands me, please talk to me nicely. Don't fight without asking for clarification. Wang Ku nodded. Okay. Murong of Guang lowered his head and said with an ugly face. Nia Miju, who was not far away, nodded with satisfaction. Wang Ku, you are now innocent. You can extinguish the flame spell now. Princess, Serene Moon said, because the true chi ball in Wang Ku's palm was still burning. Extinguish it? Wang Ku's face stiffened. The flame could not be extinguished. Wang Ku did not expect that the egg-sized turbid true chi ball was so resistant to burning. It was still burning. Absorb the true chi into the body? Wang Ku did not dare. His body was full of turbid true qi. If he took back the true qi and brought back a flame, wouldn't his dantian explode? As for forcibly extinguishing the flames, the king could do so. However, if he forcibly extinguished the flames, the turbid true energy in his palm would be out of his control and spread. Once it spread, wouldn't all of you be able to smell that intoxicating fragrance? Do you think I don't care about my face? Zhang Jingdao smelled it and frothed at the mouth. What would happen if you all smelled it? The most important thing was that Wang Ke did not want Princess Serene Moon to smell the intoxicating fragrance. Otherwise, the good impression that he had just established might… I haven't learned the flame spell completely. Wait a while, it will be extinguished naturally, Wang Ke explained with a smile. After a while, the turbid true qi in his palm would be burned out, and the flame would be extinguished naturally. You haven't learned the flame spell completely? That is to say, you can't extinguish it by yourself? How about I help you? Princess Serene Moon reached out to grab it. Wang Ke's face stiffened. If he was caught by you, the turbid true qi would collapse. I don't want you to smell that smell. No need, it will be fine in a while. Wang Ke immediately moved his hand away. It's okay, you don't have to worry. I am in the gold core realm. Your flame can't hurt me. Princess Serene Moon enthusiastically threw herself at the flame again. Wang Ke was sweating profusely as he avoided Princess Serene Moon's hand. Princess Serene Moon, why are you helping me like this? You can't touch my turbid true qi. It's okay, I'll do it myself. Princess, you take a rest. Wang Ke avoided Princess Serene Moon. However, Princess Serene Moon's bad teammate attribute seemed to be activated again. She didn't see that Wang Ke's forehead was sweating profusely because of his nervousness and continued to enthusiastically help Wang Ke. This scene of affection made the eyes of his love rival, Morong Luguang, turn red again. Damn, I'm not dead yet. What are you two showing off your love for? You chase me, you hide from my grasp? There's so many pairs of eyes watching, you adulterous couple. Pa! Princess Serene Moon grabbed Wang Ke's arm, making the flame unable to escape. Wang Ke, leave it to me. Princess Serene Moon excitedly grabbed the flame in Wang Ke's palm with her other hand. After all, Wang Ke was only in the second stage of the Xiantian realm. In terms of strength, he was inferior to Princess Serene Moon. Now that his right arm was grabbed by Princess Serene Moon, how could he escape? Princess Serene Moon's other hand was about to slap the flame. Don't! Wang Ke's face was filled with fear. Princess Serene Moon's palm was filled with the smell of turbid true qi. His beautiful image in the princess's heart was about to be destroyed. Wang Ke was sweating profusely as he revealed a frightened expression. Not far away, Zhang Jingdao was gloating, as if he was waiting to see Wang Ke make a fool of himself. At this moment, a big hand, in front of Princess Serene Moon, slapped Wang Ke's palm and extinguished the flame. Moreover, the hand grasped the remaining part of the ball of true qi. Let me help you, junior brother Wang, Morong Luguang said while gnashing his teeth. Morong Luguang was angered by this adulterous couple's public display of affection. If his master was not here, he would have chopped Wang Ke into pieces. However, even if he forced himself to endure, he could not help it. While the two were exchanging glances, Morong Luguang could not help but interrupt them. He extinguished the flame and grabbed the remaining turbid true qi in his hand. Wang Ke saw that the remaining turbid true qi did not fall into Princess Serene Moon's hand, but was taken by Morong Luguang. His hanging heart immediately calmed down, and his heart was filled with rejoicing and lingering fear. His savior! Thank you! Wang Ke was covered in cold sweat and sincerely thanked him. Thank me? Thank me for what? Morong Luguang was puzzled. However, Wang Ke's sincere expression of gratitude did not seem to be fake. I interrupted your flirting and public display of affection. Why should you thank me? Anyway, thank you is right. Wang Ku subconsciously said, sincerely, Murong Luvguang. Chapter 35. At the entrance of Sword Comprehension Hall, Murong Luvguang helped Wang Ku put away the fire spell, and Wang Ku was sincerely grateful. For a moment, the scene was harmonious, and Niamiju seemed to have fulfilled one of his wishes. Niamiju waved his hand, and a stellar energy barrier covered him and Qin Tianyuan. Within the barrier, sound was isolated from the outside world. Hall Master Nya, can you explain the reason for today's visit? Qin Tianyuan looked at Niamiju. Niamiju nodded. Sect Master, you should know about Princess Serene Moon's matter, right? That's right. The Corpse Empress left the dynasty to Princess Serene Moon. As a result, the ministers rebelled, and Princess Serene Moon fled to my Heavenly Wolf sect. I've already investigated thoroughly these past few days. Qin Tianyuan nodded. Why did the Corpse Empress abandon the great dynasty and choose to leave? Niamiju stared at Qin Tianyuan and asked in a deep voice. Qin Tianyuan frowned and fell silent. You don't need to hide it. You can't hide it because the Corpse Empress is a demon. She's a demon. Her identity has been exposed, and she can no longer control the Corpse Ghost Dynasty like before. If she didn't leave, the ministers of the Corpse Ghost Dynasty would rebel. She could only leave, Niamiju said in a deep voice. Alas, Qin Tianyuan sighed. There's nothing to sigh about. A demon is a demon. The righteous path and the demonic path can't coexist. If she continued to be the Empress, she would only cause misery and suffering. She ran away. Why did she leave her daughter to inherit the throne? Niamiju stared at Qin Tianyuan. Because Princess Serene Moon is his daughter. Qin Tianyuan frowned. That's right. Princess Serene Moon's father is a human. He's a big shot of the righteous path. The Corpse Ghost Empress saw this point and felt that no one would dare to make things difficult for Princess Yu. However, the Corpse Ghost Empress was wrong. The righteous path and the demonic path can't coexist. Even if Princess Serene Moon's father has a high position in the righteous path, her mother is still a demon. The daughter of a human and a demon? How could those righteous ministers of the Corpse Ghost Dynasty allow Princess Serene Moon to inherit the throne? Of course they had to rebel. However, for the sake of Princess Serene Moon's father, I didn't kill him. I just sealed his cultivation and left him to fend for himself, Niamiju said in a low voice. I know. Qin Tianyuan frowned. Look, Princess Serene Moon's father also has many subordinates. But when Princess Serene Moon is in trouble, does anyone stand out to protect her? Except for that shameless Zhang Jingdao. There were so many experts. But did anyone care about Princess Serene Moon? No, no one cared. Sect Master, why do you care? Why did you take in Princess Serene Moon? Niamiju asked anxiously. Qin Tianyuan frowned and said, You came to Sword Comprehension Peak today? Was it not to target Wang Ku? Instead, he is targeting Princess Serene Moon? What else? I've seen your disciple. Although he is a little cunning, he didn't go astray. I'm not worried about your disciple. But Princess Serene Moon. Niamiju's face darkened. I remember that you let Murong Luvguang pursue Princess Serene Moon in the past? Qin Tianyuan frowned. Pursue? No, Luvguang misunderstood. I let Luvguang enter the Corpse Ghost Dynasty as a general to get close to Princess Serene Moon so that he could monitor Princess Serene Moon, Niamiju said in a low voice. Then now? Qin Tianyuan said in a low voice. I don't care about the relationship between Sect Master and Princess Serene Moon's father. But, Sect Master, you have been upholding the will of righteousness all your life. How can you give up your dream this time? Princess Serene Moon is not a human, Niamiju said in a low voice. Her father is a human, Qin Tianyuan sighed. No, the union between a human and a demon usually can't produce a child. Once a child is born, the child will be half human and half demon. It's called the ghost fetus body. If the ghost fetus body turns into a demon, it will be a demon among demons. Nyet Miju said worriedly. If the ghost fetus body doesn't turn into a demon, it can also be the light of righteousness. Qin Tianyuan shook his head. Sect Master, have you forgotten the legend? Every body of the ghost fetus was the source of disaster. Other than themselves, they could not differentiate between friend and foe. Everyone around them would be unlucky. Not to mention that the corpse ghost dynasty had been plagued with disasters after Princess Yuyu's birth. The exposure of the corpse ghost empress this time was probably also because of Princess Yuyu. She can't be kept alive. She must be killed. Nyet Miju said anxiously. Nonsense, Qin Tianyuan said in disbelief. Sect Master, are you lying to yourself? Nyet Miju said anxiously. Princess Serene Moon didn't turn into a demon. She didn't commit any sins. There's no demonic aura on her. I can't convict her. Besides, I've already sent someone to inform her father. With her father's identity, he will definitely take care of Princess Serene Moon properly. Don't you trust her father? Chen Tianyuan said in a low voice. Nye Miju was silent for a while. Sect Master, I trust your judgment, but this matter can't be delayed. Oh, do you think anyone can meet Princess Serene Moon's father? It won't be easy for the people you sent to meet him. If this matter is delayed, it might take a long time. What if someone with ulterior motives schemed against us? Nye Miju said with a frown. Yes, Princess Serene Moon's identity is indeed sensitive. Her father has never come to the corpse ghost dynasty to avoid suspicion. If someone with ulterior motives schemed against us, indeed. Qin Tianyuan said with a frown. So, I hope that Sect Master, you can go there personally. You can go and find Princess Serene Moon's father personally. This is the fastest way, and there won't be any mistakes. Sect Master. Nye Miju stared at Qin Tianyuan and said, solemnly. Qin Tianyuan frowned and fell into deep thought. At the same time, he didn't forget to glance at Nye Miju. Sect Master, do you think that I'll deliberately trick you into leaving so that I can kill Princess Serene Moon? Nye Miju stared at Qin Tianyuan and asked. Qin Tianyuan didn't say anything. Apparently, he had this concern as well. Don't worry, Sect Master. I, Nye Miju, can swear to you. Unless I die, nothing will happen to Princess Serene Moon while you're away. Nye Miju said in a resolute tone. Qin Tianyuan stared at Nye Miju for a while before nodding. Qin Tianyuan believed in Nye Miju's character. She would do what she said. Well, in that case, I'll have to trouble you to look after Princess Serene Moon for a while. I'll go and find Princess Serene Moon's father immediately. Qin Tianyuan said solemnly. Okay. Nye Miju nodded. The two of them reached an agreement. Nye Miju waved her hand and the soundproof enchantment dissipated. The two of them turned their heads to look at Wang Ku and his group. They happened to see Murong Guang's face suddenly change and retch. The turbid vital energy was snatched away by Murong Guang and didn't fall into the hands of Princess Serene Moon. Wang Ku immediately let out a long sigh of relief and was very grateful to Murong Guang. Anyway, I should just thank you. Wang Ku subconsciously expressed his sincere gratitude. Murong Guang. Murong Guang was puzzled. He stared at Wang Ku for a while and didn't find anything wrong. Was there something wrong with the king? Murong Guang, do you still have the yearning bead I gave you? Princess Serene Moon suddenly asked. Yearning bead? I always have it with me. Murong Guang's eyes lit up. Murong Guang turned his hand and took out a fist-sized bead from his storage bracelet. There seemed to be a small bug sealed in the bead. The bug had 18 antennae, extending in 18 different directions. One of the antennae was actually emitting a faint red light. Can you give it back to me? Princess Serene Moon asked. Murong Luguang's expression turned ugly. This was what Princess Yu had given to him when he left the corpse ghost imperial court. She had given it to him as a token of love. Unfortunately, he had never taken it seriously. Princess, you have already given it to me. Why? Murong Luguang was somewhat reluctant. However, Princess Serene Moon still took it from Murong Luguang's hand. When she took it off, a string of small prayer beads on Princess Serene Moon's wrist was revealed. There were 18 of them. Princess Serene Moon looked at the yearning bead in her hand and smiled bitterly. This yearning bead and this string of prayer beads on my wrist are a pair. Yearning bugs are sealed in their beads. This one of yours is a male bug. There are 18 female bugs sealed in the string of prayer beads on my wrist. Oh, I have also thought about it these days. Murong Luguang, I misunderstood you in the past. In fact, you have no feelings for me at all. This yearning bead was given to me by my mother. She told me to wear it at all times. Since you have no feelings for me, there is no need for you to take care of this yearning bead. You should return it to me. Princess Serene Moon sighed. Princess, I have already said that what the Eastwolf Palace said before was to deal with the demons. It was not my true intention. I have always had you in my heart. Murong Luguang immediately said anxiously. Murong Luguang felt that the princess that he adored in the past seemed to be getting further and further away from him. At this moment, he became more and more anxious. What should have belonged to me is gradually being lost. No, you don't. You know that the corpse ghost dynasty has been destroyed, but you are not worried about me at all. Princess Serene Moon shook her head. How can that be? I just don't know where you are. Otherwise, I would have gone to find you long ago. Murong Luguang anxiously explained. If you wanted to find me, you would have found me long ago. The male bug in the yearning bead has 18 antennae and can sense the female bug. As long as you study this yearning bead slightly, you can find my location through the yearning bead. You didn't find me. On the way here, I have been deliberately not thinking about this matter, but you didn't find me. You simply don't care about my life or death. Princess Serene Moon said bitterly. I don't know. Murong Luguang was at a loss for words. It is not that you don't know, but that you have never studied the yearning bead. After you came back, you threw the yearning bead in a corner and forgot about it. Wang Ku added from the side. You. Murong Luguang glared. This Wang Ku, the gratitude just now was indeed fake. Is there anyone who adds insult like this? Adulterer. Princess Serene Moon seemed to have completely given up on Murong Luguang. No matter how Murong Luguang explained, it was useless. Murong Luguang, you don't have to waste any more time on me. I have already lost the corpse ghost dynasty. Now I have nothing left. Even my appearance is already ruined. The me you saw that day was just the effect of makeup. Princess Serene Moon spoke again. Disfigurement. Murong Luguang was stunned. Wang Ku immediately said, Princess, actually in my heart, the scar on your face is nothing. Previously, when you had a mosaic face, I felt that you were as beautiful as a fairy. Now it is just a scar. You are still the most beautiful woman in the world in my eyes. Wang Ku's mushy words made Zhang Jingdao feel ashamed of his inferiority. In terms of shamelessness, he was still inferior to Wang Ku. How could he have the face to say such words that gave him goosebumps? Princess Serene Moon heard Wang Ku's mushy words, but didn't feel mushy at all. Instead, she looked at Wang Ku and blushed slightly. At this moment, Murong Luguang's face turned ugly. Adulterer, you are actually flirting in front of me? Although Princess Serene Moon only revealed her eyes, they were still peerless eyes. She should be embarrassed for me, but now she is embarrassed for someone else? Princess, no matter what you look like, I won't dislike you. Besides, my Heavenly Wolf sect has countless celestial techniques. Whatever disfigurement, I can help you recover. Can you let me see? Morong said again. Princess Serene Moon frowned slightly. In the end, she didn't refuse and gently lifted the veil. Once the veil was lifted, the hideous scar on her face was immediately revealed. The scar was hideous and abrupt, but it still couldn't hide Princess Serene Moon's peerless beauty. This scar was not difficult to get rid of. Morong immediately relaxed and gently loosened his hand. He was about to smile and say that he had a way to help Princess Serene Moon heal. This was his best skill. He could use this opportunity to win back Princess Serene Moon's heart. But before he could say anything, the wisp of turbid true qi in Morong palm floated up to Morong nostrils because he loosened his hand. A unique smell of turbid true qi instantly rushed into Morong mind. Smelly, unprecedentedly smelly. Morong prepared words were all choked by this smell. He only felt a roar in his mind. The stench seemed to go straight to the depths of his soul, causing Morong eyes to widen in an instant. Blurg! Morong suddenly retched in front of Princess Serene Moon. His disgusted gaze instantly made the gentle Princess Serene Moon's face stiffen. Morong looked at my appearance and wanted to vomit? Am I that ugly now? Blurg! Blurg! Morong retched nonstop. Princess Serene Moon. Nyamiju. Chun Tianyuan. Chapter 36. Nyamiju removed the enchantment and saw Princess Serene Moon take off her veil. The scar on her face was nothing. But why did Morong vomit? Princess Serene Moon was instantly angry. She was flattered by so many people in the past. Even if the country was destroyed, no one doubted her identity as the most beautiful woman in the corpse ghost dynasty. Just because of a scar you think I'm ugly? You even vomited? Morong you're too much. Humph! Princess Serene Moon snorted angrily. At this moment, all the good feelings that Princess Yu had for Morong in the past were completely cut off. Nyamiju and Chun Tianyuan didn't know the situation, but Wang Ku and Zhang Jingdao knew. When the turbid true qi entered Morong nose, Zhang Jingdao's eyes opened wide, and his face revealed a look of excitement. Finally, someone had tasted his previous pain, and he was very happy. Wang Ku felt pity. After all, the amount of turbid true qi that Morong held was too little. Morong could endure it better than Zhang Jingdao. He was only vomiting. How good would it be if he was foaming at the mouth? It was a pity, but when it was time to hit someone when they were down, he couldn't be soft-hearted. Senior Brother Morong, you're too much. What's wrong with the scar on the princess face? I, Wang Ku, like this kind of scar. The princess has nothing to do with you. Do you need to be so pretentious? Wang Ku glared and shouted with righteous indignation. Blurg, blurg, blurg. Morong kept retreating while retching. Tears were about to come out. Princess, stand behind me. Morong is pretending. In a while, he will definitely use this as an excuse to attack. Don't let him hurt you. Wang Ku shouted. Although he was talking to Princess Serene Moon, in fact, he was talking to his master, Qin Tianyuan, who was not far away. As expected, Qin Tianyuan frowned, slightly in doubt. He stepped forward and put up his guard. After the choking stench, Morong recovered quite a bit. After all, Morong did not ingest much. Morong was also puzzled by his earlier embarrassment. However, Morong knew the elimination method. Who would poison him in this place? Wang Ku? It's you. Are you trying to embarrass me on purpose? Wang Ku, you are courting death. Morong angrily roared and was about to pounce on Wang Ku. However, with Chen Tianyuan here, what was Wang Ku afraid of? He immediately puffed out his chest and shielded Princess Serene Moon behind him, acting like a hero saving a damsel in distress. Humph! Chen Tianyuan snorted coldly. Boom! With a loud noise, a palm appeared out of thin air and slapped Murong Guang was slapped away and crashed into a big tree, causing smoke and dust to rise everywhere. That palm was not made by Chen Tianyuan but by Miju. His disciple was acting crazy here, so naturally his master would deal with it. Guang, are you crazy? Miju shouted coldly. Murong Guang, who got up from the ground, looked aggrieved and pointed at Wang Ku, who was not far away. Master, it's him. He framed me. He poisoned me. Zhang Jingdao, who was standing aside, looked proud. Poison? No, that's the stench, not poison. You must have lost your mind because of the stench. Can't Miju tell whether you are poisoned or not? You are obviously not poisoned. Aren't you framing Wang Ku by saying this? Sure enough, Wang Ku, who was not far away, cooperated with him with an innocent look. Murong Guang still wanted to explain. Shut up. Miju glared at him. Murong Guang's face turned ugly. I brought you here today to resolve the misunderstanding between you and Wang Ku, but you don't reflect on yourself. Instead, you haggle over every detail. Do you act like a senior brother? Princess Serene Moon has no interest in you, so you keep pestering her? What did I teach you before? Miju said coldly. Murong Guang's face turned ugly. At this moment, many disciples of the Sky Wolf sect were staring at them from all directions. Murong Guang did not dare to contradict his master, but he was more and more angry at Wang Ku for making him lose face just now. If you target Wang Ku in the future, don't say that you are my disciple. Miju said coldly. Master. Murong Guang lowered his head bitterly. Not far away, Wang Ku was surprised. What's going on? Why is Miju protecting me? This shouldn't be. She is Murong Guang's master. Even if she doesn't like me, she shouldn't disregard her disciple's face and protect me in public. Zhang Jingdao was also surprised. He turned his head and looked at Chen Tianyuan. Is there something going on between Miju and the sect leader? Well, temple leader Nya, all the disciples are watching. You don't have to reprimand him like this. Otherwise, it will damage his prestige as a senior brother. Chen Tianyuan sighed slightly. What a disgrace. You don't have to stay here. Go back and reflect on your mistakes. Miju said coldly. Miju's eyes seemed to be anxious. She was anxious for her disciple's failure to live up to her expectations, because Miju had already seen that Murong Guang was telling the truth. He was really tricked by Wang Ku, and he didn't even know how he was tricked. And he still wanted to flare up? Where is your shrewdness? Don't you know how to use your brain when you see a woman? Murong Guang wanted to explain, but when he saw Miju's cold eyes, he could only kneel down in depression. Yes, he turned his head and glared hatefully at Wang Ku, then stepped on his flying sword and left quickly. Miju then stared at Wang Ku. Wang Ku's face stiffened. This Miju's face was like a dead man's. It was really frightening. Did he see the reason just now? Wang Ku. Miju asked in a low voice. Disciple is here. Wang Ku immediately bowed. You are the sect leader's disciple. Originally, I shouldn't be scolding you. However, the sect leader is soft-hearted, and some words can't be said. So, I can only say a few words. Miju said coldly. Chen Tianyuan frowned slightly, but he didn't stop Miju. Wang Ku was also puzzled, but he still said respectfully, Disciple is listening. Do you like Princess Serene Moon? Miju asked in a low voice. Wang Ku was stunned. What's going on? Do all the elders in the sect like to gossip? You also want to care about this? Princess Serene Moon was also stunned. She didn't expect Miju to be so direct. Princess Serene Moon blushed, but she still looked at Wang Ku. Yes, Wang Ku didn't refuse. At this time, how could Wang Ku deny in front of Princess Serene Moon? Wang Ke wasn't stupid. Cut off your thoughts, Miju said in a low voice. Wang Ke was stunned. Isn't it too sudden to break up an affectionate couple? So direct? Wang Ke looked at Chen Tianyuan, but Chen Tianyuan didn't say anything. Princess Serene Moon was also puzzled. Hall Master Nya, what do you mean? Wang Ke said with an unfriendly expression. You are the sect leader's disciple, or else I wouldn't be so nosy. I'm doing this for your own good, Miju said in a low voice. Wang Ke, do you think I'll believe you? You want me to cut off this thought and let your disciple do it? Are you kidding me? Besides, how can I back off in front of the princess? This is the first time I've been electrocuted in all these years on this planet. Hall Master Nya, do you have someone you like? Wang Ke asked in a low voice. Nya Miju's face suddenly darkened. A murderous aura was emitted from Nya Miju's body, so much so that the surrounding air became cold. Wang Ke, how dare you? Chen Tianyuan's face changed and shouted. Seeing that his master was angry, Wang Ke immediately understood that he might have touched Nya Miju's sore spot. Nya Miju must have been provoked, and he couldn't provoke her anymore. Hall Master Nya, what I mean is, let us handle our own matters. Wang Ke immediately cooperated with his master to comfort Nya Miju. Nya Miju took a deep breath and suppressed the irritation and coldness in her heart. Then she looked at Wang Ke again. How long have you seen Princess Serene Moon? Do you know her? Do you know her identity? Are you worthy of her? You're just lusting after her body, aren't you? Nya Miju said in a low voice. Wang Ke was stunned. Yes, if I'm not lusting after her, how can I like her? Nya Miju. For some reason, Wang Ke choked on Nya Miju's words. Nya Miju glanced at Chen Tianyuan as if to say, what kind of disciple did you take? Can't you understand my words? How am I supposed to continue? Forget it, I won't say any more. Sect Master, you can talk to him yourself. Humph. Nya Miju flung her sleeves and walked away. Chen Tianyuan looked at Wang Ke strangely. Master, what did I say wrong? Why did Hall Master Nya say those words just now, and even look as if it was for my own good? Wang Ke asked curiously. Chen Tianyuan opened his mouth, but didn't know how to explain. Hall Master Nya is also a pitiful person. You're not allowed to complain about Hall Master Nya behind her back in the future. She was indeed thinking for your sake, just now. Chen Tianyuan sighed softly in the end. Wang Ke. At the side, Princess Serene Moon frowned slightly, but didn't say anything. I'm going out for a while. While I'm out, you must protect Princess Serene Moon well. Chen Tianyuan said in a low voice. Yes, Master. Wang Ke naturally agreed. Originally, I thought that you would be the same as me, choosing the Divine Storm skill so that I could pass on my sword skills to you. Unfortunately, you chose the Divine Flame skill. I don't know if my sword skills are suitable for you. However, I will still teach you my sword art, called the Myriad Sword Art. Master will now teach you a sword intent. Try and see if you can learn it. Chen Tianyuan said solemnly. Wang Ke bowed respectfully. I've troubled Master. Chen Tianyuan stretched out his hand and pointed. A small green sword seemed to appear at his fingertip and instantly pointed at Wang Ke's forehead. The sword intent instantly rushed towards Wang Ke's forehead. Wang Ke closed his eyes. It was as if he saw a figure of light rapidly practicing some kind of sword technique. In an instant, Wang Ke was motionless and immersed in it. He entered a meditative state just like that. Sect Master, this sword intent is so powerful. It can be taught like this. Can you teach it to me as well? I also practice sword arts. Zhang Jingdao's eyes were red with jealousy. This Wang Ke was so lucky to have become Chen Tianyuan's disciple. His sword Dao was so strong that he could actually condense sword intent to teach. Qin Tianyuan ignored Zhang Jingdao and looked at Wang Ke's subordinates. The longer Wang Ke meditates, the deeper his comprehension will be. It may take a few days. Take good care of Wang Ke and don't let anyone disturb him, Qin Tianyuan instructed. Yes, Wang Ke's subordinates responded. Princess Serene Moon, during this period, I'll have to trouble you to stay at Sword Comprehension Peak and wait for my return, Qin Tianyuan said. Okay, Princess Serene Moon nodded. Princess Serene Moon's heart was still pounding from Wang Ke's public confession earlier. Now, she only wanted to return to her room immediately. How could she listen to anything else? Qin Tianyuan settled Wang Ke down and stepped on his flying sword. He instantly rushed out of the Sky Wolf sect and disappeared before everyone's eyes. At the entrance of the East Wolf Palace, Nie Miju watched as Qin Tianyuan left. A look of guilt flashed across his eyes. Sect Master, this is the last time. Allow me to be presumptuous. I can't do what I promised you. Nie Miju smiled bitterly. Turning his head, Nie Miju looked at Sword Comprehension Peak and the courtyard where Princess Serene Moon was. A murderous look flashed across his eyes. Chapter 37. Sword Comprehension Peak. Didn't Qin Tianyuan say that Wang Ke would wake up after a few days? It's been more than half a month. Is Qin Tianyuan reliable? Zhang Jingdao said anxiously as he surrounded Wang Ke. Wang Ke's subordinates, who were standing around him, were also anxious. Exalted Immortal Zhang, before sect leader Qin left, he seemed to have said that the longer one meditates, the deeper the patriarch's comprehension is. One of Wang Ke's subordinates asked curiously. Yes, but isn't this too long? It's been more than half a month. He's not a sword maniac. It can't be so exaggerated. There must be a problem somewhere. No, I'll wake him up. Zhang Jingdao was about to go forward. Buzz. Wang Ke opened his eyes. Two beams of sword light seemed to shoot out from his eyes and disappeared in a flash. Patriarch, you're awake? That's great. The subordinates exclaimed in surprise. Zhang Jingdao rubbed his eyes. Did I see wrongly just now? Did Wang Ke's eyes shoot out the light of sword intent just now? That's impossible. My eyes must be playing tricks on me. Wang Ke woke up. At the same time, he was shocked. Great solar undying divine sword? Ancestor, you left me something good. It can actually help me comprehend the sword intent that Master left for me? That's incredible. Wang Ke exclaimed in his heart. Wang Ke, you've been meditating for more than 10 days. How is it? How much have you comprehended? Have you learned the basics? Zhang Jingdao asked curiously. Wang Ke rolled his eyes. What a joke. Why would he tell you such a thing? Why are you all surrounding me? Wang Ke asked curiously. Patriarch, we're being watched, one of the subordinates said with an ugly expression. Oh. Wang Ke's expression shook as he said, solemnly, some time ago we collected too much poison, miasma, and filth. In the words of the Patriarch, we disrupted the market order of the 100,000 mountains, causing a shortage of these things and causing prices to rise. As a result, we were targeted. Those people have already found the wolf immortal town. That subordinate said. Zhang Jingdao nodded his head. Those things are used by devil cultivators. No wonder Morong Guang suspected you. You were practicing martial arts and attracted the disciples of Devil Sect. In Wolf Immortal Town? Wang Ke frowned slightly. Yes. All the poisonous creatures are gathered at the Immortal Wolf Town outside the sect and then transported into the Heavenly Wolf Sect. Our big house has already been targeted. A few days ago, that group of people came to the Immortal Wolf Town to inquire about us. They even bought the house next to ours. The subordinate said respectfully, the house next door is also ours. You sold it well. Wang Ke nodded. Of course. We have been running the Immortal Wolf Town for more than 10 years. How could it be monitored by others? That group of people is monitoring our main house, so we took advantage of the situation to monitor them. The subordinate said, "Are you sure it's devil sect?" Wang Ke frowned. "Yes, we didn't dare to inquire too much. However, we heard a little of their conversation. They claim to be from the Great Een demonic sect." The subordinate said, "Great Een demonic sect? One of the 4 top sects of the 100,000 mountains." Wang Ke frowned. Last time, the Devil Lord planned to destroy the Heavenly Wolf sect. It was the sect leader of the Great Een demonic sect. "Wang Ke, you have to be careful. You have been targeted by the Great Een demonic sect." Zhang Jingdao gloated. Wang Ke looked at Zhang Jingdao. "The one who bought the poison was not me." Zhang Jingdao was stunned for a moment before his face stiffened. This was because the person who had gone to buy all sorts of demonic cultivator materials seemed to be him. In other words, it wasn't Wang Ke who had been targeted, but himself? Wang Ke Yuyu. Zhang Jingdao was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. Why am I the unlucky one again? By the way, Zhang Jingdao, I have always been in the Mortal District and various immortal towns. I don't know much about the immortal sects. Tell me, what kind of existence is the Great Een demonic sect? Wang Ke looked at Zhang Jingdao curiously. Great Een demonic sect? What kind of existence? There are many immortal sects in the 100,000 mountains. Do you know which one is the top immortal sect? Zhang Jingdao asked. Nonsense. The 4 top immortal sects are the Heavenly Wolf sect, the Golden Crow sect, the Blood Crossing Temple, and the Great Een demonic sect. All the immortal cultivation clans aim to enter these 4 immortal sects. Wang Ke said in a deep voice. The Heavenly Wolf sect, the Golden Crow sect, and the Blood Crossing Temple are the righteous Tao. The Great Een demonic sect is the Devil Tao. In these years, there have been countless battles between the righteous Tao and the Devil Tao, but no one can do anything to the other. What do you think of the Great Een demonic sect? Zhang Jingdao said. The Great Een demonic sect? 1 against 3? They are so powerful. Wang Ke said in shock. They might not be able to fight 1 against 3 if they fight force with force, but it is a kind of balance now. I don't know the details, but we are definitely in trouble now that we are targeted by the Great Een demonic sect. Zhang Jingdao said with a bitter face. Don't talk nonsense. You are the one who is being targeted, not me. Wang Ke said immediately. Zhang Jingdao. Wang Ke looked at his subordinates. Have our people left the main residence? Yes, we have already arranged everything according to the Patriarch's emergency measures. That subordinate said respectfully. That's good. Wang Ke nodded. What do you mean that's good? What do we do now? Why don't we inform the Heavenly Wolf sect and have them kill all the disciples of the Great Een demonic sect? Zhang Jingdao said anxiously. Is there any benefit for us if we inform the Heavenly Wolf sect to kill the Great Een demonic sect? Wang Ke stared at Zhang Jingdao. It seems like we won't be able to obtain any merit points. Instead, we will be hated by the Great Een demonic sect? Damn, it seems like not only is there no benefit, but it will also be more unlucky? Zhang Jingdao was stunned. That's not all. If the Heavenly Wolf sect disciples die in battle, we will have to take the blame. If there are no benefits, what are we going to do? Wang Ke rolled his eyes. That's right. We don't care about the Great Een demonic sect disciples. They will leave after a few days or months. We won't suffer any losses. Why do you want to cause trouble for yourself? Wang Ke said. That's right. Eat, drink, and do what you need to do. Why are you meddling in other people's business? Wang Ke rolled his eyes. But they are here to investigate us. Zhang Jingdao was still worried. If they have the ability, why don't they come to the Heavenly Wolf sect to investigate? Don't bother about them. Oh right, where is Princess Serene Moon? Is she in seclusion? Why don't I see her? Wang Ke threw the matter of the Great Een demonic sect to the back of his mind. The princess left. A subordinate said respectfully, Gangan? Wang Ke's eyes widened in surprise. That's right. You left with Nya Miju the second day after you entered seclusion. I don't know where you went after you left the Heavenly Wolf sect, Zhang Jingdao explained. Wait, she left with Nya Miju? Why? Wang Ke frowned. I don't know. Nya Miju came to find Princess Serene Moon to talk and didn't let people approach. When she came out, she left with Nya Miju, Zhang Jingdao said blankly. Princess Serene Moon didn't say anything to you? Where did she go? Wang Ke asked. She didn't. Zhang Jingdao shook his head. She didn't say anything at all? Wang Ke said solemnly. She didn't say anything and just left with Nya Miju. Zhang Jingdao shook his head. Impossible. He promised Master to stay at Sword Comprehension Peak. Furthermore, he's familiar with you and me. How could he leave without saying anything? Were you slacking off at that time? Wang Ke glared. No, Nya Miju stared at me. I couldn't even get close. Zhang Jingdao said gloomily. That's also to say that Nya Miju absolutely didn't allow Princess Serene Moon to come into contact with you guys? Princess Serene Moon didn't leave of her own accord. She was kidnapped by Nya Miju, Wang Ke said with an ugly expression. How is that possible? Why would Nya Miju kidnap Princess Serene Moon? Princess Serene Moon was fine when she left. It's not like she couldn't speak. Zhang Jingdao had a look of disbelief. Perhaps Princess Serene Moon couldn't speak? Now that my master isn't here, Nya Miju definitely can't do whatever he wants in the Heavenly Wolf sect. What if he wants to target Princess Serene Moon? Wang Ke said with a frown. How could he target Princess Serene Moon? Nya Miju only slays demons crazily all his life. Wait, slay demons? Zhang Jingdao suddenly quivered. What did you think of? Wang Ke asked curiously. Oh no, Nya Miju is probably really going to do something to Princess Serene Moon? He wants to kill Princess Serene Moon? Zhang Jingdao's expression changed. What's going on? Wang Ke stared at Zhang Jingdao. I can't say. This is related to Princess Serene Moon's background. I can't say anything. Don't worry about this now. Let's find Princess Serene Moon first. Oh no, oh no. Nya Miju definitely wouldn't trick sect master away on purpose to deal with Princess Serene Moon. Oh no, oh no. Zhang Jingdao said anxiously. Quick, go to Princess Serene Moon's room. See if there's a message? Wang Ke called out to his female subordinates. Yes. The group of subordinates quickly rushed to Princess Serene Moon's room and quickly searched. Unfortunately, Nya Miju was there at that time. It was impossible for Princess Serene Moon to leave a message. Sect Master, we found a lovesickness bead. A subordinate quickly came over. The lovesickness bead was the one Princess Serene Moon took back from Morong of Guang half a month ago. There was a male lovesickness insect sealed inside, and it could sense the female lovesickness bead in Princess Serene Moon's hand. Dragon Ball radar? No, it's the lovesickness bead. It can find the whereabouts of the princess. That's right, that's right. The princess left this thing behind so that we can save her. She must be under someone's control. Wang Ke's eyes lit up. Then let's go quickly. If Princess Serene Moon dies in the hands of Nya Miju, then I'll be miserable. My boss will kill me. Why didn't I think of that? Nya Miju is a pervert. What should I do? Zhang Jingdao suddenly jumped up and down anxiously. Wang Ke's face was also slightly gloomy. He took a deep breath and nodded. After giving instructions to his subordinates, Wang Ke and Zhang Jingdao set off. This time they were going to be enemies with Nya Miju, so they didn't dare to be careless. Even if they left the Heavenly Wolf sect, they couldn't let the Heavenly Wolf sect disciples know about it, lest they inform Nya Miju. Since they were going to leave quietly, they naturally had to disguise themselves. Zhang Jingdao once again disguised himself as a big-breasted old woman, and Wang Ke once again covered his face with mosaic. Following Wang Ke's subordinates, they slowly left the Heavenly Wolf sect. Even Nya Tianba, who they were familiar with, couldn't recognize them, let alone the Heavenly Wolf sect's disciples. When the disciples saw the two's appearance, their eyes burned and they looked away. It was even more impossible for them to check on the two. The two left the Heavenly Wolf sect without anyone noticing. With the lovesickness bead, Wang Ke knew the direction, so it was much easier to find them. After leaving the Heavenly Wolf sect, he and Zhang Jingdao disappeared into the forest.